Good morning, everybody. I cordially welcome you to the two-day national seminar on politics of representation, a literary perspective. Now, it has been a tough to organize such kind of webinar, but without the help of our collaborating agency, RBC College for Women, this wouldn't have been possible. I particularly thank Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay and of course my friend Shuddha Kolan Mondol of RBC College for Women for being of such help. Now, since it is a webinar, we wouldn't take a lot of time in introducing our guests. Rather, we already have a list of eminent dignitaries who have already arrived. So, without much delay, let's start off the inauguration. For inauguration speech, I request Sri Sunil Kumar Bishwas, President Governing Body, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, to provide his valuable speech as well as inaugurate this particular webinar. Dr. Sunil Kumar Bishwas. প্রেসিডেন্ট স্যার আপনি আছেন?
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ স্যার বলুন আপনি। হ্যাঁ শ্রীকান্ত দা মেন স্ক্রিনে নিয়ে নাও প্রেসিডেন্ট স্যারকে। বলুন স্যার।
নমস্কার। মালদিয়া সুধীরঞ্জন লাহিড়ী মহাবিদ্যালয় এর ইংরেজি বিভাগ ও নৈহাটি আরবিসি কলেজ ফর উইমেন্সের ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ইংলিশের যৌথ উদ্যোগে দুদিন ব্যাপী যে ওয়েবিনারের আলোচনা চক্র শুরু হওয়ার কথা, আলোচনার বিষয়বস্তু পলিটিক্স অফ রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন এ লিটারেসি পার্সপেক্টিভ। এই সভায় উপস্থিত আছেন রিসোর্স পার্সন হিসেবে প্রফেসর অমিত ভট্টাচার্য, হেড অফ দ্য ডিপার্টমেন্ট ইংলিশ, ইউনিভার্সিটি অফ গৌড়বঙ্গ, প্রফেসর বাণীব্রত মহন্ত, প্রফেসর ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ইংলিশ, বেনারস হিন্দু ইউনিভার্সিটি। সেই সঙ্গে উপস্থিত আছেন নৈহাটি আরবিসি কলেজ উইমেন্স ফর উইমেন্সের প্রিন্সিপাল ডক্টর লানা মুখোপাধ্যায়, মাঝদিয়ার রেলবাজার মাঝদিয়ার সুধীরঞ্জন লাহিড়ী মহাবিদ্যালয়ের লাইব্রেরিয়ান সনদবাবু, আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানের ইংরেজির আহ্বায়ক, মাঝদিয়া এসআরএল কলেজের ইংরেজির হেড অফ দ্য ডিপার্টমেন্ট প্রফেসর শিল্পী বসাক, যুগ্ম আহ্বায়ক প্রফেসর শুভায় চক্রবর্তী এবং উপস্থিত অতিথিবর্গকে শুভেচ্ছা জানাই এবং নমস্কার। আজকের এই আলোচনা সফল হোক এই কামনা করে আমি আনুষ্ঠানিকভাবে এই অনুষ্ঠানের শুভ সূচনা করলাম। সবাই ভালো থাকুন, সুস্থ থাকুন, নমস্কার।
Thank you, President sir. That is wonderful. Now, let us begin. Since we have started with a wonderful ritual, and thanks to President sir for his such heartwarming speech. Now I invite the chairman of this particular webinar and also the teacher in charge of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, to vent his welcome address. Dr. Bandyopadhyay. ডক্টর সোমনাথ বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়।
শোনা যাচ্ছে?
একদম
সবাই শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? Good morning everybody. Respected President, Governing Body, Convener and Member of the Organizing Committee, and Principal of our collaborating institution, that is Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, dignitaries and participants. On behalf of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, I welcome all of you at the national level webinar on politics of representation and a literary perspective. Actually, worldwide pandemic caused by outbreak of COVID-19 has compelled us to join this platform of technology of discussion. I hope that this platform will definitely enlighten us to continue our teaching learning activities at this prevailing situation. And I again convey my lot of thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. So very kind of you. Now I request Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay, Principal, RBC College for Women, to share a few words. Ma'am, we are very thankful for being such a beautiful collaborative agency, and without your help, this also wouldn't have been possible. This was our maiden venture of the English department of Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya. So over to you, ma'am, Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you. Am I audible? শোনা যাচ্ছে?
Absolutely, you are audible, ma'am.
Hello everybody. Good morning. I am Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay, Principal of Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, Noihati. It is my pleasure to be part of this webinar, today national webinar. I thank teacher in charge Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay for inviting me and collaborating our college. I also thank GB President, respected Sunil Kumar Bishwas, HOD of English, Shilpi Boshak, and Shuddha Kollan Mondol, HOD of RBC College for Women. I welcome all respected resource persons and faculty members in this online seminar. COVID-19 pandemic caused global lockdown and significantly disrupted the higher education sector. A multi-pronged strategy is necessary to manage this crisis. Online teaching, learning, and evaluation process is going on everywhere, but not all students are having access to this online teaching. So in this situation, a well-rounded and effective educational and online webinar has a great impact on this teaching learning process. Respected resource persons gathers in a virtual platform like this webinar, and they exchange their views and get benefit from each other. So I welcome this webinar and wish a great success of this national webinar. Have a nice day. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such kind words. Now we would move on to the theme of the webinar, and that will be conveyed by Shrimati Shilpi Boshak, convener and head of the Department of English.
Hello. I hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you, Shubhavida. On behalf of the Department of English, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya, I am Shilpi Boshak, welcoming you to the two-day national webinar on the politics of representation, a literary perspective. We gratefully acknowledge the collaboration of Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, Noihati. It really gives me immense pleasure to welcome this august audience. Our esteemed invited speakers today are Professor Amit Bhattacharya, Head of the Department of English, University of Gaurbango, and Professor Baniprotho Mahanto, Department of English, Benares Hindu University. Similarly, today we will be enriched by the speech of Professor Niladri Chatterjee from Department of English, University of Kolani, who will be in a conversation with my colleague Shubhal Chakraborty, and there will be another speaker, Dr. Pinaki De, who is from Raja Peyari Mohan College, Uttarpara, Hubli. Now, today we have chosen the topic Politics of Representation, a literary perspective. And this topic, I think, requires a bit of explication for our audience. Politics of representation in an important field of inquiry, and not only in literature and language studies, but also in allied disciplines like sociology, history, psychology, political science, and so on and so forth. So, though representation is always endowed with an always already there kind of presence, it is subject to critical scrutiny. As an act, representation is never innocent. It is an artifact constructed by the subject position of the person who represents. And we all know the famous uh, dictum that personal is political. So, who speaks, what, and how, and for whom? These questions have vexed the thinkers and theoreticians like uh, Foucault, Lacan, Spivak, Butler, Agamben, and Deleuze, and the ilk. And they responded to the issues of politics of representation in their respective uh, discursive spaces, like discourse of knowledge, like psychoanalysis, like post-colonial criticism, gender studies, deconstruction, and the ilk. So this is the thumbnail sketch of the conceptual domain of the webinar. Now it's my pleasant duty to request my colleague Sri Shubhay Chakraborty to introduce the speakers. So let me now disappear from your skin and with an exhortation that you will enjoy this intellectual feast. Thank you, everybody. Hello, Shubhaida, are you there? Hello.
He left the meeting.
Okay, we can wait for a minute for him to rejoin. In the meantime, let me welcome the first.
Sylvie, just 1 minute.
Yes.
ওর কানেকশন লস হয়ে গেছে, তুমি কন্টিনিউ করো, ঠিক আছে?
Okay. Now, in the meantime, let me welcome the first speaker of today's webinar, Professor Amit Bhattacharya. He is from Department of English. Excuse me.
শিল্পী শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
Sorry. I will be in a minute. Sorry. Okay. I welcome you, sir. Professor Amit Bhattacharya is a professor of English at the University of Gaurbanga, Malda, West Bengal. At present, he heads the Department of English. He has done his master's and his PhD from the University of North Bengal. He has over 20 years of experience in teaching and research. He has attended quite a number of seminars and conferences at the national and the international levels and contributed more than 30 articles to journals and anthologies of critical articles in India and abroad. The areas of his research interest include marginality studies, trauma studies, and intersectionality studies. He has received the Shikha Ratna Award 2019 from the Government of West Bengal in recognition of his contribution to the field of higher education. Welcome you, sir. Now it's over to you, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Well, a very good morning to all of you. I hope I am visible as well as audible. Well, this is Amit Bhattacharya trying to make sense of 3 novels by John Buchan, the famous Scottish British novelist, essayist, short story writer, broadcaster, journalist, lawyer, parliamentarian, Secret Service agent, and also one-time Governor General of Canada. The three novels that I have chosen to speak on are all associated with the First World War. They are the 39 Steps, which was published in 1915, Green Mantle, which was published in 1916, and Mr. Stand Fast, which was published in 1919. Now, the first novel, The 39 Steps, is set immediately before the commencement of the First World War, but is about the First World War that was coming at that time. The two other novels, Green Mantle and Mr. Stand Fast, are about the First World War per se. Now, in this webinar about the politics of representation, a literary perspective, I have tentatively entitled my presentation today as Representation as Othering, Jingoist Cultures, and National Typecasting in Select Novels of John Buchan. So, the first idea is that, at least I hope to substantiate that John Buchan's selected novels contain representation of a kind that ultimately boils down to a process and project of othering. Similarly, I hope to clarify the points that John Buchan's novels, number one, are motivated by jingoistic cultures. So jingoist cultures must be at the root of these novels. And there is also national typecasting, not only individual typecasting, not only collective typecasting, or pointing out people in a different way, in a different hue. So that is there, and that is what I am going to point out. Now, first of all, I must beg to be pardoned because I am not going to tell the story of these three novels. Sufficing to say that these three novels feature the hero Richard Hannay, who is a mining engineer of Scottish extraction who was brought up in South Africa, who has just returned to England when the novel The 39 Steps begins. He is very much frustrated in the old world country, in the mother country, because he had once thought of it as some kind of an Arabian Night world, but he is now finding to his cost just in 1913 and 1914 that this is not like that. He by chance encounters John P. Scudder, an American spy engaged by the British Foreign Office. This Scudder has unearthed a German conspiracy by a spy organization called the Blackstone. This John P. Scudder is suddenly murdered, and Hannay takes it on himself to continue with the unfinished project of John P. Scudder to expose the German menace and also to foil the German plot of pickpocketing naval secrets of the Allied forces of France and England. How he succeeds or otherwise is pointed out in this novel. I can just tell you to whet your curiosity that he succeeds in solving the riddle, in solving the mystery, and foiling the plot ultimately. Then he enlists in the British Army as a captain, and that journey is pointed out in the next novel, that is Green Mantle. Here, he is given an assignment as a British spy to unravel 3 basic riddles. He again, including 2 or 3 of his confederates, John Scantlebury Blanquer, Sandy Arbuthnot, and Peter Pienaar, ultimately succeeds not only in unraveling the mystery of 3 clues, but also in foiling the jihad that Germany had tried to foment as a trump card against the Allies in the Turkish front. And this is dealt with in Green Mantle. The third novel of the series, that is Mr. Standfast, again tells us about another assignment of of special service that is thrust upon an unwilling Hannay, Richard Hannay, to foil the plot of Germany again as a counter-espionage agent, and how he succeeds, how he combines the roles of soldier and secret agent. All these things are pointed out in this novel, Mr. Standfast. Okay. So let me come to the structure of my lecture. I have structured the lecture in 10 parts. Number 1, I'm going to talk about representation, its tone and tenor, how it is ultimately decided upon and determined by who represents and who is represented. Then I will also talk about the dynamics and politics of representation in this part of my lecture. Now, we all know that representation means portrayal of somebody or something in a particular way. Presentation of facts, events, or stories of some kind in an artistic way. Or representation can also mean the act or intention of standing in for somebody else, just as in political representation, where somebody stands for a group of persons enjoying at the same time the rights and responsibilities of the representative. Now, as Srimati Shilpi Bosak has already pointed out, personal is political, then obviously the collective or the nation, which at bottom is a conglomeration of many persons, how can it be apolitical? It cannot be, because subject position, ideological considerations, interest of self or society or nation is very much important in the whole ball game of representation. If dynamics of representation points out the driving or motivating forces, either physical or moral, behind a particular organization or a field of inquiry, then the politics of representation or politics in that sense should also mean the inherent principles of a particular field as it concerns itself with power or status. So if dynamics concerns itself with how a particular organization or a field is moved forward, then how it works, then politics means why does it work the way it does? I have already talked about the way the tone and tenor of representation is greatly influenced by the representer on the one hand and the represented on the other. So obviously, the next thing that should come to our mind is categorization. We all know that in order to distinguish and also to identify, we have to classify persons and things. And that is called categorization. Now, categorization in itself is a value neutral term because it is essential for the way we make sense of our world. But in case of representation, categorization often works in the form of typecasting or stereotype. Why? Because while classifying people or things or events, we have to point out certain features. They may be physical, they may be moral, they may be mental or spiritual. Now, from this, there is always the danger that we will ultimately try to iron out or bulldoze complexities and multiplicities and try to point out only certain guided features of an individual, a group, or a nation that ultimately suits our representational aims. Now, why is this kind of typecasting a necessary evil? Why is this kind of typecasting something that we cannot live without? Because when we make sense of the self and the world, there are two contradictory yet complementary processes at work. I mean, selfing and othering. We know that I am different from Shilpi, I am different from Shubhayu, I am also different from Professor Banibro. We are different. But sometimes this difference is pointed out in such a way as to point out certain lacks in the person or communities spoken of, thereby converting the difference into otherness. In this way, if on the one hand, the inferiority and difference of the other is pointed out, then in the same breath, the superiority and difference of the self is established as well. And that is why we see that there are three basic dimensions to this kind of categorization, which ultimately boils down to typecasting or stereotype. There is an ontological dimension, who you are, who represents who. There is an epistemological dimension associated with knowledge, with cognition, how we make sense of the difference between the self and the other. And there is also an expressive, or in some cases, an aesthetic dimension. How we express that otherness, or how we write about, how we aestheticize that otherness. So this is very important in making sense of a situation or a group of situations, a series of situations when such categorization becomes very important. For example, think about a war situation or the epidemic. We can very easily identify it with both. We are having to contend with the Chinese aggression in Ladakh. Similarly, we are also having to contend with the coronavirus. So at this or such times, what happens is we tend to categorize, we tend to typecast nations and nationals. Like China, we think about Pakistan, we always think about brutality, about irrational passion. We think about China, we think about craftiness, persistence, a dogged determination. These are the ways that we are programmed ideologically, socially, cognitively, in order to make sense of the difference of these nations. Similar was the case with Germany during the First World War, because it was branded as the aggressor. By who? By the Allied forces, like Britain, like France, Italy to some extent, and Russia, and at last, the United States of America. Now I go to the next part of my discussion. That is, whom are we talking about? I am talking about John Buchan. When I started my discussion today, I talked about John Buchan and I pointed out him as something. He was a writer, a lawyer, a journalist, a secret service agent, a parliamentarian, and a governor general of Canada. John Buchan was born in 1875 and died after an illustrious life, a very prolific life, in 1940. In 1901, he went to, after completing his education, after completing his education of law, he went to South Africa in the staff of the British High Commission. Then, during the First World War, before that, he also was a director of a publishing company, Thomas Nelson and Sons. These things are important, and I will come back to them. During the First World War, he, from 1917, was the director of information of the Ministry of Information of the British government. Then, after the war, he became the director of the Reuters news agency, the British official news agency. Then he became a parliamentarian. He was always a public figure and never suffered any eclipse, as one of my students has pointed out. And then he became not only the first Baron of Tweedsmuir, but also the Governor General of Canada. So from top to bottom, from start to finish, he was a man of the British establishment. He was a man who dealt with representation in its different ways. He was a journalist, represented news. He was a lawyer, represented criminal cases. He was a secret service agent engaged not only in propaganda but also in spying and counter-espionage, unraveling mysteries representing the ultimate aim of the Allied forces. Then ultimately he became, you remember, the real man of the establishment as a peer. Okay. Now let us move to the next part of the discussion. I am talking about the Richard Hannay series. I have already told you something about it. The 3 novels. Yes, there are other novels featuring Richard Hannay also, but I have only chosen to speak on these 3 novels because they are about the first one. Okay. Now we have to understand certain things about these 3 novels. They have been categorized in different ways, as war fiction, as spy fiction, as modern thrillers. We all know that John Buchan has often been credited as a pioneering figure in the field of writing modern thrillers. But at the same time, as Kate MacDonald has pointed out, these works are also pieces of nationalist propaganda. So now let us go to Richard Hannay, the kind of person, the kind of protagonist that John Buchan deals with. Richard Hannay is a mining engineer of Scottish extraction. He has been to South Africa for a long time in his life. He has now come back to England. He has friends amongst the South Africans. He is bored by the drab staleness of the British Isles at the beginning of the 39 steps. He is someone with, just like John Buchan, his creator, he is someone with a great deal of fondness for the empire, the British Empire, for the imperialist cause. At the same time, he has known and detested the Germans, like many of his British compatriots. And he has a strange gift in unraveling mysteries. Even though he says, I am no kind of a Sherlock Holmes, and I am more of a brigand than a spy, he, that means Richard Hannay, has a queer knack of decoding ciphers. As he says, I can chew on to various clues for hours together and decode them more often than not. Now, let us think about jingoism, because I have talked about jingoist culture. What is jingoism? You may ask. Now, jingoism, if we consider its etymology, comes from the chorus of a song by MacDermot and Hunt, which was usually sung during the Russo-Turkish War of the 1870s, when England engaged in a bloody struggle with Russia, both diplomatically and to some extent militarily, naval. And it is described as an extreme form of aggressive nationalism, which not only establishes the superiority of the mother nation, the self, at the same time it tries to establish the inferiority of the enemy country. So how does this series of novels point out the jingoist culture of Britain at that time. Propaganda is very much there. When I was preparing for today's presentation, I was thinking about something that struck me while reading these novels all those years ago. I thought, and I Googled, I was thinking that John Buchan says so much about German brutalities and is virtually silent about the acts of atrocity perpetrated by the Allied forces. Iska majra kya hai? What's the matter? I found out, I was amazed to know that the British were as filthy, as damnable as the Germans whom they wanted to down. In Mr. Standfast, for example, the narrator Richard Hannay cries foul over the filthy attempt of the Bosch, his name for the Germans, for dropping chemical and germ weapons, biological weapons. But I was amazed to know that at the Western Front itself, in the Battle of Luge, that is very much referred to by Hannay in the second novel, Green Mantle, the British also used mustard gas. They also used chemical weapons. And one of the British generals said that we have to kill more enemies than they kill our soldiers. And for this, we have to imitate our enemies in our choice of weapons. This is something that is the unsaid of the text. And this is something that we must, as readers, think about in order to understand the agenda of John Buchan or his ilk in writing such novels. In drumming up support for the war efforts, not only in Britain, but also also abroad. How could we do it? Again, I am quoting the British establishment. One of the official communiques pointed out that in order to make armies go on killing, we have to invent lies about our enemies. So sometimes representation means othering, not at all times. At least in these novels, it really means so. Okay. Now I may, with an easy conscience, go to the texts, because I have tried to make sense of the conceptual domain of mind. So let me take up selected passages and episodes from the three novels and try to point out how John Buchan or his mouthpiece Richard Hannay tries to represent the Germans, the enemies, the friends, and the neutrals in different ways, in very summary ways, and how this kind of representation sometimes serves the purpose of motivation, sometimes serves the purpose of propaganda, and at other times serves as a ruse. Let me first take up the 39 steps. The first chapter. In a nutshell, this chapter contains both Richard Hannay's frustration and John P. Scudder's many revelations. First of all, because Richard Hannay still considers himself as a colonial, as a South African whose home is the sunny belt of Africa, the Table Mountains and all that. He only thinks about England as soda water standing in the sun for an hour without any fizz. Because the top of the British bores him. He has been invited by British ladies, imperialist ladies, for parties and made to sit with people from Vancouver or from Sydney, with whom he did not have anything in common. But they were clustered together as colonials. They were not from the mother country, they were from various British colonies as parts of the British Empire. So they were, without any sound reason, categorized and pigeonholed together. Some kind of typecasting. Then, in the revelation of John P. Scudder, that when he takes Richard Hannay into his confidence, Scudder actually gives him a lowdown about a German conspiracy. And there he talks about Russians, about the Jews, about the Germans in particular ways. So there is national typecasting. And you must read this novel in order to really understand what I am meaning. Let's think about the third chapter of the novel, The Adventure of the Literary Innkeeper. In an inn, Richard Hannay deciphers the notebook of Scudder and comes to know the damnable conspiracy that is on foot. That is afoot. Sorry. And there, when he is chased by some German operatives of the Blackstone spy organization, he actually makes use of representation as rules. He deliberately lets these German adversaries have a false letter, a fake letter, presumably written by him to somebody important, in which he lets drop certain innocuous details of the conspiracy. And also by telling them via the innkeeper that he has gone along the road in a particular direction, when in reality he is still hiding in the inn. And it's very surprising to know that he always uses words like clever, crafty, efficient. These words are used to point out the Germans. Whereas, in order to point out the British, he talks about intelligence. He talks about a word like spunk. Similarly, you think about another episode. The political meeting at the Masonic Hall, referred to in the 4th chapter of the novel, The Adventure of Radical Candidates. There also, Richard Hannay, now masquerading as Twisden, is considered to be an Australian labor activist because he represents himself in this way in order to gain some respite from the relentless pursuit of the German adversary and also the police of his own land, because he is being suspected of the murder of Skada, whom ultimately the German spies have killed. We all know that for an ordinary individual like yourself or myself or Richard Hannay for that matter, it is impossible to determine the course of history. For this, Richard Hannay has to get in contact with the high and the mighty, with the establishment. And he chooses his backer. Actually, Sir Harry chooses him for Richard Hannay. Sir Bullivant, the permanent secretary of the War Office. In chapter 7, the dry fly fisherman, Richard Hannay comes in contact with this official and tries to convince him about the substantiality of the accusation of the conspiracy. And then in the next chapter, this is the most important chapter of the novel, the coming of the Black Stone. You see, one of the German spies represents himself, disguises himself, this is important, as the first Sea Lord and comes to know of very, very important naval secrets in a secret conference between the French and the British. And this is ultimately foiled by Richard Hannay. How and why? Because he can see through the way these Germans are trying to represent themselves, the way they are trying to represent to their pursuers, the British intelligence service, about their likely course of action, whereas they are going to take a totally different course of action. Let us come to the second novel in a nutshell, because I don't want to overstay my point. Green Mantle is again about an official engagement that the now soldier, the now Major Richard Hannay receives from Bullivant. Harry Bullivant, Sir Bullivant's now dead son, was another secret. And he had by chance come to know about a German plot of fomenting the jihad by fanning the religious sentiments of the Muslims the world over against the Allied force. And that is why they were sponsoring and promoting a seer, a prophet called Green Mantle or Kaba-e-Harari. And 3 clues, Kasserine, Cancer, and VI, were not enough for any ordinary spy of the Scotland Yard or the British military intelligence to unearth the real motive of the Germans. So Hannay is coming here. He picks as his friend and colleague Sandy Arbuthnot, and he is given another American spy as a companion, that is John Scantlebury Brand. And by chance he meets and foregathers with his own friend Peter Pienaar. Now, in the first chapter, when the mission is proposed to Richard Hannay, he is told by Bullivant about the German plot. And in this conversation, we get to see how jingoist culture and nationalist ideology build up a particular convincing case against the German menace, pointing out the Germans and their war aims in the blackest light possible. Similarly, you see, in the second chapter, Blanchard talks about the Germans as very crafty in the feline game, but at a loss or awkward in finding out the naked bluff. And that is what they would like to utilize against the Germans. He says, Scantlebury Blanchard says that as a race they wear spectacles. They need some kind of order, some kind of predictability in order to operate. So they will catch anyone on the road or on the railroad. But in the open country, they will be at a loss. So they lack, according to these missionaries, these spies, they lack the broader vision. They are efficient. Similarly, you will see that in this particular text, during the journey that Peter Pienaar and Richard Hannay undertake, they reflect about the way the Germans have, through their allies Austrians, betrayed the Serbians, almost domesticated the Bulgarians and the Hungarians, and also duped the Turks. He is very loudmouthed so far as German atrocities are concerned. But about the allied forces, he keeps mum. In chapter 7, there is an episode in which Richard Hannay, now under the guise of Cornelius Brandt, a Dutch man, a Boer, an Afrikaner, from one of the Mauritius men, he meets the German emperor, the Kaiser. And there you get to see the German perspective also. The Kaiser says how the British are responsible for the shedding of so much sacred human blood. But surprisingly, even the German perspective is mediated by the British perspective, because it is ultimately Richard Hannay and at his back, John Buchan, the establishment man, who is mediating even the German perspective. Similarly, in the second half of the novel, we'll see another very important German operative, Hilda von Einem, along with his her brutal friend Ulrich von Stumm. They, in their different ways, are trying to manufacture some kind of jihad. But ultimately, the propaganda aspect of this novel comes to the fore when we see how Richard Hannay and his associates comes to defeat this plot. we have come to the fag end of the discussion. Let us briefly talk about the third novel of the series, Mr. Standfast. There also, we will see how Blantyre, Bullivant, the Scotland Yard man, MacGillivray, Richard Hannay, and Moxon Ivory, who is actually, not ultimately, it has become a mannerism, sorry, who is actually the Graf Otto von Schwabing, a soldier, a dandy from the German Imperial Guard, and the master spy, or the spy master. How they always try to project their own nationalist ideology in order to project the other nation as inferior, as brutal, as fit subject for discrimination. And this is what is pointed out in this particular series of novels. So, in the final analysis, we may say that the jingoist cultures give birth to a series of post-truths that operate on the basis of rational typecasting of the enemy, of the neutrals, and also of the allies, in order to further the propaganda aims of the British government, the propaganda aims of the Director of Information of the then British government, John Buchan. Thank you. If you have any questions or comments.
Yes, sir. Hello. That was an excellent presentation, sir. Now I invite you all to ask questions if you have any. You can post your questions in the chat box and we will convey them to the speaker. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are perfectly audible.
শিল্পী শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
Let me check the chat box. Hello, Shubhobrat sir. I guess you have some question, I guess. Please unmute yourself. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Dr. Amit Bhattacharya, thank you for this excellent presentation. So I would like you to say something about the politics of representation, especially with reference to the question of race.
The politics of representation with reference to?
Race, issue of race, because it has become very contemporary nowadays, especially with reference to race.
No, I couldn't get it.
Studies and racism, you are working on disability studies and racism. I would like to know from you your views on the representation, politics of representation, especially with reference to race.
with reference to gaze.
Race, sir. R-A-C-E. Race. It's
Oh,
race, sir.
race. Yes. Okay, thank you for this question. Actually, you know, any kind of national typecasting always has an ethnic dimension to it. You know, when we categorize others or otherize people, one of the most important reasons for that is race, is ethnicity that subsumes race, religion, caste, etc. Now, you know, in the case of race, there are both physical and mental features that anthropologists have often touted. Because, you know, from the birth of nationalism onwards, race has become one of the dominating factors in the project and process of otherization. So you will see that in all these novels by John Buchan that I have talked about, the Germans are made fun of for their bullet-shaped heads, for their bulging necks, for their enormous girth, and even Scantlebury Blanchard becomes so sexist when he says that I don't want to be impolite about the female species of our kind, but you know, the German variety often reminds me of well-fed cows. So, and how they are being categorized as the Teuton, as the Hun, as the Bosch, and that racial feature is being denounced as one of the most important motivating factors for their aggressive nationalism. In Greenmantle, for example, during one encounter between Richard Hannay, now masquerading as Cornelius Brandt, and his two hosts, Bonstum and Gaudian, a very important and very kindly German engineer. Here he says, for the first time I found that there is something peculiar about the German race. They were motivated by a curious collective nationalism that was at once great and dangerous. So, otherization here is greatly motivated by racializing the others. And you will see not only about Germans, about the Turks, and you think about, yes, another episode comes to my mind. When Hussein, a Turk, talks about the Kurds, because the Kurds were being helpful to the Germans in pursuing Sandy Arbuthnot and his party. Sandy Arbuthnot, if you read the story, you will know, is now masquerading as the Green Mantle. The real prophet Green Mantle has died. And Hilda von Einem, in order to further her own aims, has now made Sandy, who is masquerading as a Muslim, now Hilda von Einem is making him masquerade as Green Mantle. So, when he is shot at by the Kurds and the Germans, Hussein the Turk says only a dog of a Kurd can shoot at the Kaaba al-Harari. So, the ethnic dimension is never outside the purview of this kind of typecasting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your response. This is the explanation of the things. Thank you, sir.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Hello. Sir, there is a question.
Yes.
Sir, do you think the politics of representation, I mean typecasting of jingoistic culture, has some connection with the British policy of generating imperialistic and nationalistic discourses in literature?
Well, it's a good question, but yes, nationalism was one part of the British imperialist project. Throughout the Victorian age, we see a construction of the Britishness as something superior, something to be coveted. If on the one hand it was manifested by the almost an official project of writing about British history, people like Henty, people like Stevenson, people like Scott before them, they were all writing about British history and in a way trying to justify the British way, trying to glorify the British past. And even John Buchan talks about the elder England in many cases in these novels. So, jingoist culture is very much a part of the imperialist project. Because if you don't otherize the colonies, if you don't otherize your enemies and your adversaries, your opponents, your competitors, then obviously for such a small country like the United Kingdom, it would not have been possible to establish a worldwide empire. And this is what in chapter 15 of Mr. Standfast, the chapter is titled John Blantyre Discourses on Love and War. This thing is pointed out, even though in a guarded, officially sanctioned way, whereby the American outsider, but an ally, tries to point out the greatness of the British national aim. And because this was very important in order to fight the Germans, who were going all out, bald-headed for victory.
Thank you, sir. I forgot to say, sir, it was a question from Tamal Ghosh.
Okay.
So thank
Any
you
other
also,
questions?
Tamal. Sir, at present, there is no such question.
Okay. You may sum up the session then.
Hello? Okay, sir. Thank you then. Thanks a lot. It was an excellent presentation. And once again, thank you, sir.
Okay, it was really a pleasure for me to actually come and address you virtually because, you know, both the collaborating departments, you know, of Mazdia College, Sudhiranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya and Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women, they are not new to me. In fact, I have students and well-wishers in both the departments, people like Shubhayu Chakraborty and Shuddha. I know you intimately for a long time, so it was really a pleasure for me. So with this, I again sign off by thanking you.
Thank you, sir. Hello. As I see, the second speaker, Professor Banibrata Mohanto, has already arrived, has already joined with us. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Shilpi. Good morning.
Now, it's my pleasant duty to introduce Professor Banibrata Mohanto to the audience. Professor Banibrata Mohanto teaches English literature at Banaras Hindu University. He has been working in the area of Indian writing in English, the development of Indian nationalist thought and literary theory, especially disability theory. His recent works include Contemporary and Evolving Paradigms and contributions to the forthcoming volumes titled Hinduism and Tribal Religions, edited by Sharma and Jain and Khanna, and published from Springer, which is a part of the Encyclopedia of Indian Religions, Transcultural Humanities in South Asia, Critical Essays on Literature and Culture, published by Routledge, and Heroes and Hero Making Across Genres, published also by Routledge. His earlier works include two books titled Joseph Conrad, The Gothic Imagination and Disability Studies, and Introduction. He has also written and edited self-learning print material for distance education students. An occasional translator, he translates poetry and fiction from Bengali and Hindi into English. He has contributed to an anthology of disability short stories from India titled Retrieving Rejected Bodies, edited by Prasad and Shati under consideration with Bloomsbury. His English translation of the Hindi novel Lavanya Devi is due for publication soon. So, this is the short biography of Professor Mohanto. I request you, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Shilpi, and a very good morning to all those who are present here. I'll begin by, since I wasn't present for the introductory session, I'll begin by acknowledging Dr. Somnath Bandyopadhyay, teacher in charge of Sudhiranjan Lahiri College, Dr. Lana Mukhopadhyay from RBC College of Women, the principal, I guess, the previous speaker, Professor Amit Bhattacharya, University of Gaur-Bongo, and all my fellow travelers in English literature who are part of this event today, particularly the teachers from this college and students and delegates. Well, I was thinking whether I would be saying good afternoon or good morning, but I think we can comfortably say good morning. We can wish each other good morning because, it's just 11:20. It's part of, it's my privilege to be part of this national seminar on the politics of representation, a literary perspective, organized by the departments of English of the two colleges, Sudhiranjan Lahiri College and Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event, especially Dr. Shilpi Boshak, whom I first met after a session I took in a refresher course in the University of Lucknow earlier this year, I guess, Shilpi, right? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
It was in November 2019.
Okay, November 2019, fine.
Yes, sir.
So, just under a year. Now, when Shilpi mailed me a couple of weeks back to invite me for this seminar, she asked me whether I could recall our brief meeting. In fact, I remember having told her that shared roots create shared memories. As a Probashi, I remember every such meeting with fondness because it reconnects me to my roots, as does literature. And these were exactly the thoughts on my mind as I was mailing Shilpi back. In fact, the germ of my talk today, titled Lost / Found in Translation, Representing Disability in Literature, emerged out of these thoughts. I made up my mind then to talk about my experiences as reader and translator, of an area which is called disability studies. So I'll speak about reading a Bangla text and translating it from Bangla to English, in keeping with the topic of the seminar, and also with a view to add to what it proposes to discuss. I'll speak about reading and translating the text from one particular perspective, that is of disability studies. Okay. And I will do that through my discussions about my experience of translating a Tagore short story titled Shubha, which most of you must be familiar with. Just let me share my screen so that so this is my title. Is this visible to everybody? The PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
And am I visible as well? No issues?
Yes, sir. Both
Okay.
your power present and you are absolutely visible and
Thank
audible.
you. Okay. So Lost, Found in Translation, Representing Disability in Literature. Now, so the two layers of representing. So when I am reading the text, I am talking of representation of disability in literature. And when I am translating the text, I will be talking of representing what Tagore has presented in Shubha. So those are the two layers which I want to clarify. Now, I chose this particular story to illustrate the issues that arise in reading and translating a disability themed story, because I feel that, in fact, it must be a story that many of you would have read, and that would make it easier for you to follow the issues that I want to flag in my talk today. For those of you who haven't read the story, I'll give you a very brief outline so that you can follow the discussion. Shubha is a short story by Rabindranath Tagore about its eponymous protagonist. So the protagonist is also titled Shubha. Her full name is Subhashini. Her bhalo naam is Subhashini, and she is the youngest of three sisters born into a reasonably well-off family in a small Bengal village. The story is about her disability, which is basically her inability to speak. She cannot speak. It is also about how socio-cultural perceptions of disability impact a young girl's life, and how ultimately patriarchy and normalcy prevail over individual realities. The story details how social stigmatization of disability and parental anxiety resulting from it can ultimately, ultimately led Shubha's father to arrange a marriage for her in Kolkata, which he did by hiding from the prospective groom and his family the fact that Shubha could not speak. So he married off his daughter to a family, in Kolkata. And he did not tell the family or the groom that his daughter could not speak. Now, after the marriage is arranged, Shubha is taken away from the village and married off, and her parents return to their village. They think that their duties as the parent of a grown-up girl is fulfilled. Okay, so Shubha is married off, but ultimately, the twist in the story is that the story ends with her husband marrying a second time after he and his family realize that Shubha cannot speak. What happens to Shubha is left unsaid. Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with what disability studies is, but just to give you a very brief idea about disability studies in 5 or 6 sentences, so that those of you who are uninitiated into the field will know what I'm talking about. You see, just like race, class, sex, and then sexuality, gender, and then sexuality, race is, disability is supposed to be the next coordinate of marginalization that is being investigated after gender, after race, after sexuality. Okay. So people who are doing disability studies feel that disability is also an axis of marginalization, like gender, like sexuality, like race and ethnicity. Now, the next point about disability studies is that up to the early 20th century, disabilities was largely looked at from the religious and the medicalized perspective. So on one hand, there was the cultural perspective or religious perspective, we can say that disability is, something that happens to you because you have been, it is the result of your karma, or it is the punishment that God has given you, or it is something that God has given you to test you as a human being. That is one line of thought. The other line of thought, which comes in with the rise of science, is that disability is basically, a medical condition which can be rectified, which can be treated, and people can either be made all right, or they risk being sidelined. Okay. Now this continues up to the early 20th century, when disability becomes a kind of activist issue in a big way, and from there it enters academics also. Disability studies scholars feel that looking at disability either as a curse or as a test, or in medical terms as a lack, is a very limiting idea of disability. Disability, like all other phenomena in recent times, has to be looked at culturally. So you have to look at the fact that disability is a cultural construction, in the sense that a person might not have the use of his lower limbs, his legs or her legs. Okay, but the fact that he or she cannot go up to the first floor of a building is because of the construction of stairs by society, which caters to a dominant perspective. If there were alternative ways of going up to the first floor, the person would not have been disabled. Okay, so this idea locates disability in society, in cultures. Okay, and it says that what the person has is impairment, and what society imposes over and above that impairment is disability. Right. Now, I hope that this brief introduction to what disability is and how it should be looked at from the cultural social perspective will give you some insight into how I'm reading this text in light of the seminar theme of the issues, the problems of representation in literary texts. So to begin with this short story was first published in 1893. And the first translation of this Tagore short story was done in 1901 by the noted poet Jyotindra Mohan Bagchi. Since then, there have been numerous translations of the story. So the first question that I want to, want you to ask me, and I want to answer, is why did I need to translate a story that has been translated 50 times already? What is to be gained from this exercise? The reason is, my friends, that the numerous new studies, especially in the second half of the 20th century, which interrogate earlier constructions or perceptions of disability and of ableism, which is the privileging of the able-bodied, needs to be incorporated into any translation of a disability themed story. Okay. Now, any translation which is done today by somebody who is into disability studies, will be better informed in terms of the following issues. Number one, what is how does disability studies look at the dichotomy between the non-disabled and the disabled? Number two, it is more aware of the power structures which marginalize the disabled. Number three, it also is more sensitive, to language that is used to describe or characterize disability. And number four, it is better equipped, disability studies perspectives are better equipped to identify and analyze cultural constructions of disability. So therefore, the strategies of rereading and translating the text today could provide an alternative to the romanticized description of Shubha or the sympathetically patriarchal attitude and ableist perspective of the original story, as well as that of some earlier translations. Now, friends, the question that I want to ask you is, I hope most of you are familiar with the story of Shubha or have got the drift of what the story is about. Is there any issue there? You can quickly drop a few messages so that I'm assured that you are, in sync with what I'm saying. Anyway, there are no responses. I do hope that I'm carrying the audience with me and there is no glitch of any kind. Fine. Okay. Okay, so, if we look at the history of the translation of Shubha, the gender perspective has been addressed in some excellent translations of the story in the recent past, like the translations by Supriya Chaudhuri or the translation by Shurmishta Panja. But my contention is that the disability perspective has not yet been factored into any translation. A comparative assessment of the translations of Shubha from the feminist and the disability perspectives can lead to interesting insights. Now, in today's talk, my plan is to put together 5 or 6 important observations about the text, my translation of it, and to exemplify how disability is represented and how I represent it in translation, thus familiarizing you with the broad contours of the issues that disability studies deals with as I analyze the text and its translation. So let me start with the issues there. Begins I have just taken small clips of the story so that we can discuss it together. So this is the first part of the story. The girl's name is Subhashini. Okay. Now her 2 elder sisters are called Sukeshini and Suhasini, and therefore, in keeping with the rhyming of the names, the smaller sister was called Shubhashini. This is how the story begins. Now, the word Subhashini comprises of the prefix Shu, which means good or very good, bhalo, uttam, okay, and the gendered stem Bhashini, meaning user of language, female. Okay, so the word Subhashini means someone who is pleasant in speech or soft spoken. Now, just moving on to the translation of the story that I do, I say that little did he know while naming her Subhashini that she would be someone who is mute. Her two elder sisters were named Sukeshini and Suhashini, and her father, yielding to the appeal of rhyme, named the youngest one Subhashini. Now everyone calls her Shubha. Now, while the practice of having two names for a person is very common in Bengali culture, is prevalent in Bengali culture, so there is the Bhalo Naam and the Dark Naam, but the inherent irony of the formal name and the import of how it is shortened, clipped, in a way that does away with the part which connotes the use of language. Okay. Now, that needs to be detailed for it to be fully understood by a reader when I am translating the text. Now, Indian readers beyond Bengal, those acquainted with Sanskrit or Hindi, will grasp the meaning of the name and therefore the irony, whether intended or otherwise, of how the name is shortened to do away with the part connoting speech. But when I translate it, I would probably need to gloss it. The next issue, and a very important issue at that immediately comes up, is how to translate the word boba. Now, Tagore uses the word boba. The choice for me as translator is between dumb, number one, and mute, number two. Now, while Shupriya Chaudhary, in her translation of the word of the story, uses the word dumb throughout, Shormishtha Paja uses the word dumb and mute interchangeably. As a disability studies researcher, I think that the word mute is preferable to dumb because the word dumb has implications of inability, of stupidity that are culturally attached to it in English usage. And therefore, if I use that word, then what will happen is that I am probably automatically in translating, imputing a prejudice to the character, imputing a color to the character, which is not there in the text, but which comes into play in translation. Now, this is also symptomatic of how language has been used to stigmatize and marginalize disability since the earliest times. Now, if you look at the words dumb, deaf, blind, and the way they are used in society, you will see that all of these words are used to show up or used to point to lack, okay, or is used to criticize, is used in ways that make attach a lot of negative value to the disabled. So the blind leading the deaf. Are you blind? Are you deaf to what I am saying? Okay. The word dumb we have already discussed. Okay. So this kind of usages are what disability studies sensitizes people to. So therefore, the choice between dumb and mute is very important. Let us move on to the next issue. What do the vicissitudes of Shubha's life stem out of? Okay, what are her problems? Is her problem the fact that she could not speak? Or is her problem the reactions of family and society to her disability? Now, the story details this very clearly. The story details her birth and early life, describing how her disability, its stigmatization in society, and parental anxiety determine Shubha's life course. Okay, look at slide 3, the next paragraph here. If you look at paragraph 3 and paragraph 4, paragraph 3 details what her neighbors and other villagers thought, and paragraph 4 details what her mother thought. Now, this is how I translate it. Not everyone can understand that if a person cannot speak, he or she can still feel. Insistent and insensitive solicitousness about Shubha's future, often in her hearing, pained her. Okay, so Shubha could not speak, but she could hear, she could feel. Nobody seemed to be taking care of that when they were discussing what would happen to her. Since her childhood, the pattern of questions and concerns left Shubha in no doubt that her birth was God's curse on her parents. As a result, she tried to remain away from everybody's eyes. What a relief it would be if people forgot about her, she thought. But can anyone forget grief? Try as she might, she was ever present in her parents' mind like a throbbing pain that refuses to go away. Now, the solicitousness, the insistent solicitousness of the village community who come and talk of Shubha's future and their observations about her disability lead to restricting Shubha's individual identity solely in terms of her disability. Okay. It is similar to the way that whenever we see a person with disabilities on the street, okay, we call them that blind boy or that crippled girl, okay, in a way fixing that person's identity in terms of that person's disability. Okay. Now, Shubha is also reduced to a single identity and forced to think of herself as a curse. Now, the idea of disability as curse is linked to the idea of karma as the spiritual principle of cause and effect, which in turn is linked to rebirth. So all of us know this cycle. So if you do punya karma, you accumulate merits, and pap karma leads to punishments in the next birth. Now, this belief complicates perceptions about disability. If rebirth and how you are reborn is decided by karma, it means that disability is something which is brought about by the actions of the disabled people themselves, or probably by people close to them. It is the result of the pap karma committed in the previous birth. Okay, Bidhatar Obhishap, as Tagore refers to it. So, ideas of the inevitability of disability, punishment, and the divine retribution, thus come in, leading to disabled characters becoming resigned in their acceptance of disability and of their lot, of their fate. Okay, and therefore they do not voice themselves about societal or familial injustices. So Shubha in the story is also very passive. She accepts her lot and is completely unresistant to everything that happens to her. The next issue pertains to the last paragraph on this slide, you see. What does the last paragraph say? It says that the mother especially looked at the daughter as a flaw in her own self, as mothers view daughters more as part of themselves than sons. Any deficiency in the daughter is seen as a personal failing and cause for shame. Banikonto, which is the father's name, seemed to love his daughter more than his other daughters, but his wife considered Shubha to be a blemish on her motherhood and remained resentful of her. Now, this speaks a lot about the social conditions of the times in which the story is set, and even today. One, children are assets for the future. Children's lives are responsibilities to be fulfilled by the parents. Okay. And within this, there is also the hierarchy of the male child being preferred to the female child. So number one, Shubha is a girl. Number two, she is a disabled girl, and therefore her mother is doubly unhappy with her. If it were a disabled boy, she would probably have been less unhappy. That seems to be the contention here. So female children with disabilities are looked at, as greater liabilities by many parents because of the difficulties that are faced in getting them married, in negotiating, so many other things. So even an innocuous word like bhavishyat or more powerful words like hriday bhar carry the baggage of cultural expectation and disappointment conjoined with disability, and therefore, it makes it difficult to translate these words without annotation. So number one, as a reader, as a disability studies reader, I understand the implications of these words. As a translator, merely the literal translation of hriday bhar or bhavishyat is not enough. It has many layers in this, in how it is written. So Bani Kontho's wife is a woman in rural 19th century India, and she is the mother of a daughter who cannot speak, and therefore she is particularly disempowered, and therefore she is very irritable and harsh on Shubha. Now, please refer to the second paragraph on the next slide, not the first paragraph, and we will discuss that. Now, Bani Kontho is described as affluent, but his daughter's disability is a challenge to his social status. So in the story, he is a very well-off person. He has his own house, his own pukur, his own artchala, and so many other things. He has trees in his orchard. But, his daughter's disability puts everything on the line. As Shubha enters adolescence, pressure mounts from all sides and people start pressurizing Bani Kontho to marry his daughter. How can an adolescent girl, remain unmarried in Bengal or in India of those times? Shubha's parents felt the full weight of the villagers' censorious comments of their daughter. She was almost past marriageable age. Marriageable age in those days was the early onset of adolescence. And she was as yet unmarried, still residing with her parents. And, because of this, there was the possibility that the parents would be socially ostracized. Now, Tagore's use of the word ninda in the paragraph which I have just pointed out could either mean, censure or calumny or both. While talk of social ostracization, that is aghore kora, seems to point to the former, the possibility of the latter cannot be denied, as a girl past her marriageable age in that time and place was scandalous in itself. Also, Bani Kontho being well off, he had no dearth of adversaries who were looking for an opportunity to run him down. It is in this context that the untranslatability and full social impact of a word like this one, Konna Bhargrasto, can be realized. Now, this discussion is preceded by a description of Shubha's romantic longing for the worthless Pratap, who is the village vagabond. Every village has one person who is a vagabond, who does nothing in his own home and who is doing odd jobs all over the village. So Pratap is one such in the village in which Shubha lives. So this discussion about Shubha's marriage is preceded by Shubha's romantic longings for the worthless vagabond Pratap and the awakening of sexual desires as she transitions into womanhood. Now, this is a particularly sensitive part of the story, and I want you to look at the descriptions, that Tagore gives. I'll read out to you my English translation, and then I will tell you why this is so important. So look at the poetry that suffuses this description. Shubha is gradually growing up. She is starting to experience herself. Like a tumultuous current urged forward by the full moon, an inexplicably new consciousness bursts into her soul and inundates her. She looks at herself, thinks about it, asks herself about it, unable to comprehend what is happening. She has no one to talk to. She cannot discuss it with anyone. Her communication with her mother is very limited. Unable to sleep, afraid of herself, she surreptitiously opens the bedroom door, only to be confronted by an equally wakeful moon shining over a sleeping world. Like the mysteries of youth, its joys and its sadnesses, drenching in its light the farthest stretches of loneliness and beyond, yet simmering and silent, unable to utter a word. And the anxious, yearning girl stands at the fringes of this anxious, desperate nature. This is how I translate these lines from Tagore. And why I emphasize them is that considering the time in which it was written, the description is significant on account of Tagore's bringing up the issue of female sexuality. As readers, we realize that it is adolescent sexuality that Tagore is talking about because children were married early in those days. Okay. It acquires still more significance today when we see it in the context of the sexlessness that is ascribed to disabled people even in contemporary times. My dear friends, when we talk of disabled people, the idea of disabled people's identity is largely asexual. Their sexuality is largely absent in all perceptions of the disabled. Although it's a very, random example that I want to give you, it will serve the purpose well. If you look at the washrooms in your institution, you will their labeling gives you a fair idea of how the disabled are looked at. So you have the men's, you have the men's washrooms, you have the women's washrooms, and you have the disabled people's washrooms. Okay. So disabled means that no gender, no classification is necessary. They are asexual or sexless. So in that sense, this talk about Shubha's let us say sexuality is very, very important. It gives us an important perspective to disability as it is being talked of today, that disabled people also have normal, let us not use the word normal in the medical sense, have urges, have feelings, have emotions, have yearnings like any other people. We need to factor that in our readings of characters with disability. This also brings us to another very important issue. Shubha's connection with Pratap tells us a lot about prevailing disability perceptions of those times. The good-for-nothing Pratap is the only person outside her family with whom Shubha can establish a rapport. Okay. Now, why is Pratap the only person with whom Shubha can establish a rapport? Because he is worthless in conventional society. Because he is worthless in conventional society, therefore he has the time or the inclination or the space for befriending Shubha. All people who are, who have some worth in conventional society, by implication, are people who are busy with their own, activities, and therefore do not have the time to waste in befriending Shubha. That is the message that the story gives out. Conversely, then, he is also the only person whom Shubha can befriend. Now, the bond between the two is very tender. It is wordless but very tender. but that even this bond cannot come to fruition tells its own tale. Pratap calls her Shu, and on another occasion Shubhi, indicative of extra affection. Shubha also responds, when she comes out to watch him fishing in the afternoon and sits silently while he is fishing. Okay, she prepares pan for him, the story says. But while Shubha's feelings for Pratap are like those of a woman for her lover, Pratap's attitude to her is affectionate and asexual. I would have said sisterly, but the text does not support that. And this asexual affection is something which I just discussed. You cannot have sexual feelings for disabled people, or disabled people cannot have sexual feelings in themselves. Shubha's passivity, her inability to act, and her acquiescence to be acted upon are all the defining dynamics of her life course. And what are the determinants? Disability compounded by gender. As a disabled person, she cannot speak. And because she is a woman, she also cannot speak. So she has to remain silent, she has to remain acquiescent, and she has to follow whatever society determines for her. The next issue. Animals, if you can look at the passage which I have just put up on the slide next. Animals are described as having greater understanding than humans. Shubha is shown to communicate with the cows in her house, with a goat and a kitten. These are her only, friends apart from Pratap. Now, there is a lot of empathy if you read the passage with which this friendship is portrayed, but this empathy is very condescending when I look at it as from the disability studies perspective. Shubha is restless in the human world. She is only at peace when she is communicating with animals. Okay. This romanticized presentation seems to have the subtext that, she is dissociated from all that is normal and human. And the only kinship that she can have is with societal misfits, with outcasts, and with animals. Think about it, friends. So that seems to be the subtext of the story, because those seem to be the only creatures who seem to connect with her and who do not judge her, and she seems to connect with them. So what is established in the framework of the story is that there is less space available to the protagonist to develop in a normal human world. Tagore, speaking out for Shubha, attempts to put this right. Okay. And the narration about language and its relation to Shubha are worth quoting at length. Please look at this passage. Okay. And you will see that there is a kind of romanticization of the fact that Shubha cannot speak. Tagore says, and I translate it thus, whatever state of mind we express through words is constructed. The second para on the slide. The result of conscious effort, not unlike the act of translation. So it is here that my translation, Tagore's story, and Tagore's translation of Tagore's idea of translation as the putting of words to emotions comes through. Okay, so he says that whatever state of mind we express through words is constructed, the result of conscious effort, not unlike the act of translation. The effort may not be appropriate. Worse, it might be incorrect too at times. So when we put words to our emotions, they may be, words may not be able to capture fully what we feel. Then he says, but black eyes do not need any translation. They candidly reflect the soul, and feelings and emotions unfold and recede on them without any mediator, burning brightly on some occasions, wan like the dimming moonlight on others, or sometimes flashing out like lightning in all directions. Tagore seems to be arguing that the use of words is a translation in itself, as it involves the conscious act of putting what we want to express in words. And that is conscious and deliberate, and therefore not as spontaneous or as pure as the emotions themselves. And then he says that a person who cannot speak and thus cannot use words is better off in terms of the fidelity of what she or he wants to express. I have problems with this kind of a description. This romanticizes Shubha's inability to speak. It is repeated on more than one occasion in the story. Just preceding the lines that I have just discussed above, you can see that Shubha is described as not having words but two big, dark, long-lashed eyes. Okay, so she has these beautiful eyes and lips which quivered, albeit mutely, at the slightest hint of any emotion, like the newborn leaves of a plant, is how I transfer it. So she has expressive eyes, quivering lips. Okay. Tagore reiterates the depth of the language of her eyes. Okay. All this, seems to be a kind of stereotyping, a kind of balancing that Tagore engages in, wherein he seems to suggest that her expressive eyes compensate for her inability to speak. Now, I'm not criticizing Tagore. I'm just telling you that this is what Tagore says at the beginning, that her eyes express pure emotion and they more than compensate for her inability to speak. Does he say the same thing towards the end? That is what I'm, going to take you to. So, pressure mounting on all sides, it is decided that Shubha will be taken to Calcutta, okay, to be married off. The arrangement of her marriage and the way she is married off is very, very sad, the description. The way Banikonto goes to arrange the marriage of his daughter in Calcutta, the way he hides from the prospective groom and his family the fact that his daughter cannot speak, and once she is married off, leaves her and comes back to Kolkata thinking that, okay, now my caste is saved, now people will not ostracize me, and my duties as the parent of a grown-up daughter are fulfilled. Okay, these are very ironical. He has just abandoned his daughter to unknown people, and he has come back, to his village without a qualm. The poignant depiction of the diminution of Shubha's character, her emotions, and even her very existence is complete when her parents finally decide that they have fulfilled their duty by abandoning her after arranging her marriage in Kolkata. The words used in the description of the process of showing the prospective groom to the prospective bride to the groom's family are very telling. The way Shubha is seen by the groom and his family is depicted in terms of words and phrases like sacrificial animal. The word Tagore uses is bolir poshu, examining, porikha, and investigation, nirikhon, and can be fathomed in its complete social and emotional aspect only by the Indian psyche. So there is this cultural specificity which needs to be taken care of while reading and translating. So Shubha is married off, and her parents return to their village, their duties, as parents of a grown-up girl fulfilled, threat on caste identity warded off, and afterlife saved. So if they hadn't married their daughter, their afterlife would have been in jeopardy. Now that they have got her married, their afterlife is saved. Very ironic. The story ends with the husband marrying a second time after he and his family realize that Shubha is dumb. The nonchalant way in which Tagore mentions the second marriage The economy of how the story ends is in stark contrast to the turbulence which will subsequently ensue in her life. The narrative is left open-ended. The translation has to take into account the cultural specificity of the incident, as well as the apathy and impassivity of social attitudes towards disability. Now, some leads to how I would sum up the main points in the story. So this is the ending. You see, we will come to this in a moment. So let us look at the main points in the story. While the original Bangla story is apparently a poignant depiction of Shubha's feelings, emotions, and existence, the story in general and the ending in particular point to Tagore's reliance on disability as a narrative device for the narrative punch with which the story ends. Okay, so the disability does not become so much of an issue in itself as it becomes the narrative device which makes the ending power-packed. So Shubha's inability to speak is the pivot of the story, but what the story presupposes is ability. Looked at from this perspective, Shubha's disability in the story is less an issue in itself and more a locus that leads to a 19th century elicitation, 19th century humanist elicitation of sympathy, moralizing, and finally pity for Shubha's predicament, feelings which the reader unquestioningly internalizes. When you read it, you feel sympathy, you feel pity for the disabled character, as society has been feeling for centuries now. But it does not lead to interrogating a lot of things. The second point is, the lesser space, as I pointed out, available to the disabled character in a normal human world, the privileges of being an able-bodied person and the disadvantages of being a disabled person. Number two, social stigma, which you have just seen in terms of how the villagers function. The personal as well as, familial issues that accompany disability, which is complicated by the position of the subject of the story, the fact that she is a woman, and the intersectional ground between patriarchy and ableism. Now, with a disappointed mother who looks at Shubha as a deformity in herself, so the mother looks at Shubha's deformity as her own deformity, her own failing. Shubha has no one to guide her as she grapples with adolescence and the changes that it brings about in her. I'll admit that Tagore depicts Shubha's confusions about adolescence with great sensitivity. That it is unstated, unfulfilled, and inconsequential, Shubha's feelings, that tells its own tale. These issues, as I have highlighted, acquire still more significance when we see it in the context of the sexlessness ascribed to disabled people even today. Shubha is shown to communicate better with animals than with humans. She is at peace. She is restless in the human world. She is at peace only when she is connecting to these animals and to Pratha. So this, as I stated earlier too, the implication of this seems to be that for the disabled, kinship is possible only with animals, with societal misfits, with outcasts who are outside the pale of normal human society. Now, the idea of disability as a lack is gradually worked into the texture of the story. Now, I told you that initially Tagore is saying that her not being able to speak is not a lack. But if you look at the texture of the story, you will see that gradually Tagore is highlighting in different ways how, disability is a lack. Okay. I look at it as languageless Shubha being translated into language by Tagore in terms of what is standard and what is not, then she is located in her marginalized position. Her inability to speak is initially glorified when Tagore speaks of how emotions do not need any translation, as I just pointed out to you. However, the fact that translation is necessary, however, the fact that speech is necessary becomes evident at the close of the story when Tagore describes her predicament in the following words. My friends, this is, what I want to draw your attention to. You see this part. Her eyes had said everything that she wanted to. It was not her fault that nobody understood their language. So her eyes are very expressive. They can say everything, but who will understand her? She looked all around to be understood, but those familiar faces who understood her language were not there anymore. So, from the initial glorification of her inability to speak to this inability finally becoming the reason for her predicament, her final predicament, Tagore, both literally and metaphorically, this story, not Tagore, highlights the untranslatability or the limited translatability of the reality of disability, both in terms of language, that is in terms of Shubha being mute, as well as in terms of the larger ableist context of the world. My friends, it is here that the role of the translator and translation become very important. How does one translate the unwritten? Disability realities and experiences which have been perceived and recorded through the dominant ableist perspectives. The disabled and their experiences have largely been a private domain impacted by dominant public perspectives. How does the translator engage with this dominant perspective, and how does he grapple with the unwritten? How does this language affect disability identity? How does one deal with ableist connotations of disability words which have limiting or negative or derogatory connotations? Or with the language language of ableism in general, especially idioms and sayings of negative import? How does, as I'm trying to do, how does one translate disability experiences cross-culturally? That is, how can the Indian experience be understood better in translation in global English and its readers? The act of translating here becomes recuperative. That is what I want to underscore at the end of my presentation. The act of translation here becomes recuperative. Silences are recovered, negative perceptions are written back to, and oppressions are brought to the fore, they are highlighted. That is the job of the translator of a disability story, my friends. We have to recover the silences, we have to write back to negative perceptions, and we have to highlight, bring to fore the oppressions. These are some of the issues that one is led into as one attempts to translate Tagore's Shubha in the contemporary cultural context and in consonance with ideas and the expectations which have developed in the time that has elapsed between the writing of the text and its translation today. So translation then of a disability story becomes a very, very political act. I would like to end by putting on record the fact that this talk draws extensively from three sources. One, first is my presentation at the 2017 Translating Disability Workshop at JNU. Two, my paper on the same topic published in 2019. And thirdly, my introduction to this story in the under publication anthology that Shilpi just referred to, Retrieving Rejected Bodies. Thank you, and I hope I have been able to communicate what I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. It was an excellent Tagore's short story, Shubha. Indeed, you rightly mentioned that there is always aporia, I may say. A translator is always in an attempt to translate. So, thank you again, sir. Now the session is open for question. Participants, please put your question in the chat box. We will convey them to the speaker.
It seems that there aren't any questions, Shilpi.
It seems so. Let me wait a bit, sir.
Sure. And please tell me if the voice was coming clearly. I hope there wasn't too much disturbance because it is raining this side and the network is pretty erratic.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Hi, sir. This is Somnath Bhattacharya. Sir, first
Yes,
of all,
Shomnath.
thank you. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation and to opening with the new vistas for basically for me and all of us probably. Sir, I have a question. So slightly this is actually the deviation from this topic. May I ask you the question? Actually, I want to know about that.
Yes,
Whenever
please.
you were speaking about, yes, sir. So with due difference, sir, actually you were speaking about the disabilities and all that. Now,
Yeah.
I have a question regarding to implement that particular concept and whether it is possible on the disability of Sir Clifford Chatterley in Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. Somehow, actually, I was thinking of implementing that particular thing on Constance Chatterley's.
I'm losing you. There are gaps in the audio. Could you please just repeat? I'm sorry
Yes, sir.
to interrupt you.
Sorry. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, sir, I was actually in this part need to know whether I can implement that particular angle. I mean,
Yeah.
especially the sexuality, that angle on the
Yes.
disability of Sir Clifford Chatterley, one of the protagonists of Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover.
Oh, yes, yes.
Who has become disabled for war consequence, and finally, actually, his reaction to raise some causticity in between that marital issue of Lady Chatterley and Mr. Chatterley. And it was a kind of a disability that man somehow feels within himself, and he was not being the victim on the social perspective. I mean, that disability inflicted on the impairment. Rather, he was quite, quite difficult to behave with his own wife. He was not doing things in the expected way. Rather, he was not in desperate need of the sympathy as well. So I found if I can implement that disability over there, so it's quite in a different way. So, sir, please, if you can opine over that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for your question. And that is basically the purpose of this presentation, in the sense that I wanted to open up this new way of looking at things. You can definitely look at the disabled protagonist in terms, from the DS perspective. And the DS perspective also tells you about not just how to look at disabled characters, but also to catch on to certain ways in which these characters are presented the way they are portrayed, the way they are, stereotyped in their presentations, in literary texts. Okay. So when you are talking about the irritability, when you are talking about anger, okay, when you are
Okay, sir.
when you are focusing on how the disabled protagonist is portrayed, you are basically latching on to those stereotypes of disability that have been used by all authors, even very well-known authors, because all of them have been part of the let us say the social structure from which their ideas emerge. Okay, so whether it is Chatterley, whether it is Victor Hugo's Quasimodo, whether it is Captain Ahab in Melville's Moby Dick, whether it is
Yes, sir.
Bertha Rochester in Jane Eyre, you name anyone, you will see that all of these characters, when we look at them from the disability studies perspective, their potentials as characters are stunted, are limited, because they have been portrayed from the ableist perspective. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so
so
much.
yes, definitely, you can look at Chatterley and a host of other texts from this perspective.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
thank you.
Hello. Sir, there is
Yes,
a question in chat box from Kathakali Ghosh.
yes.
Sorry, from Paramita Niyogi. She wants to know, is Tagore also silent on Shubha's silence?
This is a slightly complicated question to answer. I would say that Tagore is, very well intentioned when he is depicting Shubha in the story. Okay. In the sense that, Shubha has been portrayed with a lot of empathy, she has been portrayed with a lot of sensitiveness, she has been portrayed with a kind of tenderness, which I think I've been able to bring out in the passages that I put up for you. Very tender, very empathetic description of Shubha. But is this description of Shubha about Shubha, or is this about the story? That is the question that I would ask as a DS person. Okay. When I look at it from the perspective of disability, the story, problematizes Shubha's condition without actually drawing attention to any of the issues pertaining to her disability. It's a narration. Now, there is a very important text. Who was the person who asked the question? I'll refer her to that. I think it was, yes, Paromita. There is a very important text called Narrative Prosthetics. Okay, and it is authored by Mitchell and Snyder. I've just sent the names in the chat box, and you will see in it. Sorry, the spelling of Mitchell got misspelled. It is Mitchell. Now, you will see that they identify that disability is used as a device in the story. Okay, they identify 4 or 5 parameters, for looking at disability in the story. And if we go by those parameters, we will see that Tagore uses it as a narrative device, and the focus is on ending the story impressively more than a genuine exploration into the protagonist's problems. So that is number one. And number two is, although I have this very strong view, I would not say that Tagore is insensitive. Tagore responds to the issue of disability and to Shubha's fate as a 19th century humanist would. Okay, that I have mentioned, I think, somewhere in my presentation also. So it is it is how a 19th century humanist would write about the marginals from a dominant ableist subjective position. I hope that answers your query, Paromita.
Yes, sir. So there is another question from Tanushree Mistro.
Yes.
She asked, does Tagore want to portray the apathy of society towards the disabled person more than the disability of Shubha herself?
I think that's a very interesting question, and that comes from Tanushree. I think that comes from a very strong, Tagore fan, who has thought of a way in which you can argue out what Tagore has done. Well, yes and no. Okay. Now, if you are talking about a story in which you are detailing the life course, a small part of the life course of this girl, okay, as a storyteller, you would be expected to, focus on the protagonist. Now that does not happen. That happens in a reasonable way if we look at it as a 19th century story. Obviously, when we look at it from a present DS perspective, there seem to be many lacks. But yes, I do agree with you that when we look at how the able people in the story are responding, how the non-disabled people in the story are responding, okay, what comes out very strongly is the apathy of society towards disabled people, the prejudices of society towards disabled people, the biases in perception towards disabled people. That comes out very strongly, and that's the point which I will concede to you, Tanushree. That's a very good observation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanushree, for. Yes, sir.
I think we have exhausted the question, Shilpi.
Yes, I think so. If there is no question, then we'll move to next session. And thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your excellent deliberation. And thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Shilpi, and congratulations on the successful beginning of your first seminar organization. I'm glad to know that it's going well. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Shubhaida here.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm there. Yeah.
Yes.
So let's start.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I request Shubhaida to start the next session, that is the paper presentations by participants. Shubhaida, proceed, please.
Okay. Thank you, Shilpi. Am I audible to all, I suppose? Right.
Yes, you are audible.
So we had some wonderful sessions by Professor Amit Bhattacharya and Professor Bani Brata Mohanto, and we all are quite enlightened and enriched by their gracious presence and deliberations. And a lot of questions have been asked to them, and students have also been benefited by that, and my fellow research scholars and also the faculties from different colleges. Now let us move into the next segment. Now before I move on to the next segment, let me remind you that tomorrow we also have two power-packed sessions, one by Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee and the other by the famous Dr. Pinaki De. So I hope that you will also be present over there, and there you will have an opportunity to ask questions within the session itself, as both the sessions would be on conversation. One more announcement that I intend to make is that we are going to host an international webinar on films. The title of the webinar is World Cinema, Literary Adaptations and Beyond. It will be on the 22nd of July, and today only the flyer for call for papers will be out, and of course there will be publication. So the details of which will be sent in due course, and we are collaborating with Chapra Bangalji Mahavidyalaya on that particular webinar. Now let us move on to the next session. Yeah, we are going to have a paper presentation session, and we are going to have Professor Shubhabrat Sarkar, my elder brother. He will be chairing the session, and we are going to have some wonderful papers and some wonderful discussions and some wonderful debates on the papers presented by my fellow presenters, ranging from assistant professors to research scholars and PG students, and that would be very enriching. Now, before we start the session, let me confirm the presence of the paper presenters in the very first session, which will be conducted by, or rather chaired by, Professor Shubhabrat Sarkar. So I would request, once I call out the names, I would request the paper presenters to kindly respond. First we have Janki Singh, Assistant Professor from Bhairav Ganguly College. Are you present, Janki?
Yes,
ma'am?
I'm present.
Okay, Janki is present. Next we have Shuli Bosak, Research Scholar, North Bengal University. Shuli Bosak, Research Scholar, North Bengal University. Shuli, are you present? Okay, let's see if we can send her the new link. Right. Next we have Komalika Bose, PG student, RBC College.
Yes, I am there.
Okay, so we have Janki, we have Komalika.
Hello, yes, I am there.
Okay, okay, Janki, Komalika. Next we have Shuli Bosak. Are you present? Research scholar from North Bengal University. Shuli Bosak. Okay. Next we have Hindol Palit from Surendranath College, Barakpur. Hindol, are you there? Hindol, are you there? Next we have Rudrani Dasgupta from Department of English, Govardhana College. Rudrani Dasgupta, are you there? Next we have Tanvir Shanawaz, Assistant Professor, Rishi Bankim Chandra College. Tanvir, are you there? Hello? Hello, Tanvir, are you there? I would request Mr. Sinjoy Bishwas to mute his microphone. Mr. Sinjoy Bishwas, kindly mute your microphone. Right. Next. Okay, Sinjoy Bishwas is over there. I saw you. Next,
yes, I am there.
Preeti. Okay, Shubhoda, I can see you over there. Okay. Next we have Preeti Josh, Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities, St. Claret's College. Preeti, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. So, except Rudrani, Tanvir, Hindol, and Shuli, we have the others. So can we start the session right now, Professor Sarkar?
Yes, we can start the session and let them join.
And
join later on.
Yeah, yes, they will join later on because we have actually given the timing from 1 p.m. But since the other sessions have already, have been completed, so we thought it's not about stopping it in the middle. So what we would do is we would continue, and when the others will come, obviously they will join. I hope Professor Sarkar, you have been given the list of speakers, sir.
Yes, yes.
You already have a list of speakers.
Yeah,
So I leave the entire session to Professor Shubhabrat Sarkar. Professor Sarkar will be narrating and calling and conducting the entire session. So over to you, sir. And before that, let me formally introduce Professor Sarkar. Dr. Shubhabrat Sarkar is an associate professor in the Department of English at the Rishi Bankim Chandra College in the UG as well as the PG department. Not only that, he is a profound scholar, he is a voracious reader, and not only that, he is a lionheart who helps each and everybody in academics. So let me formally welcome you, my elder brother, Dr. Shubhabrat Sarkar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shubhayu Chakraborty, for this. I'm humbled by your politeness and the words that you have stated, overstated rather.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome for this webinar session. The technical session will start just now. We have with us leading scholars and professors from different colleges and universities to deliver papers. So, in the first session, we had excellent paper presentations by Dr. Amit Bhattacharya and Banibrato Mahanta, sir. And now in this technical session, we will give each presenter sufficient time, 10 to 12 minutes, to make their presentation. After the presentation, we will invite questions from the audience, and we will expect the paper presenters to respond to the questions. So this session will continue till the papers are all presented. So first speaker today with us is Professor Janaki Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Bhoirav Ganguly College. She will be presenting a paper on exhuming the silences in Michael Ondaatje's Anil's Ghost. So may I now request Professor Janaki Singh to make her presentation, please.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. The title of my paper, as Sir just mentioned, is Exhuming the Silences in Michael Ondaatje's novel Anil's Ghost. A poem by Michael Ondaatje titled Buried in a collection of his known as Handwriting has a very, very pertinent couplet, pertinent lines, which I would like to begin by reading. And I quote, "To be buried in times of war, in harsh weather, in the monsoon of knives and stakes." This is what echoes Ondaatje's interest in the archaeological study of the pervasive violence of war, which happens to be his novel, Anil's Ghost, which belongs to the middle period of Ondaatje's works, the other very important work being the 1992 novel, The English Patient. In my paper, what I attempt to do is to look at the evolution of representation as used by Ondaatje in these two novels, particularly from the point of view of how the characters are using constructive healing forces opposed to the destructive force of war. When we look at Anil's Ghost, which is set against the backdrop of the Sri Lankan Civil War, we see that the novel traces the trajectory of violence and the resultant trauma faced by its characters, who are forced to disinter the corpses of their past. The title character, Anil, is a forensic pathologist. She was born in Sri Lanka, but educated in England and the USA. She has to return to her homeland when an international human rights group asks her to participate in an investigation on corpses being lost, on bodies of suspected political mass murders. Those bodies have to be investigated, and that is the reason why she returns to her homeland after 18 long years. While working with a native archaeologist, Sarath Diyasena, she discovers a skeleton and she names him Sailor. Though by giving Sailor a name tag, she is giving him an apparent marker of identity, Sarath's desire is to ascertain the true identity of that skeleton. Therefore, he engages another important character of the novel, Ananda, who is an artificer, to reconstruct the face of the skeleton. However, Anil is a little suspicious of this activity, and therefore she continues to read Sailor's skeleton on her own, writing his story in the form of a report, and I quote from the novel, which is a report on extrajudicial execution and exemplary killings, unquote. And when she proceeds to present her findings to the government, she is immediately forced to leave the country, which means the facts which she's presenting, those facts are totally negated by the government, and then she's forced to leave the country. While Anil's Ghost, Ondaatje returns to Sri Lanka 18 years after the publication of his family memoir, which is Running in the Family. However, the memoir celebrates, this sense of exotic nostalgia that Ondaatje had, because of his lost childhood, as opposed to the 2000-year novel, Anil's Coast, which actually challenges the glorious depiction of the homeland in order to examine the evolution of his expatriate sensibility. Ondaatje therefore becomes more cautious about the problematic project of representation of an absent or silent character. In this novel, his attempt is to show the limitations of reconstructive practices due to the predominance of the subject position, which is partly due to his position as an insider-outsider, because Ondaatje himself had left his homeland when he was a young boy of 6 or 7, and he stayed in England, then he moved on to Canada. Also, while he was staying in Sri Lanka, he was basically an insider-outsider because he belonged to the very influential Burgher community who sided more with the colonialists than with the masses themselves. So therefore, this insider-outsider position becomes all the more problematic when we think of Ondaatje, the person, as well as Ondaatje, the writer, who, when he returns to his homeland after 25 years, unlike Anil, who is returning after 18 years, Ondaatje has a longer gap of 25 years after which he is returning to his homeland. And partly, he realizes that he is a privileged voice representative of the silent victims of such debilitating violence. In an interview with Maya Jaygi, when he's asked by Maya, what is his take on Sri Lanka's civil war, we have Ondaatje confessing that he has always been aware of the conflict. And he says that, this is not my only and true story. There are several other stories. This story is my take on 4 or 5 people, and this is a sort of a personal tunneling. In fact, this personal tunneling or the search for one's identity is a very, very pertinent part of Ondaatje's oeuvre. We then, go on and realize, when we do read this novel, we realize that in his earlier novels, where Ondaatje is talking about all these male characters who are artists, they are writers, their energy is invested in a very, very, we can say, violent form, be it Billy, Buddy Bolden, Mervyn Ondaatje, and all the other characters. We see that their violence is projected more towards the female characters, even to the lesser, powerful male characters. And there is a form of sensationalization of this violence. And this is the reason why his earlier novels were highly criticized by, critics starting from York to Bok to even Arun Mukherjee, who says that, he does not own up to his identity as a Sri Lankan. So when we do look at this novel, the 2000-year novel, we see that there is an evolution in his poetics and his understanding of himself as well. Because now what we see is that there is more of a focus on creative use of energy, where the destruction, the violence, the celebration of, mindless violence of the earlier texts is somewhat questioned by the writer himself, and he is focusing more on healers rather than the perpetrators of war. Because even in Anil's Coast, we have a line which says that the reason for war is war, which means that the reason for violence is something that he understands does not need to be celebrated. And therefore, we see that he becomes more aware of constructive energy, more aware of healers, which is something which we see even in his 1992 novel, The English Patient, where we have the younger generation, the younger characters of Hannah and Kip, Hannah who is a nurse and Kip who is a sapper. They are combating the absolute cannibalism of warfare by healing practices. And therefore, we do realize that there is a change in his sensibility of representation of characters as well. When we look at this particular novel, we understand that the healers in the novel believe in their own duty as the ultimate truth, since the novel focuses on healers rather than oppressors and exploiters. For example, we have Anil, the title character, for whom truth is the means by which she intends to bring out in the open the atrocities of powerful and corrupt forces. Anil's fellow archaeologist, Sarath, For him, truth has its value and its own consequences. For Ananda, the artificer, truth is to recreate the face of his lost wife on the skull of Sailor. Ananda becomes a very, very important character when we look at Anil's Ghosh, because Ananda's work has echoes of the English patient, Count Ladislaw the Almashi, the English patient, who during a major part of the novel is narrating the story of his love affair with his now dead wife, Catherine Clifton. During the story, we do realize that Catherine has no voice, no agency. We can see her only through the English patient's eyes, through Almashi's eyes, and even that is a flawed representation. So when we do see Ananda here in Anil's Ghosh, there are two instances, two episodes of Ananda reconstructing the face of Sailor. In the first reconstruction, we see him, so to speak, failing at reconstruction, because when Sarath gives him the work to reconstruct the face of Sailor, what he instead does is he reconstructs the face of his own wife, because she is also one of the several thousands who have been lost, who have absolutely no record of their deaths. So she is also one of those extrajudicial killings. So for Ananda, when he is reconstructing the face of Sailor, he ends up reconstructing the face of his wife instead. And therefore, we realize that Anil is becoming cautious of Ananda's retelling of lost history. And that also tells us of an evolution in Ondaatje's treatment of the gender issue in his works. Hence, despite being detective fiction, Anil's Ghosh frustrates the normal trajectory of retributive justice. Because here what we see is the clash of two forms of interpretation and representation, which is the major dynamics of the novel. While Anil, due to her Western upbringing and education, holds truth above all else, the native scholars and artists and researchers like Palipana the historian, Ananda the artificer, Sarath the native archaeologist, even Sarath's brother, Gamini, who is a doctor, they explore the value of truth by asserting the justice it ensures. When Anil takes the decision to put forth facts and figures, it is Sarath who discourages her. He tells her that you will have to understand that truth is not fact alone. Truth is about the consequences that will happen due to that action. He says that if your truth is going to lead to another spate of extrajudicial killings and violence, then that truth is useless, as opposed to a truth which would bring about justice. So therefore, when we are looking at Anil and Sarath, we are looking at two different forms of understanding truth. And that is the major dynamics of the novel. In his interview with Maya Jegi, Ondaatje therefore tells us that he does not end with Anil leaving on a plane to the US. In fact, the novel ends with Ananda and the country Anil has left. This is obviously a reference to an episode in the novel where Sarath's brother Gamini, he talks about how in Western movies, we see that the movie ends with the hero sitting on a plane and leaving. And he says that is enough reality for the West. So with the plane of the hero leaving, the gaze of the audience also leaves the country and goes away with the hero. Therefore, what Ondaatje is doing is he's consciously not ending the novel where Anil is leaving. He is instead ending the novel on a very beautiful episode, with which I will be concluding my presentation a little later. So therefore, by focusing on the situation of the homeland, rather than the expatriate sensibility, the novel tries to negotiate a space between the truth of politics and the truth of humanity. And therefore, the focus of the novel is not on the reason for violence, which, like I said, the reason for war is war. Instead, the novel, in its attempt to prompt restorative action, presents individual fear sports which are responsible for governing personality as well as collective action. The last taped words of Sarath to Anil, which she listens to when she has left already, helps her realize the significance of the relative importance of truth during times of war. along with the realization that truth has to be negotiated using three-dimensional chess moves and backroom deals of international relations. And what Anil is carrying is the ghost of Sarath Diyasena and other silent thousands. And as a corrective means of representation, the novel shows Ananda reconstructing the head of a Buddha statue, which was bombed to shards. This is the second episode of reconstruction, which I had mentioned a while ago. And we see Ananda reconstructing, but he does not replicate the original in order to make aware the collective memory of such mindless cruelty. And I quote from the text, "Up close, the face looked quilted. They had planned to homogenize the stone, blend the face into a unit, but when he saw it this way, Ananda decided to leave it as it was. He worked instead on the composure and qualities of the face." Close quotes. The need for reconstruction as a means of renewal of life is presented as an alternative, but the artists, Ananda, and even Ondaatje for that matter, are aware and cautious of forms of fervent optimism and the resultant danger of trying to wipe away the pains of the past in an attempt to start anew. This makes the novel a vigil for the dead, which advocates the responsible remembering of one's past and its ghosts in order to bring about healing and restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Janaki Singh, for this excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
The insightful scholarly deliberation on the subject and the representation of violence. So you have exhumed violence and the silence associated with violence through your paper. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you.
May I now invite questions from the participants? Fellow paper presenters, they can also ask questions. So in the works of the Sri Lankan writers, we have this preoccupation with violence. Yeah, the traumatic journey from the state of innocence, primal, to a world infested with violence. So how does this writer negotiate this, the state of primal innocence and his journey towards? So it is a Bilduroma, I suppose. And how does the writer negotiate this journey?
So, like I mentioned, in his earlier works, we do not see any mention of Sri Lanka. Whereas this is the other than the 1983 work, which is his family memoir, Running in the Family, we have this novel, Anil's Coast, and we have a later novel, a 2011 novel, The Cat's Table, where we have a young boy making a journey back to Sri Lanka. So these are the three novels which have a very, very pertinent setting of Sri Lanka, his homeland. One thing that we have to understand is that Ondaatje, like I mentioned, belongs to a group, a privileged class, where he is identifying more with the people in power than with the masses themselves. So therefore, when we look at Ondaatje, talking about violence in the Anil's Coast, it becomes a very, very important milestone for the writer himself, as well as for a reader of Ondaatje and also his critics. Like I said, his celebration of violence is something that was extremely disturbing, because there are instances, if you allow me, I will give you a few instances where we see him, where the photograph of a woman is being slashed, where the husband of a woman is has put her plaited hair and locked the cupboard so that she cannot leave when he's not there, where we have instances of child molestation, where we have instances of people blowing up other people's limbs, etc. That sort of celebration of violence, which is absolutely something that was heavily criticized, where we have Christian Bork, a very pertinent, critic when it comes to Ondaatje. He says there is a sudden clinical detachment that Ondaatje has when he's talking about violence, meaning that he will not take responsibility. And then he says that this cannot be the attitude of a writer, also a very well-known writer. When we think of the Sri Lankan Canadian diaspora, Ondaatje happens to be one of the better-known writers. So therefore, we see that there is a gradual shift in his understanding, in his poetics of representation. And when we look at his family memoir, Running in the Family, what we see is basically, against the Sri Lankan backdrop, we see a family which has money, which has power, and which basically has very eccentric members. So even when he first mentions the Running in the Family, the memoir, though it is set in Sri Lanka, he does not really give us a very, very, we can say, realistic view. It is more of, a romantic view, an exoticization of the East that we get in Running in the Family. Whereas the first work, which is really taking a realistic glance at the civil war in Sri Lanka, is Anil's Coast. And it is also a play, this novel also becomes very important because this novel is looking at his treatment of gender. Anil, in The English Patient is also a war-rift novel. It also has a setting of war, where we have The English Patient and Catherine, both of them working in the desert of Cairo, and they fall in love, and then there is this war, and he loses Catherine in the war. And the second part of the novel is where he himself is a burnt patient. He's totally burnt. His nationality, his name, his face, everything has been wiped out. So he is a sort of a nameless, faceless person who is narrating his story. So then when he speaks of violence, it comes from a certain understanding of a victim of violence, which is then paving the way for this 2000-year novel, Anil's Coast, where we see him taking, absolute responsibility and also making us understand that the correspondence theory of truth and the coherence theory of truth is the two ways by which the two characters are, in a way, clashing in their representation of the silent, the absent, the nameless. And due to this, what he's doing is he's not giving us any easy answers, which we would find in his earlier novels. There are no easy answers to representation, to reconstruction, to, depicting and standing for, which are the two meanings of representation amongst several others. So when we do look at this novel, we realize that he's talking about the war that he's being seen from the amount of killings which have happened, the amount of civilian deaths that it has caused, and how this entire scenario reevaluates our understanding of truth. That truth is not mere facts, truth is understanding of and taking responsibility of the homeland, and also at the same time being very, very critical about what the homeland is, the current situation the homeland is in.
Thank you, Professor Janaki Singh, for this explication. My question was shorter one, so you made an elaborate description. So by now we know at least what this type of fiction is all about. So there's a grotesquerie you said about violence, gruesome violence. Any other question from the participants? So it's an online seminar, webinar. So we expect our participants to ask questions, raise questions. So can we move on to the next paper presenter? Thank you, Professor Janaki Singh, for this presentation. Our next presentation today is that of Shuli Boshak. She is a research scholar from North Bengal University. The topic is gender representation in Bengali magazine and newspaper advertisements. She will be giving an overview of this.
Shuli Boshak not yet joined.
Shuli Boshak is not there on the line.
No, sir.
In that case, can we move on to the next?
Sure, sure.
Professor Chakraborty, can we move on to the next one? So,
Sir.
Professor
Yes, sir.
Tanvir
Please move on.
Sahnawaz is there. I can see Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz, my esteemed colleague at my college. Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz is assistant professor at the Department of English, UG and PG Studies, Rishi Bankim Chandra College. He will be presenting a paper on searching for self and autonomy, breaking claustrophobic domesticity. He would be referring to Kaveri Nambi-san's novel, Mango Colored Fish. May I now request Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz to make his presentation? Professor Sahnawaz, please. Professor Sahnawaz, please unmute the mic. Unmute the microphone. You're not audible, Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz. Please unmute your microphone. If it is centrally controlled, please unmute the microphone of Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz.
Sir, I can't, but Mr. Tanvir, just click on the bottom of the page. There is a 3 option: unmute, disconnect, and unmute video.
Professor Tanvir Sahnawaz, can you hear? So your microphone is not on. Please unmute it. At the bottom of the screen. Yeah, the mic. Please touch the mic. That will get unmute.
Or if you are operating from laptop, then just remove your headphone.
Hello, Professor Sahnawaz, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Please unmute the mic. If you are using a headphone, please. Yeah, now it is
sure,
on.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you. Yes, now it is on.
Okay, individual freedom. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, SBS sir. Good afternoon, all the organizers, and especially my dear students. I'm going to present a paper on Kaveri Nambi-san's searching for self and claustrophobic domesticity. So we all know that individual freedom is not a kind of decoration or a reward that is garnished or showcased or dining. On the contrary, it is a hard-earned thing and requires long-distance run to be achieved with much toil. In this world where everyone wants freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of participation, freedom of writing, freedom of thinking, with everything that is related to freedom or whatever one likes. So man and woman, from the 2 primary groups of mankind, from time immemorial, these 2 groups are living with coexistence. So if any one of the group is hampered or disturbed, the coexistence is harmed overall. So it is a common practice from time immemorial that women have been usually subjugated and dominated in history of all ages and of all countries. So, but as time progresses, women have also given vent to their expressions, their ideas, their dreams, their participations with written literature. So such a kind of story, actually a novel, was written by a very modern novel by Kaveri Nambi-san, A Mango Colored Fish, written by an emerging women novelist, and she's also a surgeon who practices especially in rural areas of India and works out on principally feminine premise. The protagonist of the novel is Shari or Sharada, who flees to her brother's house just before 2 weeks of her marriage ceremony with a person whom she doesn't like properly. She is in a kind of moral dilemma about the choice as she loves another man whose name was Mira. She doesn't want to sacrifice herself to the choice of her parents' will and thus suffer all her life. She wants to break away from the claustrophobic society of claustrophobic domestic environment of a house and violence, and wants to live her life according to her own will. The journey is a symbolic travel into the nook and corner of herself It is a novel about exclusive self-discovery, about which focuses on the insight into others and oneself. So the two groups, as I have already mentioned, have been living in coexistence from a time immemorial. So Shari is the third and youngest daughter of her close-knit family. Kaveri Ambition has applied the stream of consciousness technique in the narrator and also the protagonist of the novel, Shari or Sharada, who searches for herself, her happiness, and her identity. The narrative moves backward and forward frequently in order to provide us insight into the working of the protagonist or Shari's inner psyche. Shari describes her family in the following lines. I will quote from the text. That is, mother, father, and Chitra are close. Krishna and I hover at the periphery of things. We are the stitches that slipped out of a cozy pattern from chapter 1. So, from the beginning of the novel, you can see that Shari is very much disturbed, very much disappointed with her family, and the only dependent is her elder brother, Krishna, who only understands and realizes her. She is attached emotionally to her elder brother Krishna more than anyone else. She is not very attractive or beautiful, but she has a mind of her own, and she wants to live her own life, and she wants to decide her own life. She is tired of the domesticity of her family life. She cannot bear the over-dominated attitudes of the members of the family. She wants to come out from the established family and societal norms in a bid to attain her individuality and satisfaction. She dislikes her parents' marriage, where her father has yielded his individuality to his wife shamefully and has become a sort of henpecked husband. He has compromised with her choices from the beginning of their marriage just to stabilize their marital relationship. Shari is disgusted of such sham and artificial union. Her mother is a Tamilian but hates everything about Tamils and prefers Delhi as the center of culture and the center of sophistication. She thinks it's shocking as they are chettiars from Madras, and she feels shame to disclose her identity as a Tamilian. I will quote from the text. Her family had lived in Delhi ever since her grandfather set up Madras stores in Khan Market, and over the years, they have looked down upon everything south of Madras, which is ironic because they owe all they have to South Indian spices. When mother married father, also a chettiar working in Delhi, she converted him. Father gave up the dhotis he wore at home for kurta pajamas and rubber chappals for kolhapuris, ate rotis instead of rice, drank tea instead of coffee, and listened to Begum Akhtar and Bade Ghulam Ali instead of Mali or Chembai. Father is not a committed convert, but an apostate who defected to please his wife. They set up home in Delhi and lived a life that was no different from the Bhushans, the Sharmas, and the Singhs. When the export business for which Father Ward opened a branch in Madras, he was transferred in chapter 1. On the contrary, she considers the marriage of Paru uncle and Paru auntie. She thinks that Paru uncle and Paru auntie are the perfect symbol and the perfect instance of perfect marriage. Okay. Her mother's half sister and idol. She considers them her surrogate parents. They have been closer to Shari than her own parents. Paru uncle calls her Puttu Mari, meaning little darling in Kannada, a special word for Indian men he has for Shari. Shari has considered for years that she has two sets of parents. Chapter 1, her own parents and the Paru uncle and Paru aunt. Her elder sister Chitra's marriage is in similarity with her parents' marriage. She is a shadow and a kind of Xerox copy or a perfect replica of her mother, cultivated by all the social graces, a well-maintained pocket, and a social life. Shari knows quite well that Chitra's is a dead-end marriage, a cul-de-sac in which they have folded themselves until they stick together. Shari dislikes Chitra as well as her mother for intervening into her life and planning it in such a way that she has a satisfactory marriage. However, Shari is quite confident about the marriage between Krishna and his wife Tejaswini or Teji. Both are doctors. Teji and Krishna's is a special, deep down their marriage is sound. Shari feels solace only in Krishna, who is also her mentor. She is convinced that although Krishna and Teji married against the will of their parents, Still, they have better understanding. Theirs is a true union between two minds, like Padu uncle and Padu auntie. Their relationship will survive to the last despite all its ups and downs. About Teji, Shari feels I will quote from the text again. She speaks honestly without smugness. It has been easy for her, accepting Krishna's strange combination of talent and lack of ambition. Chapter 3. A few weeks before her marriage with Gautam, she flees to Krishna's house at Vrindavan to sort out herself. Krishna and his wife, Teji, advise Shari not to do anything for the wrong reasons. When she says that she's going to marry Gautam because she thinks she loves him, Krishna is dissatisfied and irritably advised her. Again, I will quote from the text, chapter 6. False, you are not a fool, but you are foolish. Chapter 6. Always has been an inspiration and philosopher for Shari. Krishna urges her to reconsider about Gautam. He glitters like the ring on your finger. He is the time the world needs him. She apparently takes side of her fiancé. She asserts that Gautam obviously possesses the so-called impressive presence. Krishna agrees with her views, but adds, Gautam and mother, they have presence and they know it. Nobody's fault, I guess only. I'm afraid you will be bored with the type of person Gautam is. And to be bored in marriage is the worst. That is the thing that strikes Shari, the protagonist. That to be bored in marriage is the worst. Nothing can save a person who is deep down bored. I'm afraid you will be laundered and ironed and folded into something Gautam's looking for to complete his image. And then you will be no different from the Sher Singh and Chitras, chapter 6. So in the novel, we find Gautam a vain and egotistical and materialistic person. He wants to get on his life. He dreams of successful in career and wealthy. This is ambition and focus, and he is confident of his molding Shari only to ameliorate his own career. And he wants to mold Shari to his own way of thinking, which Shari tremendously dislikes. To him, I will quote from the text, success without wealth is worthless. My father, I haven't told you much about him, is successful, highly so. But I feel no envy for a man who, in spite of being a university professor, can only afford a two-wheeler and lives in a rented house. Success coupled with wealth gives respectability, and that is unbeatable. I want Shari to be the most envied person in the world. Chapter 7. He wanted to be really envied and to be really big so as to be able to endow a chair in his IIT or at least an award for something in computers. Already mentioned, he wanted to manufacture or mold Shari to his own way. Shari thinks molded. How? Again from the text, pulled, pushed, elongated, flattened, hammered, punched, and gouged out until I was the right specimen, the perfect wife. Chapter 7. She asked these questions to readers also. She changed physically into the most pleasing women, to be tender and desirable like her mother. She also resisted Gautam's attempts to have sex before marriage or premarital sex. Shari's resistance shocked him, but she looks forward to life with him after they are married properly. Her mother is certain that Gautam definitely will bring happiness, security, and order in Shari's life. She thinks Shari should have a purpose of life which she lacks, but Shari is not confident enough whether she loves Gautam or just it was her infatuation. She is in a kind of dilemma, but Shari is not confident. But after meeting him, she after all doesn't want to please him and live her life to others' expectations at all costs. Shari doesn't want to sacrifice her life to a mistaken sense of identity. So Shari actually likes Neeram, but she wants to marry, but her parents have decided that she had to marry Gautam. However, Shari feels shocked when she observes the apparent happy life of her school friend Yashoda or Yash, who is married to a microbiologist. But this marriage is a compromise between them, like the one between Shari's father and mother. Yash often cheats on her husband, Satyamurti, who is also called the Statue of Truth, whose lovemaking she considers mechanical and formal without any pleasure or sincerity. She is fond of late-night parties and amusements and leads a dead-end marriage. Shari counsels her that she is a failure because she doesn't even try to make a success of their marital life. In reply, Yash says again from the text, are you crazy? Satyu, in spite of all the Nobel Prize potential is dim. Your wife not only cheats you, she has letters from various lovers strewn around the house, and you don't even suspect. Just because she smiles and waits on you and cooks your favorite food, he believes I buy all these perfumes to turn him on. It's tragic. You think I'm superficial, but how about Satyu's love for me? Isn't it shallow? He knows nothing about my mind or my body. You know, it was 3 weeks after marriage that we finally consummated faithlessness. He hasn't looked at me, really. Doesn't know that my left breast is a little bigger than the right one. He chews me like a hungry calf, crushes in and crushes out. Can you believe it? Chapter 13. So she feels adultery is a kind of bad thing, a kind of very vile thing, the worst thing, but still she's forced to do that. It's a kind of daily humiliation and feels like a cat. She's kind of a cat who is kept in a house. Shari is disgusted of such hollow and sham relationship and takes lessons from this type of artificial union. Shari shudders to think such kind of marriage where there is no understanding between husband and wife. Shari comes across such kind of dysfunctional marriage between Naren's Hindu father and Christian mother. He is Shari's unrequited love. He is aware of Shari's love for him but fears any intimacy with her. His mother is a religious fanatic and compels her husband to live according to her will till he dies of bursting stress ulcer in his stomach. In a journey of quest for herself, apart from the marriage of Paru uncle and auntie, the union that touches Shari is between George and his dead wife Portia. The specialty about this relationship is that George comes to Delhi every year to celebrate and commemorate his love for his dead wife who died here 7 years ago on their 30th wedding anniversary. Needless to say, Shari is overwhelmed. That is at least one marriage that has worked even beyond death. George speaks blithely about Portia without a touch of emotion in his voice. Again, I quote from the text, my children think I come here to grieve, but I come here to celebrate the union with my wife. I see her name, touch her with my mind. Everything was good, only death was still mannered, as to not give so much as a warning. Chapter 19. So as a matter of fact, it is George who inspired Shari to begin her life anew and encouraged her to set out her quest for happiness again. She boldly decided to put off her forthcoming marriage to Gautam against her family's will. She thinks Gautam chose to marry me because long ago, years before they had decided in that certain of his way on the type of girl who would be his wife. Gautam had his future spread before him like a landscape or like a painting. But she is uncertain whether things will come up normal with Naren or not. But she decided to set her all concerns and anxieties aside. She missed Naren desperately and cherished to spend all her life with blind school teacher Naren. She decided to give herself more time and space to sort out herself. In the meantime, she decided to restart her job as a KG teacher and wait what lies ahead. This is probably what gives Shari satisfaction and happiness for herself and purpose for her own future without carrying any burdens of the past life. Yash, her friend, lauds her positivity. She comes across a glass bowl with fishes that was darting about in the glass bowl like shafts of gold. I will shorten my paper, and the only way to nurture our distinctness in our way is by accepting happiness. This difficult circumstance is the similar dilemma that the would-be bride of Gautam Shari feels when she compares between domestic peace on one hand and the intense desire for freedom and individuality on the other. Both Shari's, and I will draw a little parallel with Anna Karenina by Anthony Chekhov. Anna Karenina's character rich in complexity. Both are guilty of desecrating their marriage and home. For instance, but both remains noble and admirable though. The same thing happens with Anna Karenina, the wife of Karenin. They shudder to think playing the role of refined, obedient society wife, hostess with great poise and grace. Anna and Shari's most prominent qualities are their passionate spirit and determination to live according to their own will. They are the feminist heroines of sorts. Although humiliated, they dare to face society and refuses the moral exile to which they have been doomed. attending their friends, and trustworthy relatives. When they know very well, they will meet with nothing but contempt and derision. Shadi is a martyr to the old-fashioned stipulated patriarchal system and its double standard for male and female adultery. The governing principle of Shadi's life is that love is mightier than anything else, even duty. She remains strongly committed to this governing principle. She sets aside Gautam's request that she stay with him simply to maintain an outward appearance of an intact marriage and family. Shadi is worried to think most that Gautam doesn't want her sincerely, but wants to remain with her out of duty only, to flourish his career, to get money, only to fulfill his materialistic attitudes. Her rejection of the claustrophobic domestic duties and societal norms throughout the novel is a symbolic rejection of all the social conventions we normally accept dutifully. Shadi insists on following her heart alone. As a result, Shadi contrasts with the ideal of living for her husband's will and his family, as well as goodness that all other women in Indian society embrace, and she appears self-centered by comparison. So, even so, Shadi's state of being insistent on living according to the dictates of her heart makes her a pathfinder, a woman searching for autonomy and passion in a male-dominated society. Anna, at the end of the novel, succumbed to her fate and committed suicide, whereas Shadi decides to take control of her life herself. Committing suicide is not any solution. Shadi, at the end, comes out of her existential crisis and started her leading life anew, a refreshed life, a new kind of life. We are always our own worst enemies when we cannot escape, when we cannot escape our situations, when we cannot escape our troubles. Okay, that just happened with Sushant Singh Rajput 1 month ago. So what happened with Anna? She committed suicide at the end. But as has already been mentioned, or as we all know, that committing suicide is not the only solution. The difference between them, the difference is that Shadi finds herself to be not a punisher or oppressor, as Anna does. Anna jumped on a railway track and killed herself. But what Anna does, but what Shadi does, she is a nurturer that pours the value into her life. Unlike Anna, Shadi puts seeds into the ground on her life to make it fertile or meaningful. Anna's self is an annihilator, a kind of destroyer, while Shadi is
Professor
Sarnavas,
can I interrupt, please? Can you please draw a conclusion to your paper? Other speakers are also waiting. We have to manage the time.
Okay.
Kindly summarize, yeah, please.
Okay. So thus, by appealing to the exploration of the past and oppression of the disadvantaged, marginalized, Kaveri Nambishan consistently points to the fact that any act of reading of her works has significant social and political implications. In Mango Colored Fish, it is not only Shadi who is the victim of the so-called well-wisher for women, society and patriarchy norms. Even her mother, her sister Chitra, her sister-in-law Teji or Tejaswini, her school friend Yash or Yashoda, all are more or less have been subjugated or dominated. All the women are apparently happy, quote-unquote happy in their domestic lives, or they are ironically happy. But they have all compromised themselves to the cages of society and families and husbands. They have no other options. Among them, only Shadi comes out victorious and paved the way for the other women. And this novel, Mango Colored Fish, is definitely show a kind of way to the women who are still being dominated or subjugated by the patriarchal system in this time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, SBS, sir. Thank you, Shilpi Poshak, ma'am. Thank you, all the organizers. Thank you, all the students.
Thank you, Professor Tanvir Sarnavas, for this excellent explication and presentation. So we have talked about different areas of the novel and quite in detail how the confines of the room, claustrophobic confines are being broken up, how female stepping outside, and how the general stereotypes are being broken up in this novel by Kaveri Nambishan, The Mango Colored Fish. Thank you very much for this presentation. Maybe invite some questions, 1 or 2 questions.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, sir. This is Rudrani Dasgupta Chaudhary. I have a question for Tanvi sir. I would like to ask, in a number of Indian English novels by women authors, like Anita Nair's Lady Scoop or Manju Kapoor's A Married Woman, we see the oppressed female characters find a kind of solace and strength in their relationship with other women. So this kind of narrative of female connectivity, is it something that is present in the novel you're discussing? If not, how is the novel, how does the novel lie in juxtaposition of such a narrative?
Yeah, very good question, Rudrani, madam. Obviously, this novel has such a parallel because this novel is about Sharada or Shari, who is searching for her own self. Okay, and in this novel, she is very much upset. She is very much disappointed with her own family, even with her own mother, even with her own elder sister, her father. Only the solace she finds is her elder brother, Krishna. But even though she is not satisfied with all the relationships, all the marital relationships of her family, of her father and mother, of her uncle and aunt, but female relationship or female friendship is a very crucial theme or very crucial point in this novel, because one of her novel, her school friend, was Yash or Yashoda, who lives in Delhi, and when just before 2 weeks before her marriage, she flees to her friend Yash or Yashoda in Delhi to find a kind of solace, a kind of comfort, or find a kind of solution from her friend Yashoda. So here she finds that Yashoda tells us, or Yashoda realizes how the different perspectives of marriage, the different forms of marriage, and how actually she can break down such stereotypes, she can get out of such claustrophobic environment, and she tells her that no one should be allowed to take decisions about her marriage, because marriage is a matter of your life. You should take your own decision. It is not that someone will tell you, and just you have to maintain the formality. You have to be obedient to your parents, to your society. It is Yash or Yashoda who realizes her. Although Yashoda also is not happy with her marriage with her husband Satyamurti, who is called the Statue of Truth, yet she doesn't want that again her friend Shari also falls in such a trap. So it is the female relationship or female bonding which helps tremendously to find out the way, and at the end we find that Shari, the protagonist of the novel, comes out of her life, and at the end she ruminates or she reflects upon her own life that it is my life. So I am the only proprietor of my life, and I will take the decision of my life. Okay, so female bonding or female relationship is very as a potential theme of this novel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tanvir Shanawaz, sir, and Professor Rudrani. So any other question? So can we move on? Can we move on to the next paper? Thank you, Tanvir, sir, for this excellent and wonderful presentation in detailed explanation of the questions raised in the seminar. Our next presentation will be by Professor Rudrani Dasgupta Chaudhary from the Department of English, Govardhanga Hindu College. Professor Rudrani Dasgupta Chaudhary will be speaking on the topic From Victim to Agent, Representation of Sex Workers in Sohini Ghosh's documentary film, Tales of the Night, Fairies. Yes, Professor.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so I will start with extending my thanks to the organizer, our SBS sir, and everybody watching here for this opportunity to speak. I actually have a small PPT, so I'm gonna set that up and start presenting. Just take a moment. So is my screen visible?
It's not yet shared.
Hello?
Yeah, it's sharing. Yeah, it's visible. Please press the F5
Okay.
key. Yeah. Full screen.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, now it is visible. Yeah.
It's visible now, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So, throughout history, portrayals of prostitutes in literature, art, and media are many and varied. They cater to different audiences, inflect the figure differently, and enable understandings of different attitude towards gender, sexuality, emancipation, and female mobility. In most such figures, prostitutes are agents of moral degeneracy, the passive victim, but rarely are they rights-bearing individuals. Shohini Ghosh, in her 2002 documentary film, The Tales of the Night Fairies, invalidates the image of the victim without voice and represents the sex worker as a subject of her own volition. So I'd like to start off with a brief introduction to the sex work debates. There are two major positions. Okay, so there are two major positions in this area. Abolitionism that argues a rejection of prostitution altogether. This stems from the obvious patriarchal attitude that says prostitutes are a danger to public morality, but also a radical feminist attitude which sees prostitutes as subject of harm and danger. They argue women's sexual exploitation as a collective female class condition. It manifests a statement of sexual ownership and is therefore a political rather than economic condition. As Michelle Dempsey says in Sex Trafficking and Criminalization in Defense of Feminist Abolitionism, the failure to provide women with an adequate range of valuable options for pursuing life is a failure to value women and girls as human beings. However, the decriminalization and legalization perspective counters such a patriarchal oppression viewpoint by saying that it is something that is based on absolutes. As Martha Nussbaum says in her Sex and Social Justice, in the matter of objectification, context is everything. Any instrumentation of the female body does not necessarily imply complete objectification. Sexual labor is at par with other emotional and physical labor. It is possible for sex workers to distinguish their core selves with the labor that they perform. So often, in abolitionist arguments, adults are clubbed together with narratives of child trafficking. Gitanjali Ganguly says about that these stands infantilize women in prostitution. Women are denied agency and are seen as undifferentiated and permanent victims. So the Tales of the Night Fairies is a groundbreaking documentary that rejects the traditional work story of unmitigated oppression and recognizes a subject position for the third world sex worker with her complex subjectivity as victim, agent, wife, mother, citizen, and woman. It is scripted and directed by Shohini Ghosh. Cinematography is by Sabina Gadikhoke, and the editing is done by Shohini Ghosh and Shikha Sen. The film has been screened in a number of festivals and continues to be held as a very important work in the sex work debates. So it is important that we start off with a little history of the Durbar Mohila Samanway Committee, the organization of sex workers whose members are the subject of Ghosh's documentary. So since the early 1900s, 1990s, I'm so sorry. The National AIDS Control Organization started STD HIV intervention programs among sex workers. So such a program in Sonagachi, popularly called the Sonagachi Project, headed by Dr. Shoronjit Jana, actually gave birth to the DMSC. Dr. Jana realized that in order to improve the health of sex workers, there needs to be a broader focus on the lives of the women, a need to see them as individuals with, and I quote the DMSC Sex Workers Manifesto, a range of emotional and material needs living within a concrete and specific social, political, and ideological context. The DMSC was formed in 1995 and has a total membership of more than 60,000 sex workers located all over West Bengal. The organization, initially including female sex workers, later opened up their membership to male and transgender sex workers as well. Their activities include STD counseling, educational programs, a cooperative society, a performing arts forum named Komal Kandhar, but most importantly, activism for legalization of sex work, bringing sex workers under the purview of labor laws, and the formation of a trade union. The film takes a joyous, celebratory look at the sex workers' sense of power over their own bodies and lives. It cuts in and out of interviews with the sex workers, their activities, and the first sex workers' Millennium Carnival held in Kolkata in 2001. The confidence and vitality of the sex workers have an infectious effect on the crew and the audience as well. The film tells remarkable stories of resistance and defiance. The dignity and self-respect with which the sex workers present themselves stem very much from their concrete self-definition and knowledge about their rights as citizens. The main protagonists of the film are the 5 sex workers, Shikha Dash, Sadhana Mukherjee, Uma Mondol, Mala Singh, and Nitai Giri. It is important to note that Nitai, a male sex worker from Bowbazar, was never supposed to be in Ghosh's film. However, as Ghosh puts it, Nitai started appearing in her frames so frequently that Sabina Gadigode said that he should no longer be ignored. Nitai managed to push himself out of the margins of the limelight of Ghosh's attempt at representing sex workers. So even in her choice of actors, Ghosh breaks away from certain binaries and the margins of the director and the actor, so that we see Ghosh herself as a character in the documentary as well. But the director's person has a critical presence in the film. With the labyrinthine city of Kolkata as its backdrop, Tales of the Night Fairies embarks upon a journey of storytelling, a journey that had started when the filmmaker narrator inherited a story about the forbidden parts of the city from her mother, and ends with the narrator's inability to tell her own story. The voiceover by Ghosh that weaves in and out of other voices connects the lives of the 5 sex workers portrayed in the film and their collective struggle revolving around the DMSC. The narrator's own journey comes up as one of the strands in the multi-threaded story. As Ghosh says in the film, as Ghosh says in the web article, The Making of Tales of the Night Fairies, I am a peripheral protagonist in the film. My personalized narration lies on anecdotal retelling of childhood memories and experiences of shooting the film. My childhood memories of forbidden areas, notions of the good and bad women, my own discomfort with heteronormativity and notions of normalcy inform the soundtrack. I negotiate both pleasurably and uneasily with the respectable and immoral spaces within the city. I straddle both and belong to neither. The film opens with a curious scene where we see couples sitting in a restaurant during a Valentine's Day. It is a setting of social acceptability that celebrates normative heterosexual love. It also perhaps hints at a consumer culture approach to romance, thereby establishing early in the documentary a connection between commerce and human relationship. We quickly move on to Rover's Voices from a street performance. The performance strategy to bring awareness and visibility to sex workers is met with disdain from many in the audience. In this particular instance, Mala Singh gets into an argument with a man who refers to the story of Ram Sita as an example of Hindu morality. The Ram Sita myth is often invoked in subversive narratives as a rejection of conventional image of femininity and idea of chastity. We can refer to Deepa Mehta's Fire, where the two sister-in-laws who fall in love are named Radha and Sita, the ideals of femininity in Indian mythology. As Tanya Shield says in her review, Perhaps I Am That Woman, Ghosh too reframes this oft invoked tale, showing the disobedience of sex workers, challenging internalization of this myth. In the documentary, Mala Singh shakes her head and laughs it off, suggesting that the DMSC rejects this myth, as for them it is the honor of the worker and not that of the husband that is important. Far from being judged morally or shown as victims of societal anomaly, the sex workers are shown as perfectly expressive subjects of desire. In one particular scene, Mala Singh says, "There are two enjoyable things in this world, food and sex. I love both." The difficult negotiations of labor, sexuality, and value are infused with pleasure. It is a pleasure derived from sex as well as pleasure from being control of one's own sexuality. The answer to the question, what is the value or utility of sex work in terms of in a mercantile context, Uma Mondal argues, people who produce things using their labor are called laborers. We produce happiness in the hearts of people. The DMSC argues, now is the time for vigorous mass movement, demanding the right to leisure, pleasure, play, entertainment for all the people and for safeguarding and enhancing the social, legal, labor, and human rights of all the entertainment workers of our country and of the whole world. Throughout the film, whenever someone is introduced, she refers to herself as a Jono Kormi, the Bengali word which is a literal translation of sex worker. In fact, they use the term not only in everyday conversation, but in official parlance as well. During the formation of the Usha Cooperative, they disregarded the government officials who advised them to register themselves as housewives and not as sex workers. It can be said that the utterance, "I am a sex worker," is a performative act that brings into being the sex worker's identity. Owing up to the term sex worker is a move for dislodging the traditional system of meaning involving prostitution and associated terminology. As Ganguly says, as with other marginalized groups such as homosexuals and blacks taking on negatively charged epitaphs, the act of stating their identity as sex workers is an articulation of their assertion to be recognized as sex workers. The imagining of the prostitute as the victim subject is dependent upon a discourse of unrelenting physical, sexual, and psychological violence. Such a theory of violence presupposes the victim as a passive subject, and violence and violations are directly visible, performed by clearly identifiable agents like clients, pimps, and brothel owners. The reason why a famous film festival rejected Ghosh's film is that, as Ghosh says, in the trends of night fairies, there is no passive victim. Neither is there a continuum of visible violence. By giving voice to the sex workers and showing the subjectivity of experience, Ghosh rejects the one-dimensional representation of violence and victimhood. As Seeling Cheng writes, the Tales of the Night Fairies shows us multiple identities and possibilities of victims. The sex workers are not suffering silently, waiting to be rescued. They're confident, active, outspoken women who fight back when they're struck. They're strategic rights-bearing and self-mobilizing beings. In the film, the audience is compelled to see the protagonist as both victims and heroes. Ghosh points out, what I had assumed to be violence against sex workers was very different from what the sex workers considered to be violence against them. As opposed to the common assumption of violence at the hands of clients and films, the film focuses more on sex workers are brutally violated by the police. Mala Singh describes how she was gang raped in lockup as a child. Her opportunities to settle scores arrived later in life, when Mala led a huge protest by outraged sex workers and was able to get written assurance that the police would no longer harass the workers. A jubilant Mala says, "It's easy to use muscle power to get your way, but the written word is far more powerful." Thus, Mala is no longer a suffering victim, but an empowered individual who survived violation and got her revenge through democratic methods. The Tales of the Night Fairies does not pretend to give voice to the victim. Ghosh posits herself as a facilitator, not a spokesperson. The women speak for themselves. They tell their own stories, recount their own traumas, instead of being represented according to the director's taste. They're given the choice to answer passionately and be passive in their response. There are no questions. Ghosh takes many long talking headshots in which the protagonist articulates the personal and collective stories in the form of anecdotes and conversations. Both in form and content of the film, the sex workers are allowed to carve out their own image. In the article, Born Unto Brothels, Koteshwaran says, the brothel is an institution involving a particular configuration of the organization of labor, both sexual and social, backed up by a set of living and working arrangements, practices, ideas, norms, ideologies, and consciousnesses that are unique to the sex industry. In Shonagachi, the brothel is the fundamental unit of the sex industry. The different aspects of the brothel-based sex work are shaped by the spatial configuration of the brothels in a red light area. The brothels exist alongside respectable households. Demarcation of space is crucial. Ghosh narrates how she got to know from her mother that certain houses in Shonagachi had put up signs saying these houses belong to Bhodro. These houses belong to decent people. In such labeling of respectability, the immorality of the other is implied. However, there is an inversion of this self-other dichotomy in the documentary itself. In the sex workers narrative, the focus is inverted. When Shikha points out the line houses in the area, it is that the label that is important to her. The brothel is both private and public. It is the juncture where the market and the family meet, as it is the sex worker's home as well as the marketplace. Mostly the representation of brothel has been that of an unhygienic and dangerous place. Zana Brisky, in her award-winning documentary Born Into Brothels, show how the Shonagachi brothels are unsafe places for the children of sex workers. Ghosh, on the other hand, when a sex worker to her father, she describes how the brothel is a comfortable home for her. Again, the oppression by brothel owners is also referred to in describing the DMSC struggles for justice. Throughout the film, there is a joyous, celebratory tone. The women speak of stories of triumph and camaraderie. The music in the film brings out fond associations between people and places. The sex workers relate anecdotes about their dreams and achievements. Ghosh, in her voiceover, reminisces of girlhood dreams of living in a prostitute's paradise. This atmosphere of celebration culminates in the carnival, the Mela, that punctuates the narrative of the film and represents a visual space that is. Mela is also a cultural space to communicate with the respectable society. It becomes the meeting point for the insider and the outsider. Uma Mondal interprets the name Komal Gandhar, their cultural ring, as Komal means gentle, we will present ourselves to people gently. Then there is Gan or song, we will sing and dance and dress to win the minds of people. Then there is Dhar or the sharp edge, the cutting edge of a chainsaw that cuts both back and forth. We will sever inhibitions from the minds of people. Ghosh in her film also approaches the viewers gently and uses laughter, dance, and music to transform public opinion. The documentary is a celebration of the individual and the collective journey of the members towards psychological, social, and political change. In the film, Ghosh constantly problematizes ideas of gender, ideas of margin, binaries, and any kind of homogeneity. The film not only rejects a heteropatriarchal gaze, but problematizes the basic question of who is seeing whom. As Ghosh narrates, it is not just the camera who is directed towards the actors. During the shooting, everyone, the actors, the passerby, is staring at the camera. Ghosh questions the gender binary by bringing her own gender expression into question. The women continued to stare at us. One of them loudly wondered whether I was a boy. She asserts in her film about women sex workers, the ideal traditional femininity is performed, according to Ghosh, by Nitai, a male sex worker in drag. Tales of the Night Fair is also strategically blurs the spatial boundary between red light area and the rest of the city. Rejecting the traditional ways of portraying lives of the less fortunate, Ghosh has shot the red light areas in the same way as the rest of the city, consciously drawing parallels between the two opposing spaces. In the film, the narrow lanes of Sonagachi inconspicuously merge into the memorable lanes and streets of Kolkata. The protagonists of the film move out of the designated places to symbolically reclaim the city. In a tryst with Night Fairies, the director's response, Ghosh says, I have visually confounded the borders between red light areas and the rest of the city, just as I have tried to erase the imaginary differences between the bodies of sex workers and those of non-sex workers. Ghosh also symbolically refers to the problems in organizing a varied group of individuals. There are bound to be conflicts and failures and internal divisions in a project that involves more than 60,000 sex workers. Although there is no direct discussion of such a problem, in the elaborate musical chair sequence in the film, Cheng finds hints of inherent divisive and competitive nature of organizing. However, it would be important to note that the film and also other such works that have similar ideology, there is a major pitfall in front of such works. That would be romanticizing the sex worker's image in a completely different context than the ones before. It would then perhaps end in the same kind of stereotyping as the victim image has fallen into. So Ghosh and the audience are actually never able to witness Ratporir Kotha, the play on which the title is based. This can be interpreted to mean that despite all the best intentions, representation of marginalized in conclusion, I would like to say that although this is a brilliant film, there is still a long way to go in achieving a complete inversion of the prostitute image from victim to agent of her own body. I would request everyone to actually go check out the documentary. It is available on YouTube. It is a beautifully made film and one that would, I'm sure, yield a number of different perspectives to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, for this excellent presentation with pictorial details, in-depth study and scholarly research on the area. So maybe invite some questions from the audience. question from the audience? So if there are no questions, can we move on to the next? Thank you, Chaudhary, for your wonderful presentation. Our next speaker today is Srijoy Biswas, a postgraduate scholar from Rishi Bankim Chandra College. The topic of his presentation is In Sputnik with Laika, Staring into the Endless. Srijoy Biswas, please make your presentation.
Sir, am I visible and audible?
Yeah, you're audible and visible, and your PowerPoint is also visible. Yeah, you can
Okay,
start
sir.
your presentation, please.
Good afternoon to the respected chairperson, SBS sir, and the respected professors and my fellow participants. So my paper is In Sputnik with Laika Staring into the Endless. So let us discuss, get an idea about what is Sputnik. I know many of you are familiar with this phenomenon, but I will describe for those who are not who are very much unfamiliar with this. So the Sputnik was a man-made satellite. It was launched by Soviet Union in 1957 with the intention to discover the space, the vastness of universe and other space-related experiments. In 3rd November, the Sputnik 2 was also successfully launched. This time, the Sputnik 2 was accompanied by a dog named Laika. But unfortunately, the experiment failed and Laika died. And eventually the Sputnik did not return. And Laika became the first being to leave the Earth's atmosphere. So this is the background history of Sputnik. Now I will say why I named my research as Sputnik, in Sputnik with Laika. Like Russians who made Sputnik with the intention to experience the unknown recesses of universe and space. So this research will also, like Sputnik, look into the unknown recesses of identity, gender, postmodern aspects, and the in-between spaces. And we will sit into this presentation and we stare outside into these spaces like Laika. You can see that image I have given in the right hand corner. So Sputnik actually means a travel companion. The protagonist of the works which I have taken here, Srijut and Mew from Murakami's Sputnik Sweetheart, and Mew and Sumer from Murakami's Sputnik Sweetheart, and Srijut from Tagore's The Hungry Stones. They all faces a lack of companionship which causes a fissure in their identity. So the work can be best understood as a sort of ellipsis. So the ellipsis is the space where both the boredom and the fantastical elements of life lies in. So it is a place where what we think about the society and what societies think about us gets accumulated in a composite whole. So we will sit into the Sputnik and we will stop in respective stations, floating stations of identity, gender, and in-between spaces, and examine those. Let us start. So at first I will give a brief summary of The Hungry Stones. The story is about a man whose name is Srijut. At first he is referred to as a Bengal. At first he is referred to as someone strange, but later we come to know that he is a Bengali Babu. He works as a cotton tax collector in Barich, Hyderabad. He faces three incidents. The first incident is that he stays in Mahmud II's palace. There, one night he visits a temple into the palace and sees that activities from 250 years ago comes to life. Then eventually the second incident occurs. In the second incident, he gets startled after getting stopped by an ant while entering a beautiful maiden's quarter. And the third incident, in the third incident, it happens that he hallucinates and sees himself getting touched by beautiful maidens while lying on the bed. And the fourth incident, that is the last hallucination, in that hallucination, he hears the stifled, heartbreaking sobs of some maiden telling him, urging him to rescue. And the story ends with Meher Ali shouting. Meher Ali is a madman who happens to stay in that place a long time ago. The story ends with Meher Ali crying, "Stand back, all is false, all is false." Now, the next work which I have included is Murakami's Sputnik Sweetheart. So the novel was published in 1999, as it is mentioned. This novel revolves around a girl named Sumair. Sumair falls in love with Mew, who is much older than her, and he's a wine and he's at the head of a wine distribution company. Actually, he's a business tycoon. She's a business tycoon. Okay, and Sumair falls in love with her. After falling in love with her, he comes in face with 4 incidents. Here also, he comes in face to face with 4 incidents. First incident: Sumair disappears suddenly like a smoke. He actually disappears suddenly like a smoke, and after that, Mew becomes tensed, and she and Mew at this time were holidaying in a Greek island, unnamed Greek island. The point is to note is the unnamed Greek island, and calls K. K happens to be Sumair's best friend and the narrator of the story. So the K finds out. So K eventually comes into the island, and Mew and K start searching for Sumair. But after that, they does not find Sumair, and eventually K discovers a strange fact about Mew's white hair, which I will explain eventually. But one night, a very strange incident happens. Narrator hears the songs coming from a very distant place, and gets hypnotized by the music, and he visits there. But he suddenly realizes reality strikes him hard, and he comes down from the mountain top. Otherwise, he was about to jump from the mountain top. The fourth incident: he returns to Tokyo empty-handed, as I told that he fails to find Sumair, so he returns disappointed and empty-handed. And one night he receives a telephone call from Sumair, but Sumair says that I don't know where I am, but I am here somewhere. So this is the fourth and the last strange incident. Another point which is to note that here, K also loved Sumair. But Sumair, as being a homosexual, as being a lesbian, did not love K. Instead, he loved Mew. K was like a friend to her. So it is very much evident, as I find that there is a split in identity. There's split in identity which is being experienced through the other world, where Srijut is traveling the magical world of Arabian Nights, where Sumair traveled from the Greek island, where no one can go, but the unperceived but the unfathomable world, which the Russian Sputnik moved on to explore. And here I will do the same with my paper. The unfathomable, the unperceived world which operates behind our back. So I will explore the social identity. I will address the identity dynamics of identity from sociological point of view. So the first point is social categorization. Here, all the character, be it Mew, Sumair, or Srijut, is a victim of social categorization. They prohibits themselves from belonging to a particular social group. From a particular social group. It is seen that Sumair was an aspiring writer, and later he joins Mew's business. So at one point he finds satisfaction in belonging to a group of writers. Then at another point he finds satisfaction in doing a job in a great business and accompanying Mew. And on the other hand, Srijut at one point finds satisfaction as a tax collector. At another point finds satisfaction as behaving like a Bengali babu. And another point imagines himself the great person, Mahmud II, the emperor, the great historical emperor in India. So these are the social categorization which they faces: a clear split and a clear dissection of their identity. Next comes the social comparison. They compares their identity within themselves. It is seen that Sumer says that maybe I would have been better off as a writer, but another time he realized that being a writer was not giving out any money, so he joined the Muse business. So Muse business was better. They constantly faces this conflict, and Srijut on the other hand does not, at one point, does not find satisfaction in the job of tax collector, but he says that it is giving him money and the working hours are very much flexible. So the social comparison is always going within these characters. It is an excellent work by both Tagore and Murakami. So, and the social identification, they actually does not maintains their distance from the activities going on. They readily identifies themselves with the activities. Like Srijut identifies with the Mughal emperor and envisions and hallucinates about the maidens dancing in his gardens and all. And Sumer on the other hand identifies with the magical world of the alluring world of the unknown Greek island, and travels him and imagines himself traveling into a different realm. And Mew identifies herself with a very what should I say, entrepreneur who should maintain his who should maintain his composer. So there is social identification always going on between these characters. So the next, and I will next move to the analysis from a literary point of view, that is a Freudian analysis of their mentality. So Sumer, Mew and Srijut fails to satisfy their id. Sumer, as being a homosexual, loves Mew, but Mew does not reciprocate to Sumer. So Sumer id gets readily unsatisfied, and on the contrary, Srijut fails. Suffers from loneliness in that lonely island, in that lonely Rajasthan suburbs, where he does not have any companion. So three of their ids does not get satisfied, and Mew one day envisions herself having sex with a man he just met. He just envisions that. So both three of their ids remains unsatisfied, which results into the visions, erotic visions split into their identity, and which is eventually manifested through their disappearance. Ego fails to maintain the balance. Sumer tries to maintain it by writing, but eventually fails. Mew tries to balance it by involving herself into the business, but eventually fails. And Srijut, on the other hand, tries herself to engage more into the work, but he eventually fails. He gets allured by the charm of that place, shackled by superego. So it is very much evident that all of the characters are shackled by conventions, which results into these visions, these erotic visions which arouses in themselves. The most prominent is Muse, who one night gets stuck in a giant wheel, and from the window of the giant wheel he sees into her flat and sees that he is having sex with someone else. So this is a clear case of erotic frustration, which leads them to a phantasmal world where they can fulfill their urges. Now we will move to David Lewis' theory. Well, exploring the actual and non-actual world. I have been speaking of the non-actual world since long. So the actual world is what we see here and now. Both are logical. The non-actual world is the other side. That is, we can see the only one side of the moon. The other side we cannot see, but it is existent. But it is not here and now. So the non-actual world is the other side where the three of the characters travel. Logical, but they are located in the logical space. But Tagore argued that both of this space should meet, and Murakami and Tagore does the same in their work. Now how they will do, I will explain in the next slide. They create a point of convergence. They shows the two worlds at first, and later they create a point of convergence. Now in between spaces, I told that the Sputnik will travel into in between spaces. The in-between spaces are the spaces where they disappears. Is the regular, it is located between the regular and the ordinary. It explores the frontiers of gender. It is the gender ostracization that homosexuality was banned at that time in both Japan and India. So Sumayya imagines fails to satisfy his homosexual urge of marrying Mew, which further leads to his erotic frustration. So both Srijut and Sumayya, I have already explained earlier that they wandered into phantasmal spaces where they tries to with their urge, with their expectation that they will be able to fulfill their urges. Sumayya's disappear and the hallucinations. Srijut hallucinates about the royalty of that place, of the conventions or the ceremonies which used to happen 100 years ago. And Sumayya also hallucinates about he have a dream that he's stuck in a room and he's dead and all the cats are eating up because they are also stuck in the room and they cannot get any food. So both the faces this both hallucination due to frustration. And the last point is disability, cultural construction. So that in disability studies, the convention, it is not their fault that they are facing loneliness. It is not Sumayya's fault that she is homosexual. It is our cultural construct that we cannot permit their urges. We cannot permit their primal needs. It is totally our fault. So it can be also explained to the spheres of disability studies. It is a highly so the next point is that it is a highly postmodern one. It is a pastiche. Multiple yawns, magical realism is there, travelogues is there. Murakami uses the travelogues to travel through various places. Like at first at Greek, then Tokyo. He switches between Greek and Tokyo to prove his point. Travelogues that the erotic frustration is there, magical realism is there. I explained the erotic frustration a few minutes earlier. Multiple frames of narratives. The narratives change constantly. In the Hungry Stones, the narratives at first the narrator boards on the train and sees the storyteller who happens to be the narrator who happens to be the narrator later. So in Sputnik Sweetheart also the narrator is K, but it sometimes switches to Mew, it sometimes switches to Sumayya, and sometimes the author himself. So the narrator changes vehemently, bridging the surreal and the real world. So in this paper, the surreal and the real world, the hallucinations of Sumayya, the hallucinations of Srijut, the disappearance of Sumayya, they get eminently balanced. Srijut envisions himself lying down with the beautiful maidens, and Sumayya one day suddenly vanishes, and phone calls Srijut from a distant place. So this is the surreal world, and both the author tries to bridge it. History is fragmented. Here, history is totally broken. We had a notion that Tagore does it, but I want to say that Tagore does it more precisely. We had a notion that India has had a glorious past. But according to Karim Ali's statement in The Hungry Stones, we came to know that the place where Srijut was staying was a place of merriment and where the women were tortured vehemently and cruelly. So the place is full of torturous elements which rested in history. So the history is not rosy. So Tagore fragments the history and dissects the history and brings out this nausea, the world beyond forms and chronology. So here you cannot find any chronology, as the characters are shifting vehemently from this world to that world, from various interstitial spaces. Which Homi K. Bhabha says that this is neither this nor that. Between this and that there is a space, and the characters are vehemently shifting between these spaces to assert their identity. And it is the case with ourselves also. In the modern world, we don't know our desires on the one hand are subdued by cultural ostracization, on the culture and convention. On the other hand, our desires are flamed by the marketing agencies. So these things is good. These things are still going on. So conclusion. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Tagore's use of So both the worlds are being breached by certain elements. That is, Tagore uses Meher Ali's character, Murakami uses the telephone. They both are deals with cosmopolitan semiotics, but are attached with the cultural histories of their land. And the stage for experiment is set by Mahmud II's place, an unnamed Greek island. They both ends just left the story open endless, which prepares a scope for experimentation. They deliberately undermines value, order, meaning, and necessity. So as our spaceship comes to land, there might be a numerous misunderstanding because it deals with unperceived space. But we have to know that understanding is the sum total of all the misunderstandings. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijoy Vishwas, for your excellent presentation. So can we invite questions, or shall we move on to the next paper, because we are running out of time? So it is better we move on to the next paper. Any question from the audience? We can take one question at most. Any question? So we move on to the next presentation. Professor Mrs. Preeti Josh she is Assistant Professor, Department of Humanities, St. Claret College, Bangalore. She will be presenting a paper on the topic is Damsel Still in Distress, Representation of Women Characters in Children Literature. May I now request Professor Josh to make a presentation.
Yes, sir. Starting off, I will just give a disclaimer that my presentation is going to be really short. I'm just going to discuss what my paper deals with. So I'm not going to go in detail because we're running out of time. So in my paper, I'm basically dealing with 4 major texts or movies of that sort. The first movie that it's a play called as Wicked. Okay, so now this play basically is a retelling of the book, The Life and Time of Wicked Witch of the I'm sorry, it is a retelling of the novel The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by Frank. Okay, so now the beginning of the novel, okay, the novel that talks about the Wizard of Oz is basically a very patriarchal kind of novel that depicts the Wizard of Oz as a positive character and the Wicked Witch, which is called as Elphaba, as a negative character. Now this play is something that I find personally as a retelling in a feminist way. Though I do have problems, 2 or 3 issues that I see which can be questionable in this thing, that I will discuss about that at the end of this presentation. This particular play called The Wicked is actually a retelling of the story of the 2 witches. Now, this is a point of view of the witches and not the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so it's the viewpoint of the story is shifted to the other side. This play basically brings into question this aspect of being completely good or completely evil. Okay, so the direction or the way this play is actually portrayed shows us an image of a very contemporary kind of setting where we can relate to. So usually whenever you hear of witches and fairies, you usually think it's something in the past. It's a fairy tale. It's something that we learned as kids. We grew up, hearing or learning about those stories. So this play beautifully brings out that thing where you can actually, on a real life level, connect to it, because it's kind of showing like a very dormitory kind of situation. Okay, so these 2 witches are kind of roommates. So they go to college together, they're roommates. So it's completely, relatable for people like us. So Elphaba, who is the negative person or the Wicked Witch of the West, so called in the play, as well as Glinda, who is seen as a positive witch. Now, what brings into the main focus of this play is how is Elphaba turning out to be the negative one? Okay, who is the one that's tagging her as negative? How is she negative compared to whom? So the Wizard of Oz over here in this play is actually turning out to be the villain of it. Okay, so which is completely juxtaposing the image that he had in the Wizard of Oz, the book, or the initial movie for that matter. The Wizard of Oz in the play, The Wicked, is a kind of character that's actually taking away the ability from animals to talk. So in Wicked, we have a professor known as Dillamont, who is actually a goat. Okay, and he's an amazing professor who actually tells his class that there's a conspiracy against animals, and the people who are ruling this country do not want animals to talk or to come up in life. So what Elphaba, who's so-called the negative witch, actually realizes is that the Wizard of Oz is the one who is actually taking away this power from the animals to talk. Because this animals in a certain sense is a revolutionary act. If they can talk, then the value of normal humans will come down. Okay, so it is this act of rebellion that Elphaba does. You know, she refuses to stand along with the Wizard of Oz. Okay, and the Wizard of Oz also has a helper who also happens to be a professor in the college that they are studying, who's called as Madame Morrible. Okay, very close to the word horrible. Madame Morrible, she's the one who's actually helping the Wizard of Oz to capture these animals and, you know, target them and cage them in, you know, very inhuman small cages. So it's Elphaba's, revolutionary act of telling the Wizard of Oz that she's not going to stand with him that earns her this title of, the Wicked Witch. So again, it brings into aspect wicked in the sense of what? Who is the one who's calling her wicked? It's again a man who's calling her wicked. It's again because she's going against the patriarchal social structure that she's so-called or tagged with the word wicked. Now, Glinda on the other side, okay, who is so-called the good witch, is the person who actually listens to the Wizard of Oz. She doesn't repel back. She is very passive, very feminine, does not have an opinion of her own. Now, this character is very interesting, okay, because Glinda is not only shown as a very passive person, not because she's originally very passive, it's because she likes this guy who is a prince of the place called Winky. Okay, his name is Fiyero, and Fiyero likes Elphaba. Okay, so this kind of passiveness or this position that she is personally in, where she is actually in a certain way working against Elphaba by working in favor of the Wizard of Oz. Okay, it's because that they share the same love interest. Okay, so Elphaba in the beginning of the play does not seem to have any love interest towards Fireyo, but Fireyo likes Elphaba. Okay, and Glinda likes Fireyo. So her attempt to go against Elphaba is an attempt to win Fireyo, not because she, originally had an issue with her. Though in the play, in the beginning of the play, you actually see there's a lot of, fights that happens between these two characters. It's beautifully turns into a wonderful friendship that they, it culminates in. So in that aspect, I see that this play has taken a certain feminist stance in the point of view that usually whenever you have any fairy tale or any movie or book that has a woman protagonist, you usually have a woman as the antagonist as well. Okay, so you usually they bring these aspect of pitting one woman against the other. Okay, so this play actually kind of disrupts that. Even though in the beginning you see that they are against each other, later on you see that there's this beautiful friendship. They forgive each other. They have meaningful conversations. They share with each other the secrets, the very personal secrets that no one else knows about them to each other. So there's this very strong friendship bond that you can see. Now, the problem that I have with this play, even though it's supposedly a feminist play, is always the witch or this character that has some kind of supernatural power is always a woman. Okay, you can never see a kind of man that is seen as a very negative kind of character. Okay, and second thing is the Elphabas, who's a wicked witch. Her birth is a very asexual birth. Okay, so her mother had an affair, which at the end is seen as the Wizard of Oz is Elphaba's father, and he himself doesn't know it. Okay, so again, the man is not questioned for what he's done. Okay, it's because her mother has an affair, and Elphaba is not born from a sexual affair. Even though Elphaba's mother has an affair, the way Elphaba is born is because of a green elixir that her mother drinks. It's because of that elixir that she drinks, she becomes pregnant with that elixir, and Elphaba is seen as this green baby that no one really wants to talk to. Okay, now the second movie that I would be looking at is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's this two small woman, children basically, character that is, continuously criticized for being very opinionated and greedy and, too determined in life. Okay, the two characters are, one is Violet, the woman, the child, who's actually chewing gum all day. So there's this, beautiful dialogue where she herself, accepts it, saying that my mother does not find it very ladylike. Okay, so that aspect of, if you're ladylike, you're not supposed to chew with your mouth open. You have to be, you have to sit in a certain manner, you have to talk in a certain manner, you have to act in a certain manner. Okay, again, bringing back the stereotypical gender roles. If you're a woman, don't raise your voice, don't ask for more, be happy with where you are and what you want. Now, Veruca is the other small child who's actually very greedy in that sense. So what is interesting in this movie is that the perspective in which you look at these children is not really the viewpoint of the children themselves, not even Charlie, who is the protagonist of the movie. It's not even his viewpoint, or it's not even the narration does not happen from his viewpoint. It's from a third person point of view, the omniscient narrator, if you will. Also, another thing is it's almost seen from an adult perspective. So whenever we judge these children as, greedy or being, disrespectful and loud and opinionated, it's from an adult's point of view. Okay, so again, that point of representing, who is the one who's representing them as greedy? Okay, how are they becoming greedy? Okay, what is the viewpoint at which you view them as greedy? Another important aspect is Charlie as opposing to the two small girl children, the woman that's there in the movie. He's seen as possessing more feminine traits. Okay, he's very soft-spoken, very passive, very obedient, coming from a very poor family. He adheres to whatever the parents say. It's more like a feminine kind of attribute than a masculine, which Veruca and Violet portrays, being very loud and opinionated. So in a certain way, the movie is trying to, reach out to the children audience and say, if you want to be accepted by the society, the so-called good person is a person who is soft-spoken and very passive, and you don't have to raise your voice, or don't be too greedy, don't ask for more than what you have. Now, coming to the last two movies that I'll be discussing is Matilda and Maleficent. So these two movies can be seen as a certain feminist approach, okay? But the problem with that is there's still very strong underlying patriarchal values. For example, the first one is Matilda, which is almost Roald Dahl's one book that has a female protagonist. So Matilda, again, being this 5-year-old, her advantage over the others is the fact that she is very intelligent. Okay, when it comes to the others, she has exceeding intelligence when it comes to everyone else of her age group. Now, what's interesting here is, again, the trope of a woman being a housekeeper who's taking care of the domestic sphere of life. That is portrayed through the character of Matilda's mother. Okay, Mrs. Wormwood. And Matilda's father is the one who's earning money, or is the breadwinner. Again, as usual, the gender roles that are played here. Now, what is interesting is the character of Miss Honey, who is the teacher of Matilda. Okay, so here we are again pitted against two women. Okay, Mrs. Wormwood does not like Miss Honey because she is a woman who's not putting great effort into the way she looks. Again, objectifying. You're a woman, you have to, put an effort into the way you look and the way you carry yourself, instead of actually going around teaching people and making a living. Okay, again, reinforcing the fact that, if you want to, if you're like normal, very good woman, you have to be under the care of your husband and leave it to the husband to earn for you, you earn your income. Take care of you, and you just have to sit home and take care of the domestic sphere. Again, another interesting character is Miss Honey's auntie, who's Trunchbull, again, who is actually cheating Miss Honey to get her possessions and wealth. Okay, so these are small, even though definitely compared to his other novels, this book actually does serve as a feminist take in the front view. You can see these very, blurry lines of patriarchy that is hidden in this movie or the book. The movie was made out of the book. Now, the last movie that I'll be discussing is Maleficent. It's a very recent one, 2014 I'm talking about. Maleficent is again the villain.
Okay, so teachers, can I interrupt a bit? Okay,
yes,
we have,
yes.
Yeah, 3 more speakers, so we have to wind up.
I'm done. I'm just one line. Okay, just one line.
Okay.
So Maleficent, okay, the problem I have with this movie is that the fairies that are there in this movie, the 3 fairies, are seen as very dormant, very passive, and they can't take care of the one child that they have been appointed, that is Princess Aurora. They have actually been appointed to take care of her, but 2 times they failed their duty. Once when she's a really small baby, Aurora, she's almost about to fall off a cliff. Okay, so they can't even keep up the responsibility that they are supposed to do. And the second time is when they were supposed to keep her within the castle till she's 16 years old. So it's only after the 16th birthday that they were precisely asked to take her back to the castle. But then she escapes before that, one day before her birthday exactly, and she gets back to the castle. Again, showing the impotence of a woman. Okay, but again, you see in the movie that these three fairies, irrespective of the small size they're doing all the household work. They're somehow cooking, they're somehow sewing, they're somehow taking care of the baby, and still not being excellent in what they do. Even Maleficent, for that matter, even though she turns out to be the true love of Princess Aurora, it's more like a revenge-based story. It was because she was wronged by the man she loved. She was drugged and her wings were cut, that she takes a revenge. It's not because she is disturbing any social order. So innately, she's a good woman who is just misunderstood. Yeah, so the conclusion of my paper is, even though we can see many movies that are coming out in today's world that might seem very feminist in nature, it's very important to have a critical viewpoint for such movies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Preeti Joshi. Excellent presentation. So wide canvas, you have covered so many areas, talked about the representation, the politics of representation, especially the representation of the female as a witch. So very good scholarly research work. So I wish you a better, scholarly work in future. So maybe invite one question. She has managed the time also. I thank you for this. Yes, any question? Any question from the audience? So most of the texts are common to you. Yes. The participants. So this politics of representation works from the fairy tales.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a few words on it.
Yes, sir. The politics of representation works from the fairy tales in the sense, what I wanted to show was fairy tales and Disney movies is something that all children, grow up looking at. Even I, as a kid, even now, like forget about being a kid, even now I watch those movies and I enjoy them personally. So even things that we usually see as, oh wow, it's a fun-based, something as an entertainment, can have these underlying very strong patriarchal things. It's not even like a blurry thing that just happened to slip into the movie. It's deliberately put in there. Okay, so again,
yeah, there is a valorization of masculinity and violence.
Yes. So again, reinforcing the fact that there is a certain norm by which you have to follow if you have to live in this society. You can't really, be this rebel spirit that, just want to be the way you are. So that's the point that I wanted to discuss in this.
Thank you, Professor Joshi, for this excellent presentation, elaboration on these areas. Any question from the audience? Yeah, young research scholars are there. They must be asking some questions. Any question? Yes? So can we move on to the next paper presentation? Thank you, Professor Preeti Joshi. Our next presentation will be by Professor Hindol Palit of Barakpur Rashtraguru Surendrannath College. His topic is Naxalgia or celluloid, a strategic representation of Naxalite movement in Bengali films in last 1 decade. Professor Hindol Palit, please make a presentation.
Sir, am I audible and visible?
Yes. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Good afternoon to all. Now I know that we are terribly running short of time, so I have to, cut short my paper. Now see, in the title of my paper, I have used the word Naxalgia. Now what is Naxalgia? It's a coming together of two words, Naxal, Naxalite movement, Naxal, and nostalgia. Now, as we all know that today's cultural industry, they have actually penetrated into each aspect of our life and appropriated any form of protest, dissent, demonstration, and use that to their advantage, turned it into a commodity, sell it to the market. I will discuss in my paper that how this politics of Naxalgia works in contemporary Bengali films. Don't forget that Bengali films always had a proud legacy of producing political films, but now just see what we have in last 10 years time. I will go chronologically. The first film that I will talk about is Iti Mrilanini, released in 2010, directed by Aparna Sen. Now, this film talks about a veteran actress, her journey over 4 decades, and when the story comes back, offer some flashback of her past life, we get to see her radical boyfriend, Abhijit, always dressed up impeccably in kurta pajama, prefers to sit in coffee house, and loves to talk about, bourgeois, class struggle, proletariat. In one sequence of the film, we see that Abhijit and Mrinalini, they walk together through the lanes of College Street, and the camera casts on the wall writings pro-Naxalbari slogans. But that is where the politics of the film ends, because soon after, Abhijit was arrested by police and he was shot dead. For the remaining of the film, there was no mention of Abhijit and this politics. So suddenly he is reduced to just a passing phrase of a history, or just a footnote maybe. The next film that I would love to talk about, released in 2012, directed by Anik Dotto. I think all of us have seen the film and loved the film, commercially extremely successful, critically acclaimed, Bhuter Bhovishyot. Now we all know that what the storyline is. The ghost of the city, they are being marginalized and they are battling, they are fighting for their struggle of existence. We know the entire film is an allegory. Okay, it talks about after the capital, how the marginalized, they are getting more marginalized, putting at the outskirts, throwing at the outskirts of the city to make spaces for the haves. We can understand that. Now, in this film, there is also a Naxalite character, okay, Biplab Dasgupta. Although he is present throughout the film, okay, one of the chief architect of the film, but we only come to know about his political connection towards the fag end of the film. Okay, we learned that Biplab Dasgupta, he was a professor of Rajabaja Science College and of course Naxalite sympathizer. In one fateful night, he was nabbed by police, taken to Madan and shot down. That's it. Now, very interestingly, there is a huge similarity between this shooting sequence and what we have seen in Iti Mrilanini. In both cases, the Naxalite protagonist, they were nabbed, taken to Madan and they were shot down. And here we need to understand the politics of representation. This is a kind of a standardized representation how a Naxal should be killed in a film that deals with Naxalism. Just like in Bollywood, if Bollywood makes a film on Calcutta, they will always show you a Howrah Bridge, no matter whether it's required in the story or not. They will always show you. So in a film that has to do something with Naxalite movement, they will always show you this scene. Because, I mean, we all know that Sharoj Datto, famous Naxalite leader, he was shot down in that way. And from then, probably, it was kind of a standardized representation of a death of a murder of a Naxal. And this particular sequence in the film, I mean, his Naxalite past, the rendition of the past, it just lasts for 3 minutes in a film that runs for 120 minutes. Truth be told, even if Biplab Dasgupta is not a Naxal, the film can still be the same, but probably director wants to give a little political add little more political nuances, and therefore he turns him into a Naxalite character. The next film I would love to talk about, Naxal. The title is Naxal itself. Devaditya Banerjee has made this film and released in 2015. In this film, the Naxalite protagonist is played by Mithun Chakraborty, superstar Mithun Chakraborty. Okay, now the film starts with a little hazy depiction of what happened at Naxalbari, and soon it surrenders all its cinematic sensibility to the on-screen persona of this superstar. What we have found? The Mithun Chakraborty's character, he literally holds the city on ransom, beats up all the bad guys, exposes the unholy nexus between corporate houses and the politicians, and emerges almost like a mass hero. At the climax of the film, we find people are, coming out on the road, chanting his name, wearing his mask, wearing his face mask. So we don't really understand, is he a story of a Naxal, or is it a kind of a celebration of the cult of Mithunda? Okay, so I mean, we have seen the same template being repeated over and over again a lone man fighting against an unjust system. But here probably director thinks by naming the film Nakshal, and since the actor Mithin Chakraborty in real life he also had a Nakshalite past, so it might have a better sellability. It will help to sell the film better. So therefore he names the film Nakshal. The last film 2017 when it was released, Meghnad Bot Rahosyo, made by Anik Dotto again. And I think it was probably the most nuanced out of this four films. Okay, so in this film we get to see an award-winning writer, Oshimabo Bose. He returns to Calcutta after winning the award, and after his return to Calcutta, he starts to receive, copies of Meghnad Bot Kampo one after the other. It's a kind of a mysterious arrival, and that actually opens up the can of worms. Now we learn that Oshimabo Bose had a Naxalite past. Everybody had a past, okay, Naxalite past, and he had betrayed his cause, and he had betrayed one of his friends, whose name was Indrajit, to find a safe passage to abroad. And now, after so many years, daughter of Indrajit, Janaki, her name is Janaki, she comes back to haunt the conscience of Oshimabo. Okay, so I mean, I can understand what Anik Dotto is trying to suggest. Anik Dotto is trying to suggest that the spirit of Naxalbari is still alive. It can still come back to haunt, to scratch our present day morality. And of course, to give it more realistic representation, he adds a few real life characters with little modification of their names. But once again, this film also fails to explore, to examine, to offer an objective depiction of exactly what happened at Naxalbari. This film carries a few glimpses of police atrocity, the bombing of the police car, few songs, Communist International, that's it. But of course, I at this juncture, I also need to add one thing, that Anik Dotto also doesn't pretend to make a political film. He actually makes the entire film in a very, whodunit way. And one of the characters of his film, he said, 50 years have gone, but we are yet to get a film or a novel that can give us an objective examination of the movement. We can take this statement as a confession offered by the director. So these are the four films I have talked about. Now there is something very interesting. All these four protagonists, they speak in a very certain way. All of them hail from middle class, urban middle class. Shohure Bhadralok, all of them are, okay? And they all go to the premier academic. They all can talk about Bergman, Truffaut, Nietzsche, Marx with ease. But whereas the real movement of Naxalbari in 1967, it started in a small village of Shiliguri subdivision. And it was a peasant revolution at the initial stage, spearheaded by the peasant leaders like Charu Majumdar, like Kanu Sannal, like Jongle Sawtal. But they have no representation on the screen. Just to cater the urban audience, all the Naxalite heroes, they are given an urban outlook and certain intellectualism, and that's it. And all of them are the things of past. No investigation, no film. I mean, 50 years have passed, but still no film has met to explore and offer us an impartial, objective understanding and estimation of the movement. Now, I will conclude with this the short anecdote. The term Naxalgia is not my coinage. I have got the term from a literary festival, Calcutta Literary Festival. In 2016, they have organized a seminar on Naxalgia. And out of the many eminent speakers, Somonesh Majumdar was there. And we all know that Somonesh Majumdar is known for his Kalbala. And in that seminar, he said that 1.5 lakh copies of Kalbala is sold till date. And he also tells a story that he once went to USA and there he confronted a Naxalite friend. And that Naxalite friend said, I don't talk to you because you are making money by selling us and by misrepresenting us. Majumdar said, I can't refute his allegation. I would just like to add one more thing, just a short thing, that this entire session on Naxalgia in Calcutta Literary Festival and other academic sessions they were sponsored by Tata Steel. We all know that Tata Steel is a major corporation in our country. So this is exactly capitalism has penetrated into each aspect of our life, turned every form of protest, dissent to their own advantage and sell it. So I think we find a lot of celebration. We often celebrate that after 50 years, the specter of Naxalbari is returning. We often say that. But when we say that, we have to take a pinch of salt and we have to examine how far this statement is true. Maybe the ghost is returning. True, the ghost of Naxalbari might be returning, but the arrival and the departure of the ghost is preconditioned. And this ghost is not free playing. It's dancing to the tune of an invisible flute player. And these ghosts are extremely tameable, docile, and innocuous in nature, just like the snakes of Baburam Shapure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hindal Palit, for this excellent presentation. So,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Stimulating discussion. So questions are there in the drop box, chat box. Okay. Please respond to the questions in the chat box.
Okay, okay, sir.
There are so many questions.
Okay.
Participants, place your questions in the chat box. You respond to that. Okay. It will be easier for you.
Okay, sure, sir. Okay. Will you tell us Yes.
Professor Palit, can I add a comment?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Due to the long leftist rule, the ideological structure has made Naxalbari or Naxalism has constructed it into a socialist utopia, a place of escapism for the suffering middle class, which actually veers from the most of the ideological principles that Naxalites attempted at. Even the name Naxalbari is to some extent a misnomer, because the memoir on Charu Majumdar, I read that what happened in Naxalbari, the incident was actually spearheaded by Kanu Sanyal, where Charu Majumdar was at that night. Charu Majumdar was placed 15 to 16 kilometers from there, and Charu Majumdar was not in favor of the way party acted in Naxalbari. Whereas the representations, the cultural representations, we have all those fissures, the problems, the dialectics of Naxalite ecology, and made it a fashion that good student going to college be a Naxal. It's very
exactly so, sir.
Police, the way you said, the police is shown as shooting the Naxals at night.
Exactly.
They also kill lots of people. Many of them did nothing, just for being landed gentry or government workers.
Absolutely so, sir. Absolutely, I'm completely agree with you, sir.
Is lacking.
Yes.
Maybe you could have done all these things, or you would have extended if you had more time. Sorry.
No, sir. Sir. I just want to add one more thing, that in Ritik Ghatok's Jukti Tokko Goppo, Ghatok actually creates the space where he can actually have a real dialogue with the Naxalites, and he actually talks about Marxist dialectics. He actually invites the discussion. He doesn't try to romanticize. He said that I respect your courage, but I don't endorse the way you are practicing your politics. So there was a real discussion. That's the point.
Ghatok was Ghatok. He preferred to live in utopia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Shubhapalan Mondal, for this question. Interesting discussion. So we can have discussion later on. So
okay.
For the presentation,
sir, just one line I would like to add. So just one line. First of all, thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And I have a long association. I have so many fond memories with RBC College, and I'm extremely happy to have two of my favorite teachers in the panel, SBO sir and SKM sir. I really consider myself privileged and fortunate. Thank you all.
So
thank you, Hindu.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next presentation will be by Komalika Ghosh, a PG student scholar of Rishi Bankim Chandra College. The topic is Canvas of Marginalization, Gond Art and Bhimayana. So Komalika, please restrict within 10 minutes, and then we can have some questions, because there is one more speaker after you. Please, Komalika, you can present.
Okay, sir. So, sir, is this visible, my presentation?
Yes. Just audio.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, make the audio clear. Start your presentation.
Okay. So at first, good afternoon to the chairperson, to the respected professors and my fellow mates. I am Kamalika Bose, student of Masters in English from Rishi Bankim Chandra College. So my presentation is about the canvas of marginalization, Gond art and Vimayana. In this topic, I will be divided this topic into 4 parts. So the parts are here. So the first part is about marginalization, types of marginalization and the intersectional marginalization. The second part is about indigenous art forms. And the third part is about the Gond art, the style of Gond art, the purposes and the marginalization of the Gond people. And in the last part, I will discuss about Vimayana to show how this text is multi-layered narrative that protests against the marginalization of Dalits and at the same time the marginalization of the Gond artists. Marginalization is a process of excluding a person or a group of people, depriving him or them from the privileges for leading the life equivalent to the rest. This can take place in many ways based on many conditions, and there can be different type of marginalization based on political purposes or on the basis of race, ethnicity, in the basis of gender identity, on the basis of poverty, on the economic status, on the basis of age, and etc. etc. The word marginalization became popular in the emergence of post-colonial theories, and the theorists such as Homi K. Bhabha and Gayatri Spivak used marginalization as a theoretical term has got a recent boost. The theorist Crenshaw talks about intersectional marginalization. Intersectional marginalization is a new term introduced by this theorist which refers to the interconnected nature of social categorization. Crenshaw is suggesting that marginalization may take place not for one condition but for many interconnected conditions like race, class, gender, caste. They all are interconnected. So now I want to refer some art forms. So firstly, I want to refer Tanjore art. So there is the picture, which is a tribal art form practiced in Rajasthan and in part of Gujarat and in Bengal also. Then there is Madhubani art or Mithila art, which has made this Mithila region of art very famous. So there is many more like Wadli folk paintings, Patachitra painting of Orissa and the Gond art. This is the picture of the Gond art. And there are many more. So Gond art. Janghar Singh Sham was a Gond who popularized the Gond art worldwide. Then in 2001, he committed suicide while staying in his residence in Japan. So the word Gond is a Dravidian word derived from Kond, which means green mountains. The most Gond painting is about nature and the coexistence of man and nature and the cohabitation of man and animal, etc. The Gond people seriously believed that Gond art brings goodness and drives the evil forces out of their families. So now I want to come to Vimayana. There is the page, there is the title of the book. So Vimayana is an extraordinary graphic novel written by S. Anand Rai. The title of this novel reminds me of Ramayana. Ramayana is about Ram, the heroism of Rama, who is a prince. But here, the writer is writing about an alternative epic. It is the epic about Bhima, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a Dalit. We all know about his struggles. So Bhima suffered in many things, marginalization, discrimination based on ethnicity. So the text is no more about the high caste people or no more about the Kshatriyas, but about a Dalit for the very first time. The very start of the text, we can see a picture. This is the picture, colored in yellow, green and blue. So the bottom of the painting is blue, which refers to the aquatic world. And in the middle portion, there is the art and all kinds of animals we can see are painted there. And on the top, there is the sky. I think for me, this picture depicts two things. One is the ecological pyramid, and the other is the three spheres: heaven, earth, and hell. So the earth is represented the cohabitation. Bhimayana is a book which starts with a frame narrative. The dialogic form gives this novel an oral structure. At the very starting of the novel, we can see two persons are sitting facing each other, and they are talking about something happened in the recent past, about political incidents, about marginalization, about the Dalits, etc. And there are speech balloons like this. Yes, there are speech balloons like this. So in the next page, we can see the life of Bhima and the hegemony. The naturalization of marginalizing a Dalit is very cleverly done in Indian society. Bhima is the one who expects equality. We can see that there are two groups, Dalits and the Brahmins, who are fighting for water. So there is a picture. I can't have this picture. I apologize. So there is a picture in this novel where there is a buffalo which indicates Dalits, and on the other side there is a lion which indicates Brahmins. And I can connect it with Samudra Manthan, where the gods and Asuras had a fight for the Amrita. But who has the right of Amrita, and who told gods that Asuras do not have any right in Amritas? So they are struggling as the same as gods. So Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is trying to say that, and Anand Rai through his novel is depicting this. So Bhimayana embodies not just suffering of Bhima, but also the suffering of Gond people, and this makes Bhimayana metafiction. The graphic novel breaks out the jaw and get a new dimension. So a text that protests, and they use different natural things as symbol to define the coexistence of man and nature. I want to refer one more thing, Mahabharatam. Here we can see that casteism is not given any importance. There are some characters who belong to the lower classes, of course. Despite their lower class belongings, they are involved in the kingly things. For example, Karna, the son of Ashuta, was made a king by Duryodhana. There are other examples like Krishna, who was born in a Yadav clan, was accepted as the primary instructor of the Pandavas. He was included in the Kshatriya group also. So I want to conclude here by saying that Vimana is a narrative that combines many other narratives. It embodies suffering from different time frame, different special makeup, and the chronotope used by Anand Rai. So thank you.
Thank you, Kamalika, for your excellent presentation. Yeah, we have, through your paper, seen the interface between the visual arts and the verbal art. Thank you for the presentation. So can we invite questions? So put your questions in the chat box so that Kamalika can respond to the questions.
Okay.
Hindalpali, there are questions in the chat box. Shana has given a question, an excellent question is there. So please respond to the questions. Kamalika also respond to the questions that are in the chat box. So we move on to the next presentation. The next presentation will be by Anindita Chatterjee, Durgapur Government College. She will be talking on interrogating motherhood. So Anindita Chatterjee, please make your presentation. Please unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Yeah,
and
thank
you.
Because
I had to get it done with such a short notice that I didn't get a time to prepare a PPT. So I will just talk about a few points which I want to talk about motherhood. So in this lockdown, we've seen so many things in Facebook, in social media, which is the new reality today. So in social media, there was like this motherhood challenge and everybody was participating in that challenge. It was like a kind of a mass hysteria and everybody was posting happy pictures of children. So what is so challenging about motherhood? Why is motherhood a challenge and why is it a myth that we all, love to talk about? So in my paper, I would like to talk about the two facets of motherhood postulated by the feminist theory. The first is the political facet, in which motherhood as an institution serves to enslave the woman. So it's like an extension of how kind of a patriarchal order on the woman's body. It's like an assertion of the woman's body. So this opinion was entertained by the second wave of feminists who supported the view that the institutionalized institution of motherhood served as the extension of patriarchal design. The second is the personal facet. This is an extension of this motherhood challenge that we all participate in. This is like a personal facet in which motherhood becomes a glorious experience which serves to empower a woman. It's like an empowerment. It's like a kind of a, it's like a celebration. So this view is supported by the third wave of the feminists who propose a kind of a maternal revivalism to encourage women to empower themselves through motherhood. So if you read Jyothardhara Bagchi's Interrogating Motherhood, she says that birthing is an inevitable marker of the female of the species. The social construction of gender has built on the natural biological division of the spheres. So motherhood brings with it an association of affect, emotion, bonding that is central to woman's experience in everyday reality. So placing the motherhood under the gender lens may look like a harsh rejection of elements of human nature that are dear to woman. Feminism, in order to operate a sustainable mode of criticality, will need to ensure that the baby is not thrown out of the bath water. So the gender lens has to be sensitive enough to capture the enabling aspect of motherhood as well as the constraining aspect of it. So patriarchy, we say that now we go to this entire myth of motherhood. So motherhood, it's very clear that it is the mothers are the only, they are the only people who can give birth to life. So it is like, it is a celebration. So women are the only child bearers of the society. This is a celebration of the innate capacity of the women that emphasizes on so-called woman power. So it is a kind of a self-sacrifice, an unconditional love, devotion that is demanded from women, and it's like a perpetuation of patriarchal norms. But this idea is opposed by the ideas of feminists from the West who recognize this as a vicious trap. They see that patriarchy elevates motherhood to a level and misleads women in order to exploit and circumscribe them. So they see that motherhood is a kind of a extension of the bastion of patriarchy. This is oppressive. And when we are talking about motherhood, we have to be very careful because we're talking about motherhood in terms of the legal frame, within the legal framework. Because in Beauvoir, as Beauvoir says it in the second sex, maternity in particular is respectable only for married women. So we cannot talk about motherhood in terms of the unwed mother because that is a kind of a social stigma. So patriarchy's motive is always to talk about the motherhood is a powerful image because but as long as we will deal with motherhood, we have to think about motherhood of a mother who is within the marital fold. So in this, but when you see the context of the woman who has given birth to the child, so we see these days we have cine stars floating, their pictures of their baby bump. It's very, it's a moment of joy that they wish to share with the world. And this is, they are trying to share a kind of a private part of it's a celebration of the body, kind of acceptance of the changes in the body. But at the same time, the moment they give birth to the child, there is the impulse, there is a kind of a force to get back to the normalcy, else the society is not going to accept them. It's like a kind of a pressure that they have to live up to. So you see, Aishwarya was laughed at because she had put on a lot of weight. So this is the way the society sees the woman. I mean, she's okay as long as she's having that bump and all that. She can portray it in the social media and have a good time about it. But then the moment the baby is born, then she has to get back to the normal. So she has to negotiate so much pressure. The mother has to negotiate so much pressure because patriarchy operates with a subtle sense of fear and guilt. The guilt because if the mother is leaving the child and going to work in the public space, then she becomes a bad mother. So in this context, I would like to mention a small poem by a few lines of a poem by Sylvia Plath, which is called Morning Song. Plath says that motherhood is a sacrificial act, which is eventually exhausting the mother. One cry and I stumble from the bed, cow heavy and floral in my Victorian nightgown. So she talks about, the mother's, even Beauvoir talks about is the mother's reproductive organs kind of imprison her in a subjectivity and circumscribe her within the limits of her own nature. Even if you see Christian theology, Virgin Mary is kind of raised to the platform. She's kind of, glorified. Her motherhood is glorified, and she's denied the status of a spouse or a kind of unequal for the purpose of being exalted for the mother, because respect hallows the mother, and prohibitions surround her. And set within this context, I will refer to a poem by Eunice D'Souza. She's a Goan poet. The poem is called, in the poem, there's a Catholic mother. And we talk about there's a father, the father of the church, parish. He stands and he's talking about his successful family life. And the mother figure is a passive entity who absorbs the command of two dominant institutions, the patriarchy and the religion. So the poem talks about the woman, trying to maintain herself within a society which is both life denying at the same time, a kind of attributing her a kind of glory. Father X D'Souza, Father of the Year, here he is, top left, the one smiling. By the grace of God, he says, we have had 7 children in 7 years. We are one big happy family. God always provides. India will suffer her wicked ways. Pillars of the church, says the parish priest. Lovely Catholic family, says Mother Superior. The pillar's wife says nothing. So the pillar's wife has actually, she has given her life to this entire institution. She's lost herself. She's become a passive entity. So when we go to the 70s and the 80s of this idea, 70s and 80s, the feminists, they resist this kind of a patriarchal imposition. They say that, we should not be seeing the motherhood as a trap with a body kind of an idea, but rather when we read Adrienne Rich, Woman Born, she says that motherhood as an experience is an empowerment, because, women should be seeing it like that. Because throughout history, they are the women only who are the childbearers who give you who are capable of giving birth to life. So it is a kind of, we should be associating ourselves as empowered entities. We should see ourselves like that. But there's something that is very important, because women should not be treated like that. Their ultimate destiny is to become a mother. They should have a choice, and even they can decide the course of their own life. If they don't wish to be the mother, they can do it. So the 70s and 80s, the entire thrust of feminism is to look at this motherhood as something beyond the biological process or a patriarchal construct. Motherhood was now a kind of an ennobling, a kind of a social, rather than a socially enforced obligation. Now, philosopher Sarah Rajik, when she's talking about a maternal thinking, she's talking about a mother's way of thinking. You need not be a mother. I mean, motherhood is not, it's like if you're relating motherhood with the notion of care, with the notion of love, so that does not necessarily be limited. It does not have to be, limited within the ideas of gender. So anybody can be like a mother. You can give your care like a mother. So the privatization of care is like taking it out of this stereotype construct of gender. So the identity of the motherhood does, and when we look at motherhood in context of Indian context, is completely different, because India, and if you see, and also Hinduism which worships the mother goddess, there is a kind of, also there is an equation of the nationhood with the motherhood, and the identity of motherhood completely overshadowing all other entities. So if you are a mother, everything takes a kind of a backseat. So the structural configuration of the family was characterized by a glaring dichotomy. One associates with patriarchal dominance, glorification without empowerment. So the rituals if you see even the rituals surrounding the birth of a child in an Indian family, you will see that it's about the father. The child gets the name of the father. Because in very few families, the child will actually get the name of the mother. Even the mother will not even have the right to choose the name of the child. So this is the way we have, the patriarchy has socially constructed itself. But the changes have already started coming in with the 19th century, the late 19th century and the 20th century, when we see that women have started moving out of the domestic space and moving out of their home into the world outside, and then we have women going out into the open. But then also you will see that the motherhood is it's about negotiating with so many things. So even now that I am talking to you, is possibly some of us are like have to think about the children not being fed, because this is Sunday afternoon and we have to think about that also. So, there is a kind of mother is always, fathers can, even in this lockdown, it has become difficult for mothers to, for people like us who are like working in a college and heading out departments, and now maintaining both the domestic course with not having people helping us, and everything has to be done according to system with us maintaining both. So this is a very tough time that we are negotiating. So motherhood identity is like a contested notion now. So if you see Julia Kristeva, she's talking about two patriarchal discourses associated with motherhood. The science, which does not objectively recognize the mother as a subject, and the theology, which kind of sees her as a vessel for divinity. So we don't have to, negotiate between, and ultimately you have to fit into the bill of the perfect mother. You have to fit into the identity of the perfect mother. So if I am not looking after my child, and if I'm trying to do my work, so I'm not being the good mother. So in the process of trying to be the perfect mother, most of the women are trying to, take up immense amount of responsibility, or, trying to do the impossible. So ultimately what motherhood should be, the challenge of this entire motherhood is not to try to be the perfect mother, but rather try to be the good mother in the process of being the good mother, because every journey is a unique journey and every story is a unique story. So, the hand that rocks the cradle also can rule the world. We can show that. So time has come, to see that motherhood is not necessarily a kind of a constricting thing, or it's like a kind of an empowerment of all sorts. And it's kind of because there is a kind of, if you talk to another fellow woman who will be able to understand the way that the woman tries to negotiate the domestic space and the public because patriarchy has been constantly trying to impose rules her roles also on her. So in the process of negotiating these things, a woman is like constantly redefining the notions of motherhood. I guess that is why motherhood becomes such a challenge and also such a dare. That is why, and also it is kind of a celebrate, because now the modern woman, she's bold, she's unafraid. I mean, she can even speak out her own world. So the woman of the modern era has come to comprehend that motherhood is being instinctive and innate, is no idealistic concept, no normative concept of perfect motherhood. Maternal duties, liabilities, obligations can be shared also. So the system can also have, we should have a kind of choices, and because ultimately it is not about, the ultimate goal is not to become the mother. So moved by the feminist ideologies, mother's instinct in the woman feels an increasing awareness and an instinctive urge to voice her concern against this long-standing convention of inequality and oppression. So this is what because I had to make my paper so short because I'm ending it up out here. So I said that this is every motherhood is thus an unique experience of its own, because it's like, because if you read, a lot of books have been written on it, and when it's Adrienne Rich, and ultimately I want to end with Adrienne Rich. She says that, I'll talk about this, surrogacy. Let me finish it up. So ultimately, because we should see it's a kind of, that is why I guess it's a challenge. That is why people are in this lockdown, when there's so much of world is like in crisis. I guess that is becoming the ennobling factor, because in the family space, the domestic space, it is the mother who is ultimately, she is trying to hold things together. So ultimately, that is why I guess it is a kind of a new way of celebrating the new. So I guess that's what I have to say. I'm also getting questions on surrogacy. I was trying not to talk on it.
Thank you, Professor Anindita Chatterjee, for this excellent presentation. Although it was very rapid and you maintained the time. So we have next session. So speakers.
No, I guess it's Sunday.
No, yeah, you have maintained the time, and it was a very interesting presentation and brainstorming. Yeah, that is what I can say. So you can just respond to the questions. Rudrani madam has put a question in the chat box. Please respond to the questions in the chat box, and we proceed with the next session. So I thank all the participants and the paper presenters who have presented the papers. So from the first paper of Janaki, Tanveer, then we had the presentation of Rudrani, Srijoy, Prithi, Hindal, Kamalika, and finally Anindita madam. So all these presentations, they have made this webinar very interesting, commenting on so many different points and hurling all the critical brainstorming missiles on the participants, giving them vibes, intellectual vibes. So I respect all the scholars. I got a chair to chair, but I'm cheered and now floored. So thank you very much for your excellent presentation, wonderful presentation. I wish you good luck in future presentations. So I now hand over this session to Professor Shubhapalla.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shubhapalla, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I must say that it was an Herculean task for you, and I thank you, and at the same time I am sorry for the trouble. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope
Thank you
so.
very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome you, Shuddha, Professor Shuddha Kollan Mondal from Rishi Bankim Chandra College for Women. He will chair the next session, and I hand over the space to Professor Mondal.
Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you, Shubhayu, for the honor you have given us and my institution in collaborating with you. Now, cutting short. Now we have entered the last section of today's webinar, and I've been given the honor to chair this session of paper presentation of dear participants.
Hello.
So,
Hello.
sorry. Huh.
Now you're audible. Yes, yes.
Connection
Continue.
got
Yes, there is a connection problem. Are you there, Shuddha? Hello. Hello, Professor Mondal, you are not visible.
Sorry, again got interrupted. Mr. Rai Chaudhuri, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
I'm
Rai
present.
Chaudhuri?
Yes, sir, I am present.
Of question in colonial encounter, reform and representation in the select novels of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. So please,
Yes.
now.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Please
Yes. ma'am.
proceed.
You are audible. Continue.
Yes. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee of Department of English, Sudhir Ranjan Lahiri Mahavidyalaya and RBC College for Women. The tentative title of my article is Women Question in Colonial Encounter, Reform and Representation in the Select Novels of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. Was born 9 years after the abolition of Sati. He was graduated from the University of Calcutta 1 year after the Sepoy Mutiny and 2 years after the Widow Remarriage Act. And he died 3 years after the demise of the great social reformer Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. His lifespan thus caught him in a crucial juncture of history when women question and nationalism, emerging nationalism, were accelerating with unprecedented intensity. A visionary writer par excellence, Bankim Chandra sought to contain the women question within his nationalist project of cultural self-determination and transformation. But what is his project of cultural transformation? Actually, Bankim's project of cultural transformation was crystallized in the last phase of his career in his conceptualization of Anushilan Dharma. It was theorized in Dharma Tattva, and epitomized in the character of Sri Krishna in Krishna Charitra, and tried to be actualized in the then socio-economic condition in his last three novels, Anandamath, Devi Chaudhurani, and Sitaram. It is a brilliantly redefined tradition that aspires to imbibe the Western ideas of progress and modernization in the frame of the spiritual essence of the nation. It asserts that our true spiritual tradition calls for the furthest fulfillment and perfect harmony of all our faculties, physical, intellectual, cognitive, and aesthetic. And it is attainable through the practice which is intimately connected with our dharma or religion. This ideal gives a transformative agency to the nation culture and demonstrates that the colonial ascription of stereotype is not immutable or unchangeable. It can be transformed through the practice of culture. This cultural ideal becomes very effective for particularly two reasons. First, it destabilizes the notion of fixity in the ideological construction of otherness, to use the words of Bhabha, which is the most important aspect of colonial discourse. And second, as Partha Chatterjee says, it solves a perennial problem in all nationalist thinking. How does one accept what is valuable in other culture without losing one's own cultural identity? But this ideal of transformation is trapped within an essentialist typology of cultures, where the good material qualities of the Western culture is counterpoised with the spiritual sovereignty of the nation culture. Bankim's appeal to imitate the good material qualities of the Western culture without ever contaminating the spiritual essence of the nation culture goes on to consolidate, by its natural extension, the gendered division of the nation culture into spiritual, material, private, public, home, world, and inner, outer. This binary classification of the nation culture puts the burden of maintaining its innate sovereignty, that is, its spirituality, especially on the shoulders of women, because women are the purveyors of the inner or spiritual domain of the culture. Any change or reform in this domain, especially with the tacit acceptance of the condescending judgment of colonial rule, is tantamount to trivialize the nationalist claim to spiritual supremacy, and is therefore on the fence of a nationalist consciousness. This explains Bankim Chandra's ambivalent response to the questions of reform with the help of colonial administration. In novels like Vishwavriksha and Krishnakanta's Will, his portrayal of the tragic end of Kundo and Rohini can be read as a strong social interdiction to the idea of widow remarriage. Devi Chaudhurani's return to her polygamous husband and the author's exalted celebration of the Anushilan Dharma in her character is also very problematic, especially if we take into consideration the fact that Bankim spent considerable energy in the delineation of her education and acquisition of all the faculties to the level of perfection, only to be sacrificed at the altar of the ideological claim of the spiritual superiority of the nation. But this is not all. There is also an other side to it, and we must acknowledge Bankim's empathetic portrayal of the socioeconomic difficulties of women's lives and his deep interrogation of the question of the appropriate sphere and nature of womanhood. In his very first novel, Rajmohan's Wife, which is also the first Indian novel in English, his concern with the basic problems of womanhood becomes paramount. The title of the novel itself is very intriguing. It points to the deep irony of a woman's life whose identity depends not on the character and morality she possesses, nor on her charm or beauty, but on her husband, even if he has no redeeming quality, even if he is a criminal, a thief, and a robber, a man of brutish taste and moral. The basic question that the novel poses: what will a refined and spirited woman do if she is noosed into a completely incompatible marriage with a villainous criminal? Matungini's predicament is portrayed with acute empathy. A woman of refined sensibility, denied of all conjugal felicity, braves her journey in a night ripped apart with thunderstorm and lightning to save the property of her sister's husband, with whom she is in love. And the author describes her journey in terms that are reminiscent of Radha's Avishar in Vaishnava poetry. The concept of the angel in the house does hold little ground in such a desperate situation in which the heroine is exposed. Neither can we retain stringency regarding the duty and responsibility of womanhood, nor the airtight demarcation between home and the world. Matungini's journey in the night takes an allegorical proportion in that it is the journey of a woman from the home to the world. Another ambitious and subtle imaginative conception that interrogated the validity of the intrinsic nature and sphere of womanhood and the influence of social institutions and ideologies in the formation of it is to be found in his second Bengali novel, Kapal Kundala. In this excellent piece of lyrical beauty, Bankim links the basic nature-nurture debate with the ideas and institutions of marriage, conjugality, and womanhood. Kapal Kundala is the story of a girl who is brought up in a forest by a Kapalik. She is neither a Miranda nor a Shakuntala who have exposure to the loving care and guidance of elders. So when the force of circumstances lead her to marriage, she is completely out of clue, and the author does not flinch to endow her with a certain quality of rebelliousness. At a point in the novel, Kapal Kundala expresses a strong disapproval of the relations of servitude that marriage entails. In the introduction to Bankim Upannas Samagra, it is narrated, edited by Jogesh Chandra Badal, it is narrated that Bankim once asked his friend Dinobandhu Mitra and his brother Sanjeev Chandra that if a girl was brought up in a forest and in the company of a Kapalik for the first 16 years of her life, and then all of a sudden she is brought in society after marriage, how much change can be expected in her behavior? Dinobandhu Mitra didn't reply. However, Sanjeev Chandra replied that the girl will gradually forget her childhood in the company of her husband and children. This incident strongly registers Bankim's disbelief in the inherent nature of womanhood, as it was the bone of contention in that period. The tragedy of Kapal Kundala occurs largely because of her inability to understand the social expectation and roles associated with womanhood. Moreover, Bankim's projection of the new woman in the last phase of his career offers a compelling vision of transformation, however compromised, within the frame of the essentialist conception of the nation culture. To be sure, Bankim sanctions a revolutionary role for women in the national struggle for liberation, and it opens up new vistas for the long confined women of the nation. It imposes a vision of the social world where women can have the equal share of merit, and thus helps in containing the woman question in the inner domain of the nation culture. It endeavors to...
Mr. Raichaudhuri,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to disturb, but the time is very short. Okay.
Okay,
Please
okay, sir.
try to
Okay,
conclude.
Indeed, the deep ambivalence that fractures Bankim Chandra's response to the woman question is rooted in his nationalist consciousness. His essentialization of women's role has within it the typical nationalist assertion to difference and dignity of the spiritual sphere of the nation culture, And this essentialization happens not because of his inability to understand the fundamental falsity of any essentialist claimed reference, but because of his strategic manipulation of essentialism itself. On the one hand, we find in him the negation of the ideas of reform and modernization in the sphere of the inner or spiritual domain of the culture represented by women, and on the other, his nationalist consciousness envisioned the symbolic carriers of this domain of culture as powerful as to cross the limits of her boundary and encroach triumphantly in the outer world of politics and action. In fact, the theory of Anushilan Dharma finds its perfect vector only in the women characters. Profullo in Devi Chaudhurani, Shanti in Anandamat, and Sri in Sitaram are the real exemplars of the concept of Anushilan. These women bear the brunt of nationalist transformation far more than any men. The male characters from Sitaram to Bhavananda are all seen to be fallible and often absolved of their hard responsibilities. Their heroism often becomes shallow and is not without its pitfalls. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Raichaudhuri, for your immensely erudite and well-structured lecture. Our next speaker is Ms. Shramona Pal, who is now pursuing her master's in mass communication and community journalism from the University of Kalyani. The title of her paper is Unfurling the Unseen, a Portrayal of Women in Indian Advertisements and a Gradual Shift to an Empowering Future.
Okay, so can you all hear me out? Hello?
Yes,
Are
you
you
are
there?
audible.
Can you all hear me out? Can you all hear me out? Actually, there is a disturbance in the line.
Yes, yes, you are
Well, you are
perfectly
not
audible.
audible.
Okay. And the video?
Yeah.
Just tell me if you can see me, okay? Just a second.
Sorry, you are not visible. I think your video is off.
No, my video is not off. Actually, I'm trying to turn it on and it's... check it now. Just a second.
Sorry, you are not visible.
Can you see my video now? No?
No.
Actually, every time I'm clicking on the video sign, webcam is turning on and then switching off on its own. So is it, I don't know what's the problem, what's the issue. Just a second.
Professor Mondal, if she faces some problem, then
Hello?
we can proceed to next speaker.
Okay. Is it necessary for me to be visible? Like I have a presentation to show. If it's not necessary
Okay.
for me to be visible,
Share
then I
that.
can present my paper.
Share your. No, you are not. It's not necessary for you to be visible. You share your screen if you have a presentation.
Okay. Just a second.
Yes.
Please check out if I'm visible or not now. I think I am.
Yes, you are visible.
Oh, thank God. And my PPT screen?
PPT also visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I start?
Sure.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Unfurling the Unseen, a Portrayal of Women in Indian Advertisements and a Gradual Shift to an Empowering Future. So it is needless to say that the number of advertisements we come across every day is huge. So the primary objective of my paper is to explore how women have been objectified, stereotyped, and used as a symbol of sex in our everyday advertisements. Also, with time, the ads have changed. It's absolutely true that the ads have changed, but I will try to showcase whether the change in the ads actually try to break the norms. So, coming to the American Marketing Association, how they have defined advertising is any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods, and services to an identified sponsor. So, using advertising as a very promotional and a persuasive tool, the brands, what they have tried to do is capture the market and push their product so that they can reach the target people. In doing so, in the TV ads, what they have done is the way they have portrayed women is very unsatisfactory. That has not only misled us, it has actually created a notion of perfection. To attain a perfect body, to attain a perfect skin, perfect hair, which should not be the goal of a person. So now, by looking at the ads, how the ads have changed us, how the ads have changed our beliefs, we now there are people whose aim and goal is to look like the models of those ads. So coming to my next slide is the real version, how women are shown in the ads. You will see that there has been a contrast between how males and the females are shown. Males have always been shown in an executive place in power, and women have always been kept in the secondary place. Why have brands done so? Because brands think that using women and their sexuality will actually sell the good that they have. They have this sex sells mentality. So in 1997, he has come up with his own view that women in the TV ads are shown as weak, irrational, too much dependent on their males, and less intelligent. Also, Courtney and Lockhart in 1971 showed 4 roles that we see every day in the ads, which is women's place is actually restricted to her home. Women do not have the right to take any important decisions. Women are dependent and need the protection of men. And to men, women are more of a sexual object than a human being. The same thing has also been supported by the National Organization of Women. Now, if we take up some live examples, coming to the very popular item, Fair and Lovely, which has recently changed its name to Glow and Lovely, you will never come across a Fair and Lovely ad which shows a male model. Secondly, the objective of the product is it ensures fairness in 7 days. So what they are trying to promote is what they're trying to say is, in order to be beautiful, one has to be fair, which is absolutely wrong. At the same time, it is actually demotivating the people who are of a darker skin tone. Likewise, you will find car ads, home appliances ads, spices ads, ads of jewelries, which always cast females, never a male. This is how what they have tried to show is women play certain kinds of roles. Women are only to be restricted inside a house, cook food every day, which is absolutely wrong, which I personally don't believe. Secondly, what in showing in this manner, what advertisements have tried to portray is the advertisements expect women to behave in a manner which is not only superficial and narrow, but also very artificial. Secondly, now we live in a world which actually looks after how thin a lady is, or how beautiful her skin is, or how thick hair she has, instead of looking at the inner talent she has, or instead of paying attention to her skills. To support my point, I use the social comparison theory by Leon Festinger. He states that individuals have a tendency to compare and evaluate themselves with other people. So he has come up with two types of comparisons. One is upward and the second one is downward. So when we compare ourselves downward, or when we compare ourselves to somebody who is inferior to us, our self-esteem is increased. At the same time, when we compare ourselves upward or to somebody who is superior to us, our self-esteem gets decreased. So what we can infer from this is, if we place this theory in the TV ads, we can see that a kind of a link can be drawn, which shows that when we are exposed too much to those skinny figures, we unconsciously, maybe that kind of a structure gets into our mind, and what we try to do is we work hard to achieve it. Now, talking of the cultivation theory, Gardner, through his research, has come up and said that people who watch TV for more than 4 hours a day have opinions which are shown in the TV. Likewise, we watch TV every single day. We are exposed to the ads every single day. So being exposed constantly, this leads to self-objectification. We start judging our own self. We start getting depressed about what people say about us. Coming to talking about self objectification, we can come to sexual objectification. Sexual objectification is, Bartke in 1990 has talked about it and said, when a woman's sexual parts or functions are separated out from her person, reduced to the status of mere instruments, or else regarded as if they are capable of representing her. If you take a look into my slide, you will see that on one side you have the Slice ad, and on the other side you have the Wildstone ad. Talking about the Slice ad, it's a very popular one where Katrina Kaif, actually Slice is actually a mango drink. What they have shown is they have a lot of close-up shots of Katrina Kaif, how she is drinking the juice, how a drop of mango drink falls on her lips and how she licks it very, very sensually, which is very which is not required at all. Secondly, coming to the Wildstone ad, there are a lot of deodorants, men's deos, which cast women, where women has got no role to play as such. Goffman in 1979, he has come up with 6 themes which are based on how women are represented in the TV ads. The first one is the artificial look. Now, this is the way we see the models in the ad. The structure that we see, the beautiful skin they have, what we fail to understand is the pictures are highly edited. What gets into our head is that they have got that figure, they have got that beautiful skin, so to look as good as them, we have to become like them. We lose our individuality. Second, he has talked of dismemberment. Dismemberment advertisements actually consider women as a thing, or where the parts of a woman's body are actually discussed or shown in close shots. The brands try to equate their product or service to the part of a woman. Every day we come across many ads which actually focus on women's torsos, lips or breasts or butts, etc. Third, he has talked of commodification, where
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You have 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
I'll complete soon, within 2 minutes. Okay, the third point that he has talked of is commodification, which is trying to draw a visual connection between the product and the feminine form, where the feminine form is not dealt, like she is not shown as a human being. Fourth is the function ranking. Fourth is the feminine touch, which is when we see a woman in an ad touching or cuddling with a good. that becomes very, very desirable. Fifth is the function ranking, which says when a person performs a particular function, like in many ads we have seen men who plays the role of an executive and women comes secondary, like women stands as a helping hand. And sixth is the ritualization of subordination, which is the very common subordination of women to men. Now, coming to whether the new ads which we are seeing now, whether they are breaking the stereotypes or not. If we take a look into this one, the Gile Zara ad of the Reliance Fresh, here a lady in her middle ages, she is actually planning for a trip with her friends, but the husband is very unhappy about it. Now, what we see in our everyday lives is when a man plans for a solo trip with her friends, nobody is unhappy and nobody questions him. Secondly, if we come into the red label ad, where two kids are shown, a girl and a boy, where the boy prepares tea for this girl. So far, the ad is fine, but the problem comes when the ad says it just makes him a boy who girls like. So, in order to be likable by girls, a boy doesn't have to have the skills to cook. Although there are a lot of laws and ethics about this indecent representation of women, Consumer Protection Act, or there are codes of the ASCI, but still we actually come across a lot of ads which are still not being able to break the norms. So they are either typecasting or they are presenting women in such roles which are not real. So to conclude, I would like to say that it's time that we give due respect to the women. At the same time, we should try to create a society where people will focus more on the efficiency of a lady than on her body. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your really illustrative and interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Shannoy Bosu Mojumdar, the Department of English, PG, RBC College. The title of his paper stories. Shannoy, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Hello.
I'm going.
You are
I'm
audible.
going to
continue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'm going to share the PowerPoint presentation.
Share your screen. I would ask Shramona to stop presenting.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, is it visible?
Yes, you are visible.
No, the PowerPoint presentation, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You continue.
Okay, okay.
No
Thank
problem.
you, sir.
Clearly visible.
Good afternoon, chairpersons, SKM, sir, all the respected professors and the fellow participants. This is the title of the paper, The Minutiae of Partition History in Saadat Hasan Manto's Short Stories. So I'm going to start. The partition of India in 1947 and the associated inseparable bloody riots and vulgar display of animosity inspired umpteen creative minds of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh to create literary, cinematic, and other artistic portrayal of this event. Some creations depicted the massacres during the refugee migration, other concentrated on the aftermath and the consequence of partition in terms of hurdles faced by the refugees in both sides of the border. During the partition, coexisting communities of India attacked each other with Hindus and Sikhs on one side and Muslims on the other side. In Punjab and Bengal, the border areas, The bloodbath was extremely intense with massacres, mass abductions, forced conversions, and brutal sexual violence. About 14 million people abandoned their homes in 1947. Approximately 2 lakhs to 2 million people were killed, and some 75,000 to 1 lakh women were kidnapped and raped, and many of them were then disfigured and dismembered. It is a very well-known fact that history is written from the ruler's perspective. Even if it reveals the truth, it shows only the numbers, data, information, and overview. The actual accounts of misery and suffering only remain with the sufferers and the victims through generations. Edward Said advocates in Orientalism that the struggle for colonized people, in particular, the role of the intellectual in the colonial struggle is to make the history of oppressed, otherwise erased or displaced, visible and viable again. This is the foundation of post-colonial studies. In the context of partition narratives and movies, they encountered the tragedy of partition. Literature, being one of the most significant canons of art, caters most of the artistic representation of the hidden truth of partition. The incredible suffering during partition and its aftermath became a favorite theme of many writers of this subcontinent. Saadat Hasan Manto is one of the stalwarts in this section of literature. He was born in a village near Samarala in Punjab on 11th May 1912 in undivided India. He went to Pakistan and lived in Lahore for almost 8 years. He also became a victim of partition as he had to leave his beloved city Bombay, which shattered him from within. Being a human of liberal mindset, Manto perceived partition as an inhuman act of the people in power. His stories project the trauma and terror caused by the violence during partition, and the stories also reflect the truth. Apparently, his partition trauma narratives transcend the historical context and focus on the issue of trauma. But actually, these stories reveal the minutiae of the partition history, which pierce through the mind of the readers and expose the truth of the dark side of human nature. The selected 4 stories, Toba Tek Singh, The Dog of Tithwal, Kholdo, and Thanda Gosht, and relevance of the stories regarding the issue are going to be discussed to get the essence of it. The first story is Toba Tek Singh. Manto's Toba Tek Singh is most probably the most discussed literary creation, which tells the story of partition and its aftermath. The story clearly reveals that how people were forced to migrate from their own places unlawfully against their will. It also tells the reader how people were divided as they became the victims of religious hatred, which was created intentionally in the name of religion. The story opens with these lines when the narrator says, "A couple of years after partition of the country, it occurred to the respective governments of India and Pakistan that inmates of lunatic asylums like prisoners should be exchanged. Muslim lunatics in India should be transferred to Pakistan, and Hindu and Sikh lunatics in Pakistani asylums should be sent to India." It is very clear that government authorities of both India and Pakistan deliberately focused on the division on the basis of religious identity, which forced them to leave their motherland, and they were thrown into the ultimate state of alienation. The story focuses on the migration of the inmates of asylum, but untold tales of common people became prominent in this way. The conversation between Fazaldeen and Bishan Singh in this story expresses the people from different communities lived with peace, love, and harmony, irrespective of their religious background and culture. Fazaldeen tells Bishan Singh that he is the person who tried his best to send Singh's family to India, and they have reached finally. He also addresses some person of Sikh religion as brother and sister and requests Bishan Singh to tell them about him. This story also shows the role of the leaders from various religions and different higher authorities in promoting religious hatred, as we see in the lines. A plump Muslim lunatic from Chiniat, once a very active worker for the Muslim League, used to bathe 15 or 16 times a day. He abruptly gave up bathing altogether. His name was Muhammad Ali. And one day he announced from his cubicle that he was Muhammad Ali Jinnah. A Sikh followed suit and declared himself Master Tara Singh. This nearly led to a bloodbath, but designating both men as highly dangerous and confining them to separate quarters averted the crisis. This story also tells about a Hindu lawyer from Lahore who is in love with a girl from Amritsar, and he experiences the grief when Amritsar becomes a part of India. But when he gets to know that he is being sent to India, the country where his beloved lives, he does not feel happy and he is not willing to leave Lahore. The ultimate crisis in this story becomes prominent with the repeated question of Bishan Singh. He asks his friend Fazaldin, his fellow inmates and the officials about the present location of the place Toba Tek Singh, from where he belongs, as he does not know that it is now in India or Pakistan, but no one gives him the actual information about it. In the end, he refuses to move and stands still in the no man's land when Pakistani guards force him to move in India. It is evident that the shock he has received during the migration creates a deep impact in his imbalanced mind, and it shows his love and concern for ancestral home. Finally, he dies a tragic death in that place, and his existence ends neither in Pakistan nor in India. Rather, his thought let him die in his imaginary place, Toba Tek Singh. The next story is The Dog of Tithwal. The story, The Dog of Tithwal, depicts a border scenario after partition. This story can be considered as an allegorical story as Manto presents it. The story takes place in a situation where soldiers from both sides keep on firing towards the other side under a scheduled process. Manto portrays the condition from two different perspectives of both of the nations. He just unveils the reality of similar approach from the both sides. Actually, he points out the similarities between the lifestyle and culture of the army men of two nations, and readers find out that there are very little differences between them. A conscious reader can easily find out that these soldiers are mere tools of the political power that design them to implement their strategy. But the masterstroke of Manto lies in the treatment to change the characters. Rather, it is very clear from the story that the soldiers...
The time is running short. You have spent your 10 minutes. Okay, please. Don't mind, please.
I'm going to complete soon. It's okay. He never tries to change the character. It is very clear from the story that the soldiers from the both sides try to treat the dog as their own property by forgetting all the general laws of nature, and they just use the dog as a toy to promote their own view of nationalism, to prove that one side is better than the other one. The dog in this story represents innocent people who died during migration or afterwards after being caught between both sides. Many innocent people have died as they became victims of the conflict between two nations, and history usually does not remember these people. But it is Manto who reminds us through this story. Most of the times, the army officials, soldiers, and military agents are used as a pawn of the people who are in power. But the most ironic aspect of the story is the army people from the both sides treat the dog in the same manner. Most importantly, the dog in this story does not have any voice, as most of the common people don't have when two countries like India and Pakistan engage into a battle. The dog represents those people who were killed for their nationality, religion, or any other identity during partition and afterwards. The next story is Kholdo. The title of the story means open it. This is a story of a father, Sirajuddin, whose daughter Sakina has been separated from him during the migration process of partition. He tries to find out his daughter from nearby sources in various parts of the camps. He gives the description of his daughter to a group of young men who work as a rescue team. After some days, they become able to rescue the girl, and initially they take care of her, but the girl reaches to his father, and after some days lying in a hospital stretcher, in the end of the story, when the doctor tells the father to open the windows by commanding Kholdo, the daughter responds by removing the trouser from his vest. The father becomes very happy to see her daughter alive, but the doctor breaks into cold sweat. It becomes absolutely clear to the readers that the young men of the rescue team actually kidnap her and rape her countless times, that she goes under terrible physical and mental trauma. This fact proves how the vile tendency of human beings can turn them into base creatures. In this context, we find that women were raped not only by the men from the other community, but it were the rapists who raped as much as possible by using the situation. Manto was probably the only writer who was able enough to portray such darkness. Indian feminist writer in Urvashi Butalia wrote in Abducted and Widowed Women, Questions of Sexuality and Citizenship During Partition, that the mass movement of the people on foot, by bus, train, and car left women, children, the aged and infirm, the disabled, particularly vulnerable. During the 1947 partition of India, an estimated 75,000 to 1 lakh women were abducted by the members of other religious communities to be raped and murdered, sold into prostitution, or forced into marriage. According to B.D. Scott, many women were abducted. They were mercilessly treated with inhuman activities as they were either raped or forcibly married. Women were forced to accept new religion. If someone refused, she was either raped or treated badly on both sides of the Radcliffe line, as he writes in Partitioning Bodies, Literature, Abduction, and the State. And here is the last story of my paper. Thanda Gosht. This is another vivacious example of the terrible violence which strikes all the reader's psyche and leaves the unmatchable impact in mind. The word Thanda Gosht means cold flesh. In this story, Manto portrays the traumatized condition of the criminal after committing the crime. The character Ishar Singh is the criminal who confesses his crime to his beloved Kalwant after a heated up conversation. Ishar Singh confesses how he killed 6 persons of a family with his kripan and abducted the girl of the family with an intention to rape her. When he involved himself in the act, he found that the girl was already dead, and after the incident, it starts to haunt him and he drowns into the trauma. Manto presents not only the sexual violence or distorted sexuality, rather it is better to say that it is the sadomasochistic sexuality which actually punishes the criminal in reverse. The partition of India and Pakistan unleashed an episode of brutal violence which is probably unmatched in the history of Indian subcontinent. Perhaps Manto is the only one writer who was able to depict such sadism and masochism within a short story, but it goes just against the person who is behind it instead of the victim. Ismat Chugtai pointed out in Kagazi Hai Parihan, a memoir on Manto, that his stories unsettle us because they take us to the darker, brutal corners of our psyche, to repress desires and ugliness that settles. Now I conclude. Manto wrote realistic tales that brim with his own generous, forgiving embrace of sinners and saints, but incomprehension is the note of his partition stories. As Aisha Jalal notes for us, he cannot understand why India is partitioned. He cannot understand the logic of it. These are notes of incomprehension and absurdity that recur spontaneously to a visitor in Pakistan even now. Jalal also says in an interview of Hindustan Times, he is a particular kind of thinker, the non-accepting type, a contrarian. Those of us who are of that ilk, like Manto, and find him and what he represented very interesting. Probably it was possible for only Manto, who presented the minutiae of partition with the whip of his words, and it also reflects in his epitaph. Here lies buried Saddat Hasan Manto, in whose bosom are enshrined all the secrets and art of short story writing. Buried under mounds of earth, now he is contemplating whether he is a greater short story writer or God. Thank you, sir. It ends.
Thank you, Sanna, for your interesting presentation. I want to add one thing, that Manto, as a person, always felt that the partition was a big mistake. He had an ironic outlook to it. The stories you selected, Dagop Titwal and Tobatek Singh, they show how he questions the demographic ideologies working in the subcontinent, The other two texts, Thanda Ghost and Kholdo, they show the bestiality of partition. But Manto, as a humanist, also thought of overcoming all these. If you look in the stories like Mojail or Yazid, he talks of a better future which can be achieved only through humanity. It was not only, he was not everything about bestiality and critiquing the partition. He felt that that was a big mistake. We should jump over it through reclaiming our humanity. Anyway, it was very interesting. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Our next speaker is Navanita Roy from Department of English, North Bengal University. The title of her paper is Representation and Gender, the Other Mother. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible and visible, sir?
You are audible and visible. Please carry on. And please keep within 10 minutes, okay?
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity to present a paper in the webinar. And thank you to the chairperson as well. My paper deals with the idea of representation and women, particularly in two of the folk tales that I have selected for the presentation, that is Hansel and Gretel, Grimm Brothers, published in the year 1812, and another folk tale by Lakshminath Bezbarua, compiled in his book Grandmother's Folktale, and published 100 years later to that of Grimm Brothers, that is 1911. Now, my title is The Other Woman. I'm trying to understand how language tries and contextualizes the idea of stepmother, and how she is inscribed in language from a point of view. The very first story, that is the Hansel and Gretel by Grimm Brothers, shows us the very beginning, the very structure of the story helps us understand that the story begins with the planning and the scripting of abandoning the children by the mother, who manipulates in some way the father to abandon the children. For the other story by Lakshminath Bezbarua titled Tejimola, you can see that the mother plans and plots. So the very beginning of both the tales actually emphasizes on planning and scripting the murder or the violence that is to be inflicted on the children. Now, from the very beginning of the tales, if we are to move forward, then we see there is a similar structural coherence to both the tales. That is, the children they have to go under a journey through the nature or as nature. For Hansel and Gretel, we see that they are forced to enter the forest and they are left alone, and then they come across the ogress or the witch, and they have to move through different turmoils and eventually come back to their father. Similarly, in Tejimola, we see that the daughter Tejimola, she also has to undergo a movement in nature, or more particularly as nature. Like she metamorphosizes into different natural elements, and finally there is a reconciliation with the father. Now, I'm looking into the structurality of both the plays to understand how women are inscribed. And if I am to talk of Hansel and Gretel and Grimm Brothers' tale, and look into the publication history of the tale, the story, then the 1812 edition and the final edition of 1857 brings upon a different kind of being altogether, in a way that the very history of editing also helps us understand how the being of the mother and the father is textualized. For example, in the 1812 version, we do find the mother being addressed as the mother throughout the story. But at the end, by the final edition, that is the 1857 edition, the use of mother slowly vanishes and she's only addressed as the woman, right? So what happens is that since these stories were being circulated and being and were popular household tales, Grimm Brothers actually made tried and change the role of the mother, or try and inscribe the mother into a much more violent mother, monstrous mother, whereas the father became much more benevolent and also more redemptive by the end edition, that is the 1857 edition. So following a post-structuralist feminist critique and the tradition in which Butler writes, the theory, and in the tradition of the theory of performativity, we find that the mother, the stepmother, not exactly the stepmother, but the mother from being a mother becomes a woman through the act of language and through the politics of representation in the editorial or the editing history of the text. Now, when we move on to the other story, the story of Tejimola by Lakshmana Barua, we do find that there is a clear reiteration on the point that the mother enacts her role as a mother out of fear of the father. And as we move forward the story, we also find that the mother in different aspects is trying to put up a show of being a good mother only to deceive the stepdaughter into killing her and finally doing away with her. That is her sole wish and her aim, because as she says as she explicitly comments that Tejimola is an eyesore, she has to do away with Tejimola. So we do find that it is very much visible in both these texts that her identity as a stepmother, her visibility as being monstrous and violent and at times cannibalistic, the shadow of cannibalism that hovers in both these tales, comes from the idea of performance as well, of her being performing to be a good mother or trying to really perform as a bad mother. So in a way, the badness of the mother, which both for Hansel and Gretel and for Tejimola, is being inscribed with the help of language, as many of the post-structuralist thinkers would say that language being logocentric and centered around the phallus as the signifier and as the meaning that imparts meaning to the others, the other, right, the other women or women as other, holds supreme way of interpreting the others. For example, in the story Tejimola, we see that the father, when the father of Tejimola at one point does say that if you are my daughter, you are to turn into a salika, a bird. And as soon as the words are pronounced, the daughter changes into salika. Yet again, the very performativity or the performance of the woman, that or the performance of being a daughter, or her shape changing into a human form from a salika, depends on the act of speaking of the father. So, and on the other instance, we also find that from salika, she again turns to human form. So this constant change that she undergoes from being a salika to a human form happens at the moment of when the speech is pronounced by the father, that if you are my daughter, you are to turn into a human form again. Now, again, I'll come back to Hansel and Gretel and the idea of trying to address the how or the inscribing of the benevolent, of this inscribing of the
You
yes.
have 2 more minutes, please. Okay. Please try to keep short.
Okay. So benevolent mother, that's okay. So I'd like to bring home the point that it is through language and it is through the act of the linguistic act that the mother and the role of the mother or her mothers are represented as being bad or good through language. And in both the cases, in both the tales, we do find that it is pretty visible for that the act of the editorial history, or from the editorial history of Grimm's Tale and that of Tejimola's mother being an active participant in showcasing or performing the role of a bad mother is somewhat point of somewhat that I wanted to put forth in the presentation. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Ma'am, are you there? Am I audible? Anyone of you can respond. Just unmute your microphone and respond.
You are audible, sir. Audible.
Yes, you are
Okay.
audible, sir.
Yeah. Okay, actually, connection is interrupted with ma'am. Professor Roy. Our next speaker is Medha Tithi Chakraborty from Department of PG English, RBC College. The title of her paper is a post-Lacanian psychoanalytic study of the politics of Cordelia's silence / speech in King Lear by Shakespeare. Medha Tithi Chakraborty.
Yes,
Please,
sir.
continue.
Okay. A very good afternoon to the respected chairperson, sir, professors, and my fellow mates. Sir, am I audible? Hello?
You are audible. Clearly audible.
Thank you. Okay. Now I'm going to present the screen. So. Okay. Is my PPT visible, sir?
It's visible.
Okay. As time is short, sir, I will try to constrict myself.
At best,
Yeah.
8 minutes,
Okay.
please.
Okay, sir. Okay, as you said, my topic is a post-Lacanian psychoanalytic study of politics of Cordelia's silence and speech in King Lear by William Shakespeare. This paper tries to focus on the psychoanalytic study of the politics of Cordelia's silence and speech, and through the theories of Sigmund Freud, Jacques Lacan, feminist criticism, and politics, the paper tries to determine whether there was any politics in the representation of Cordelia's character, whether it is presented properly or misrepresented. Before going into the paper, let's just have an overview of Sigmund Freud and Jacques Lacan. Sigmund Freud was born as Sigismund Shlomo Freud. He was an Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, a clinical method for treating psychopathology through dialogue between a patient and a psychoanalyst. And similarly, Jacques Lacan, he for the first time divided the psychoanalytic study into 3 phases. He considered the human psyche to be framed within the 3 orders of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real, together forming the RSI. King Lear, we all know about the play, so I'm not going in details. That it was written by William Shakespeare around 1605 or 1606. It is derived from the legend of Lear of Britain, a mythological pre-Romance Celtic king. And it's the story of an old king who decides to distribute his power and land among his 3 daughters. And after that, by a game show of love, which his third and the most favorite daughter, Cordelia, refuses to play. Now we come to the character of Cordelia. Here we have Cordelia as envisioned by William Frederick James. William Shakespeare, in his tragic play King Lear, has fictionalized the character of Cordelia, whose mention can be found in Geoffrey of Monmouth's The History of Kings of Britain. She is the youngest of King Lear's 3 daughters and his favorite. Her chief characteristics are devotion, kindness, beauty, and honesty. Honesty to an extent that perhaps it becomes a fault. She is contrasted throughout the play with Goneril and Regan, who are neither honest nor loving, and who manipulate their father for their own profit. By refusing to take part in Lear's love test at the beginning of the play, Cordelia establishes herself as a repository of virtue. For most section of the play, she is offstage, but she is never far from the audience's thoughts, and her beauty is described in religious terms. And once she lands at Dover, the action of the play begins to move towards her, as all the important characters of the play converge on the coast. Cordelia's honesty and integrity contrast with her sister's selfish insincerity. Because of all this, it's easy for Cordelia to seem to relate to the fairy tale character of Cinderella, and Regan and Goneril being the wicked stepsisters. But Cordelia's character isn't one-dimensional. She is more than just the good daughter. For one, she certainly shares her father's stubborn streak. Despite losing everything, she refuses to back down or give in during the first scene. Some critics have agreed with Lear and blamed Cordelia for being too proud. Cordelia claims that she cannot heave her heart into her mouth and claims that she is simply incapable of describing her love for her father. But considering how easily this girl criticizes her sisters and later defends herself in front of the men she wants to marry, fear of public speaking is clearly not her problem. So why does Cordelia refuse to go along with Lear's little game show like Love Test? This gives Cordelia's character some feminist attributes. She resists her father's demands and asserts her own identity. She refuses to give all her love to her father and withholds some of it to bestow on her future husband. She even defends herself in front of her suitors, stating that she had not lost her dowry due to some treacherous activity and refuses to marry Duke of Burgundy as his love is overshadowed by his greed for Cordelia's dowry. Shakespeare himself condemns patriarchal speech in male figures of authority like Lear and Gloucester, as echoed by Edmund, Goneril, and Regan. And by her silence, Cordelia shuns the patriarchal authority of her father and her suitors. Cordelia's refusal to flatter her father and back off even when she is on the point of losing everything shows her stubborn character. Cordelia proves to be her father's daughter, who is as stubborn as Cordelia herself is. Bilal Tawfiq Hamara, in his paper Dialectics of Speech and Silence in Shakespeare's King Lear, says, Cordelia's silence is subversive, as she is deliberately jeopardizing her dowry to test the love of Burgundy and France. Her speech is fraught with sexuality as she turns her voice to marriage, displeased with Regan and Goneril's claim that they love their father all, as if he were a divine being. When Burgundy submits to Lear's voice, Cordelia comments, "Since that respect and fortunes are his love, I shall not be his wife. For love for sake of gain is not love, as France recognizes." However, Cordelia constructs herself conventionally as a daughter and wife. Cordelia admits that she loves her father according to her bond, nor more nor less, and is likewise bound to give half of her love and duty to her husband. Jacques Lacan for the first time divided the psychoanalytic study into three phases. Lacan considered the human psyche to be framed within the three orders of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. The three divisions, in their varying emphasis, also correspond roughly to the development of Lacan's thought, as he himself put it in Seminar 22. In the play, through the speeches of Cordelia, it can be seen that Cordelia had already identified herself who she is. She firmly takes a stand and refuses to take part in Lear's love test, in a way discarding the patriarchal authority of Lear. Lacan's next phase of psychoanalysis was the symbolic. Lacan's concept of the symbolic owes much to a key event in the rise of structuralism, the publication of Claude Lévi-Strauss's Elementary Structures of Kinship in 1949. Lacan found in Ferdinand de Saussure's linguistic division of verbal sign between signifier and signified a new key to the Freudian understanding, that his therapeutic method was a talking cure. In the play, Lear becomes a symbol which influences the ego of Cordelia. According to Alex Muller,
Sorry,
Cordelia
please, you have to conclude, otherwise you won't be able to accommodate your friends. Okay.
Sir, just 1 minute. I'm just ending.
Okay, please hurry up.
Yeah. Cordelia then acts as a foil to Lear language through her decision to say nothing at the beginning of the play. And because of her refusal to speak, Freud identified her as a true signifying power of the play. Cordelia is the character who imposes her true meaning on the play. Her famous proclamation of nothing certainly seems to overshadow the play's grave conclusion. For this reason, Freud identifies herself as death. From this above discourse, it can be concluded that Cordelia's silence and speech plays a signifying role in the play. Her decision to remain sad and not taking part in the love game of Lear provides the course of action of the play. Her silence is the first scene forewarns the tragic ending. If Cordelia is compared to be the tragic hero, her silence can be compared to the Hermatia, which leads to the death of a family at the end of the play. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Medha, for your timely presentation, which was excellent as well. Our next speaker is Nidhi Bora from RBC College, Department of PG English. The title of her paper is Gender Performance and Male Gaze in Mahesh Dattani's Bravely for the Queen. Nidhi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes. Please start your presentation. You are audible.
Yes,
Clearly
sir.
audible.
Yes, sir. Once I'll present my screen. So is my PPT visible?
Yes.
Hello. Okay,
Visible.
thank you so
Continue.
much, sir.
Yes,
Firstly,
you
I
are
would
visible.
start by. Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, SKM, sir, respected teachers and fellow participants. As my topic, sir, has already told that it's gender performance and male gaze in Mahesh Dattani's Bravely Fought the Queen. So before jumping to the topic, I'll quickly just tell about the two keywords in the title: gender performance and male gaze. The term gender performativity was first coined by the American philosopher and gender theorist Judith Butler in her 1990 book Gender Trouble, Feminism and the Subversion of Identity, in which she explained the theory of social construction of gender. The roles constructed is by society and are for the specific sexes are prescribed to the sexes. The second term is male gaze. The male gaze is the in the visual arts and literature from a masculine heterosexual point of view that present women as a sexual object for pleasure of male. This male gaze in the aesthetic presentation of narrative cinema has three categories. The first is the man behind the camera. The second is the male character, and the third is the spectator. The film critic Laura Mulvey, in her essay Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema in 1975, explained that male gaze is a social construct derived from patriarchy. These concepts will be explained further in the paper using the text of Mahesh Dattani's Bravely Fought the Queen, the theme of which removes the mask of hypocrisy from an urban household, which seems to be normal. I'll be using 4 tools. I'll be touching 4 topics here. First will be gender performance and male gaze. Second is role of orthodox patriarchy. Third will be feminism, and fourth will be post-colonial dichotomy. So Bravely Fought the Queen explores the masculine hierarchy and plurality through the characters of Sridhar, Praful, Jiten. Nitin, character of Jiten is introduced in the second act and is arrogant and dominating and dictates his order to his younger brother, who is also his secretary, Sridhar. The reason for Jiten's dominant we see is because of his economic superiority. And he's the embodiment of the hegemonic masculinity. However, the reason behind Nitin's dominant attitude is not yet revealed. Jiten's attitude towards women is also shown through his discussion with Nitin and Sridhar about the Revati model. The objectification of women's body is seen under the sexist ideology of the perpetrators of patriarchy. The Revati model is nothing but an erotic spectacle of the model, an exhibition of female sexuality. The subjectivity of the model blurs under the vision of male gaze, reducing it to the status of sex object to satisfy the lust and desire of men. Next is the character of Nitin, who is calm, composed, and placid in the second act and surrendered to his brother's commands, even though he agrees to Sridhar's view of Revati model. He does not dare to firmly resist against Jiten's oppressive temperament, despite being a business partner. The reason behind Nitin's dominative behavior is revealed towards the end of the final act, where his homosexuality is revealed. His sexual orientation excludes him from the patriarchal premise, and he is pushed down to the lowest strata of masculinity, where he shows values, principles, and behaviors which seem odd as per those that are expected from a man. Next, I would go to the second topic, that is role of orthodox patriarchy. And while talking about feminism or feminist theory, I would be doing injustice if I do not mention about Simone de Beauvoir. Beauvoir, in her book The Second Sex, opposing
Maybe try
patriarchy.
to finish within 2 minutes at best.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Two
sir.
more people coming up.
Yes, sir. Sure. The Second Sex, in her book, The Second Sex, she opposed patriarchy and boldly declared that one is born a woman, one is not born a woman, but rather becomes one. The woman in Bravely Fought the Queen remain at home for most of the time. We find that Ba, the oldest woman in the play, is actually seen that she gets beaten by her husband for very small issues, and that affects her mental state very badly. Even other women, Alka and others, they also face the same problem. Nitin is homosexual, which because of which her wife suffers. After this, I'll be going to the third topic, feminism. Feminism is a broad range of movements which stand for the equality between men and women. We can see here that in this play, the women actually stand against the patriarchal oppressions, and even the title "Bravely Fought the Queen," for that matter, is significant as it indicates the female fighter, the Queen of Jhansi, who fought against the Sepoy Mutiny in 1875. And the Thumri songs of Naina Devi, which we can hear in the beginning of the play, also signify the fighter Naina Devi, who was branded as a tawaif or a prostitute by the society, but never gave up her love and passion for singing and dancing. The last point that I would like to touch is the post-colonial dichotomy, in which Mahesh Dattani extremely well in an extremely well manner shows how the two classes actually merge when we find that the one of the wives of the three brothers is indulged in a sexual relationship with the cook, and also we see that the wife of that cook sits and actually drinks with the Revati women, the women in the Revati family. So even there are certain movies which remind us that our society is completely stereotypical. In this movie, which you can see in the slide, Viva, the female actress is like the epitome of beauty because she has long hair, fair skin, and whatnot. The movie is not only criticized for its objectification of women, but also for representing that the aim of a girl and her family is to make relations with a rich family, though it brings out a hypocritical reality of the time, yet it stereotypes all women in similar manner. However, with the passage of time, the movies have changed. Unbelievable and Hustlers are those movies which actually shows the problem without sensationalizing anything. And in the end, I would like to conclude by quoting a woman from Uganda who said that even if I know I could be a leader, I want to do it because it's sorry for the interruption. 22-year-old woman from Uganda told the researchers that even if I know I could be a leader, I won't do it because I see it just for men, not for women, so that affects me. I'll have to sit back and watch men doing it, even though I am capable of it. This shows how the hypocrisy of the society oppress the women using patriarchal weapons, which further disgust women, and outrageously they keep on fighting back against the norms which stand as a wall in front of them. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Nidhi. Our next speaker is Tanushree Mitra from University of Bardwan. She's going to deliver her paper on Premchand's The Shroud. Ma'am, are you there? Please start.
Am I audible?
You are audible.
Am I audible?
You are audible. Clearly.
Am I audible?
You are audible.
Okay. I'm starting my paper. I'm starting with a saying of Swami Vivekananda that
quotes, if you want to find God, submarry. To reach Narayana, you must serve the Daridra Narayanas, the starving millions of India. The so-called cultured society often preaches such saying, but seldom practices it. Munshi Premchand was such a writer who brought into limelight the impoverished sections of colonial India in an interesting way. His closeness towards the feudal system of India is clearly visible in the short story The Shroud, originally known as Coffin. Here I want to discuss the story. The story begins with two Indian males, Kisu and his son Madhu, who belong to the Chamar community, the lowest of the untouchables. The two men were sitting beside a smoldering bonfire while inside the son's young wife Bhutia was reading about labor bills, but they didn't pay heed to it. They were trying to grab potatoes which were stolen from a nearby field, and they were trying to burn those potatoes and grab those. After finishing the potatoes, they went to sleep without taking care of Bhutia, who was still mourning. And eventually, in the morning, Bhutia died. Then they went to the village Jamindar, who hated them very much. They were crying loudly. The Jamindar asked Kisu what the matter was. Kisu was desperate to get some money from them, and the Jamindar would not let them go barehanded, as this is the social custom. So the emphasis is on social custom, not on sympathy towards a person. The Jamindar gave them 2 rupees. The Jamindar helped soured them their opportunities. They were able to collect 5 rupees. And what I want to focus is that Kisu and Madhu connected good. Madhu realized that next they needed a shroud. Kisu also uttered a heart-touching comment. What a bad custom it is that someone who didn't even have a rag to cover her body, now when she dies has to have a new shroud. So this is really very ironic. That's the truth. Kisu said, if we had 5 rupees earlier, we could have bought medicine for Bhutia. So here, Kisu's compassionate attitude towards Bhutia is revealed. Then they entered in a wine house and began to drink. Then Kisu spoke. What would be the use of getting a shroud? In the end, it would just burn out. The dead don't take anything with them. So, the reader can say that it is his excuse to misuse the money, but his comment is not unrealistic. Rather, he understands this truth, which the upper class does not believe or tries not to. Here, Madhu's comment is also quite apt. That's how things are. Why do people around here give Brahmins thousands of rupees? Who knows if that gets you anything in heaven? Kisu consoled Madhu when he was
Tanushree,
dying.
please keep within 2 more minutes.
Okay. So if the story is read from an upper class perspective from the beginning, then the 2 men should be blamed as their lazy liars or exploiter of Bhutia. Yes, these allegations are indubitably true to some extent, but we should also keep in mind the situation also. Maybe they are lazy, but if they did hard work like their neighbors, their position probably would have been a little bit better. Though their bone-breaking labor would not give them huge money and satisfaction as well. Thus, they actually prove that they are that subalterns who can speak, who can protest, those rich and cultured class, which is more inhuman than the uncultured one. And I must conclude by saying that in such a family, Bhutia-like woman has no voice. She is subdued in society and in her own family too. without any protest. It is right that the two males didn't care for her, but it can't be denied they are also the victims of social customs and deprivation. Though they were in a drunken state, their compassionate words regarding Bhutia were able to throw a gauntlet to the society. From their comments, it can be perceived that they were not dead in the old violence, but societal system has tagged them Dalit and given them nothing but extreme poverty. This bane of poverty has made them act like inhuman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanushree, for your excellent presentation, and sorry for curtailing you so brutally. Okay. Our last speaker for the day, as Dr. Ankur Konar is not present probably, our last speaker for today is Chayanika Moitra from PG Department of English, RPC College. Her paper.
No, sir, I am there. Dr. Ankur Konar is present here.
Oh, I asked for you just 10 minutes ago. Okay, fine. Thank you. Sorry. Chayanika Moitra, her paper is on Orunoko and Look Back in Anger, Politics of Representation. Chayanika, please start.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Please continue. You are audible. Continue.
Yes, sir.
Chayanika, you are visible and audible. Please continue.
So actually, I'm sharing my PPT with you, and it's not visible yet.
No, your PPT is not showing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, my honorable chairperson, and good afternoon, all the professors and students. Thank you for giving me opportunity to participate in this webinar. I'm going to present the topic of politics of representations in Orunoko and Look Back in Anger. From the inauguration of literature, the art of description marks the standard of good literary work, which leads some as classics, not only in the English literature, but also in the world literature. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir?
Yes, continue. You are audible.
So is my PPT visible?
No, your PPT is not showing. We can see you, not the PPT. Share your screen.
Okay, sir.
Now you are presenting.
Sorry, sir?
Yes, now it's visible. Start presenting.
Oh.
PPT has not come up yet.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. From the inauguration of literature, the art of description marks the standard of a good literary work, which leads some as classics and some as the worst literary texts, not only in the English literature, but also in the world literature. We have such examples. Good literary works actually have enriched verbal formations and depicts clearly the social, political, and economic condition of contemporary society. Sometimes it also portrays the tradition and culture of a particular race with a clear hint of intrusion of a self-declared superior culture. Such texts actually strike heavily at the root of ideological distinction between the superior race and the inferior one. Orinoco, written in 1688 by Aphra Behn, and Look Back in Anger by John Osborne, written in 1956, somehow present the socio-economic and political struggle where the inequality between gender and class appears simultaneously. Aim of this paper is to show how the writers of completely two different period and different genre depict some issues in different manner. Literature itself reflects social issues and in some cases it supports the ongoing social system and sometimes it asks for the betterment of the society. In Look Back in Anger, the class distinction is clearly depicted where Jimmy represents the proletariat class and Alison the representation is the representative of the bourgeois as her father is an aristocrat. Jimmy's one-room flat in a large Midland town reminds the readers about the lives of the working class people in England during the post-World War period. In Marxist criticism, economy is the base of the society upon which the entire social structure has built. Such concepts determines the ideology, which is the beliefs, values, ways of feelings and thinking through which human beings perceive their reality. To retain control upon the economy in the capitalist society, bourgeois class dominates everything, exploits the working class people, and the proletariat and gains the maximum profit. Consciousness is essential to destroy such system, and when proletariat will become conscious about their state through revolution, they build the socialism. Jimmy is aware of it but fails to attain his freedom from this social inequality. In Orinoco, on the other hand, Behn manipulates the whole thing in a different way, where the hero, Orinoco himself, is a slave trader, representative of the capitalist bourgeois, himself turns as the proletariat at the end of the novel, as being sold as the slave of a white master named Jeffrey. He also fails to attain freedom from the colonial masters and ultimately dies. Now, these two texts also have covered the topic of identity, and the term identity in Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary is described as a noun, and it means firstly who or what somebody or something is, and secondly the characteristics, feelings or beliefs that distinguish people from others. Both of these texts form such identity for its main characters. For Jimmy, it is the working class identity, and for Orinoco, it is the racial identity of a black slave. Apart from these identities, gender identity has also constructed in these two texts in a very clear way. In Orinoco, we come to know from the narrator that the king of Pora had many beautiful black wives, which states about polygamy and clearly defines the position of women. Even in difference, when Orinoco and Imoinda firstly meet each other, then there is a difference of attitude between them. Orinoco, as one of the most expert captains and bravest soldiers that ever saw the field of Mars, is attended by all the young soldiers of any merit. And Imoinda, despite of being the daughter of the general, hardly showed any figure of her in her countenance, and rather it is the softness of her look and sighs strikes the reader and presents a crystal clear picture between these two, since both of them are performing their gender that reminds the reader of Judith Butler. Such gender performance is also presented in Look Back in Anger, where Jimmy has many outlets to express his anger, hatred to the society, as well as his depression for the social injustice. But Allison, on the other hand, barely express her depression and anger towards Jimmy due to his misbehavior. Helena, on the other hand, is very expressive, and Clive is submissive enough to Jimmy's supremacy. All of these evidences prove that the prevailing concept of gender are largely social construct, and it reminds the audience about Simone de Beauvoir's remark, one is not born but rather becomes a woman. The novel Orinoco is notable in English literature as a source of post-colonial study. Title of this novel is very interesting, The History of the Royal Slave. And it is very tricky also because it shows the master narrative of Western imperialism. Despite of just keeping the name of the black hero, that is Orinoco, Ben, as a European and English narrator, used the subtitle The History of this Royal Slave, and takes the side of the white colonizers. As a result of it, she fails to criticize the ongoing practice of slavery. From the very beginning of the novel, she argues that she presents the history of this royal slave and therefore does not add fancy to it because it is the essential element for the imperialists to glorify themselves. The conversion of Orinoco and Inoinder into Caesar and Clement proves the European supremacy once again. It is for this reason Orinoco's final rebellion remains incomprehensible to the narrator, and his speech to his black slave fellows is described as a harem. The revolt is represented in a manner that it is doomed to failure, and here the trick of the colonial narrator is to establish the supremacy of the white people. Now I move to the concluding part of this paper. Such mixed representations are responsible for the death of George Floyd and many other colored people, not in the third world countries, but in the first world developed countries like America. Even in this 2020, it grabs human subconscious mind in such a way that leads to the Black Lives Matter movement even in this modern 21st century. Thus, Jimmy can look back in anger, but Orinoco, despite being a member of the royal family, is identified as a slave, and that is colored slave. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chayanika, for your detailed presentation. The last speaker for the day then is Dr. Ankur Konar, Assistant Professor in English from Sri Rashbihari Kushal. The title of his paper is James Mohanbagan Play, The Politics of Redesignation as A.T.K. Mohanbagan. Dr. Konar, please continue.
Yes. Am I audible, Professor Mondal?
Yes, you are audible clearly.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Since we are running short of time, I am just providing the basic crux of my article, the key arguments. As evident from the title of my paper, that I am talking about a very recent development, the formation of A.T.K. Mohanbagan. Along with that, I will also talk about the history of Mohanbagan, because Mohanbagan is such a club which has been repeatedly renamed. Since its birth, 15th of August 1889 was its so-called date of birth. In that time, it was named Mohanbagan Sporting Club, rather, and later it was renamed as Mohanbagan Athletic Club. In the very beginning of 21st century, we found that Mohanbagan was once again renamed as McDowell's Mohanbagan, and now in 2020, what yesterday we find in the heading of almost all the Kolkata-based newspaper that Mohanbagan is now going to be merged with Atletico de Kolkata, and it will be renamed as ATK Mohun Bagan. So, as evident from my title, my point is that if we focus on the history of Mohun Bagan and its the name game that we repeatedly find related to the Kolkata Shocker, what is interesting is that there are some allied issues along with renaming, naming, redesignation, etc. What is most striking is that when Mohun Bagan was formed, it originated from Mohun Villa of Mitra family. We know Mohun Bagan actually got influential support from three family of Kolkata, Sen family, Mitra family of Shyambajar. All these aristocratic families went into the making of Mohun Bagan. Now, after Mohun Bagan Sporting Club to Mohun Bagan Athletic Club, what is striking is that in 1911, we found that Mohun Bagan in the IFA Seal final created a history. What was the history? The history was actually Mohun Bagan as a representative club of India beat East Yorkshire Club in favor 2-1 in the IFA Seed final. And what is the significance of that term? Mohun Bagan was the first team that resisted the growth of the white people. In fact, playing barefooted was the most significant part of their approach, because actually what we know as football, actually it's kind of boot ball, because Europeans generally are habituated to play with wearing boot, whereas Mohun Bagan played barefooted in the final. So this is a kind of encounter between football and football, and result was in favor of Mohun Bagan, and Mohun Bagan almost became a miniature version of India. And what is striking is that this happening was in 1931 in colonial time, and we can describe such attempt as post-colonial encounter in the colonial era. And what is striking is that even in 1947, the year of Indian independence, for the second time, Mohun Bagan won the final. So, after almost 130 years, from 1889 to today, 2020, history got various types of representation, and in 1949, in the Diamond Jubilee year, the then Chief Minister of the state, Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai, referred to Mohun Bagan as a club that is more than a club, because Mohun Bagan is obviously related to nationalism. And in the Golden Jubilee year, the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi addressed Mohun Bagan as the National Club of India. Why these issues are important? Because if we focus on the development of Mohun Bagan in the very beginning of 21st century, we found that United Brewers, the group of Bijoy Malla, the notorious Bijoy Malla, adopted Mohun Bagan, and Mohun Bagan turns into McDowell's Mohun Bagan. Similarly, East Bengal turned into Kingfisher's East Bengal. So my point is that all these are happening. Actually, all these are patterns of marketable commodity and consumer science, the buying power, the history of selling and buying. And in recent times, just the day before yesterday, the leading newspapers reported that what happened actually in this kind of renaming is that, particularly I am referring to a report published in India Today, dated 13th of May 2002. Mohun Bagan supporters gherav the club management because they are actually selling the title. Mohun Bagan, a name with tradition, with nationalistic gene, cannot be associated with McDowell, because ultimately McDowell is nothing but the name of a wine. Similarly, what we find is that in 2020, even exact date was 16 January, the treaty was something like that. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group brought 80% of the share of the club, and the current owners left only with the remaining 20%. And it was announced that ATK and Mohun Bagan will amalgamate and play as a new entity from the following session and participate as a unified team in the ISL, which is now India's first division league, as we all know. And from 1st June 2020, this is the treaty. the merged team will come into existence. And yesterday, what the report came into the newspaper is that the color of the jersey remained and the name of the Mohun Bagan is also being written in the title. So, is this a kind of merge, or is this a kind of, what I can say, buying and selling? Because ultimately, when two clubs mix with each other, Atletico de Calcutta and Mohun Bagan, can we say this is the full stop of Mohun Bagan from 1889 to 2020? Because ultimately this is not actually a sponsor's title, rather a kind of merger with another club. So later on, from June 2020 onwards, the records of Mohun Bagan, ATK Mohun Bagan, will be added to the records of only Mohun Bagan. So this is a kind of game. I use the word game not in a very trivial manner, rather in the sense of what Eric Berne said, games people play. We all play game. Game has predictable outcome. So my point is that in my talk, what I am arguing is that this selling and buying, the conception of money and buying power becomes crucial in Kolkata soccer nowadays to denote the fragmented and incommensurable club management that is ready to. So this is the crux of my article. So I am finishing my article because we are running short of time, and I am the last speaker. So here is the ending of my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Konar. Please don't mind that I thought you to be absent. Okay.
No.
That was quite an interesting paper. Now I request the participants to post their questions in the chat box if you have any. We can have a very brief interactive session. So, are there any questions? If anybody wants to ask, just unmute their microphones and ask. Any of the presenters, from Mr. Sudeep Rai Choudhury to Dr. Konar. Okay, since there are not any questions in the chat box, now I do the duty of the chair, that of summing up. So this isn't the chair, but I prefer to spend the time as an audience. It was really interesting, the variety, the introspection, the supporting thematic structures. They're really interesting. I learned a lot, enjoyed a lot from all the papers, starting with Mr. Sudeep Rai Choudhury, who I felt that was really interesting, because Bankim, we usually hold Bankim as someone as other, not belonging to the popular genre, someone elite. Many sects of critics prefer to call Bankim as a highly patriarchal fellow. The way he dealt with the subject of women's question is really interesting. Shramonapal's paper on advertisement and presentation of women in Indian advertisements. One thing I want to say here to Shramona here, that in academia, in universities, colleges, we talk a lot about advertisements, the sexism, the racism, the stereotyping, but still these things continue. So these things sell. So probably we need to conduct more outreach programs to change the mentality of people, to look beyond men and women as mere mounds of flesh. I liked the paper of Navanita Roy from Department of English. It was really interesting the way he explored the binary of the other mother. And Dr. Konar's paper, I left some others, I'm coming to them. Dr. Konar's paper was really interesting. Dr. Konar is there. I want to tell you one small anecdote. At one point of time, when I was a student, I was a diehard Mohun Bagan fan, and my best friend was a diehard East Bengal fan. So we both together went together to the field, worked together, and that gave us 2 days fighting topics. But when both Mohun Bagan and East Bengal were sold to Vijay Mallya, we just felt betrayed. That what has happened to our cultural symbols? They've sold the club to the same man. They could have sold to 2 people at least. The single, what will happen to the symbol of Khoti Bengal rivalry? That may probably the journey of the descent of Mohun Bagan as a symbol began. Is not it, sir?
Yes. Yes.
And
even we can iconize through chingri, not through wine. This is my point.
Gave you made a comment to you. The others are really interesting and really detailed. I did not expect such good presentations from you are still students, and I feel so good for SBS sir and Devashish. I feel that SBS sir, DS sir, and the other young people in the department are doing a great job nurturing such young talents. You have a long way to go. Keep it up. So now, hereby I sum up the session, and just let me check the chat box if there is any question. So, Vijay Mallya was the sponsor, but sponsor controls many interests, the performance. Money matters, is not it? So I hereby close the paper presentation session, and I invite Professor Shilpi Bosak to formally declare the closure of today's webinar. Over
Thank
to
you,
you,
Professor.
Professor.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Monal. Thank you for chairing the session, and thank you participants, and thank you audiences. Before I close the session, let me announce that tomorrow there will be 2 lectures, one by Professor Niladri Ranjan Chatterjee and another by Dr. Pinaki De. So as they say that we only part to meet again, so we part here only to meet tomorrow. So goodbye for today, and we will meet tomorrow. So now I call it a day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you, SKM sir. Thank you, Shilpi madam. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.